Because You Loved Me. Written by Victorine Lieske. Narrated by Liz Krane. Chapter 1. Kiki Emerson. I step into the chapel and immediately know I chose the wrong thing to wear. The internet said wearing jeans was fine for church. Apparently, the internet doesn't go to church at Fellowship Grace on Willow Shade Island off the coast of Georgia. Everyone turns to look at me, all the women in their southern dresses, as I slip onto a pew in the back row. I pray all the nosy people will turn back around and stop staring at my Wranglers with holes in the knees. How was I supposed to know the internet was wrong? I haven't been to church in years. I glance around the chapel. This was a bad idea. I know it as soon as I catch a glimpse of Tobias Barrett sitting in the front. The sight of him makes my throat go dry. He's much more handsome in person than in the photos I scraped off the internet. His dark hair is styled to fall perfectly on his forehead, and I can tell from the way his suit jacket sits on him, he's got a home gym in that mansion he lives in. Tobias leans toward a man I can only assume is one of his younger brothers. They share the same profile, sharp chin, and Hollywood-style cheekbones. The service hasn't started yet, and they're in an animated conversation about something. If only I'd arrived earlier and worn a dress, maybe I would have had the guts to sit on the pew behind them. As it is, I'm pretty sure I'll duck out the back before the service ends. That's what I tell myself, until I catch sight of her. I know it's her the instant I see her. She's the right age, about 5, and she looks just like I did at that age. My breath catches. She's wearing a pink and white dress, the frilly kind that screams, "Little Southern Belle." She's walking with another Barrett brother, probably the youngest from the looks of it. Her eyes light up when she sees Tobias, and she runs to him, her little feet in dainty white church shoes. She throws her arms around his neck and squeezes with all her might. Emotion surges in my chest. I blink back tears. That's her. That's my daughter. A woman turns around in the pew ahead of me and smiles. She reminds me of Aunt Bee from that old TV show. A grandmother type. The soft and fluffy kind. "Are you new here?" she asks. "Yes," I manage to squeak out. "I'm Ellie Marie Brown, but everyone here just calls me Ellie." She smiles at me expectantly. "I'm Kiki," I say. "Kiki Anderson." The fake last name sticks on my tongue. I'm not used to saying it, but I'm not giving anyone here my real name. And now I feel guilty for lying in a church. Is it extra sinning to lie in a church? Does it count as double or something? She pats my knee. "You look like such a nice young lady." Little does she know how way off base she is. I smile anyway, because anything else would be rude, but I'm sure God is cringing at the woman. I mean, the whole reason I'm at church is to spy on the man who adopted my child. The one I had while in jail. Yeah, I'm such a nice young lady. The pastor stands up at the front, and I force myself to stare at him instead of at the man who's raising my daughter. I question my sanity, and it's not the first time. I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have hired that shady guy on the internet to find my daughter. I shouldn't have Googled Tobias and learned about his divorce and his brothers. I should go back to Georgia. I've seen her. That's all I really came for. My palms grow sweaty, and I can't help but look over at her again. I barely see her brown hair through all the people. I catch a glimpse of a little pink bow, and my throat grows tight. I wore a bow like that when I was a little girl. I listen to the sermon and squirm as the pastor talks about the evils of the world. I'm pretty sure he's talking about me. I've messed up about everything a person can in their lifetime, and I'm only 24. My arm itches, and I carefully scratch so I don't take off the makeup covering my tattoo. I'm pretty sure all these proper Southern ladies would frown at me if they could see the colorful phoenix that starts on my right wrist and goes up my arm. Even though I don't fit in here, at least I know it. The sermon ends, and I stand. Before I have a chance to slip out the back, Ellie turns to me and pats my arm. "Come with me, dear. You must stay for refreshments and get to know everyone." I open my mouth to say I can't, when I hear a tiny voice carry over the hushed tones of the adults.
"Can I have a donut now?"
My heart about rips in half, and I can't leave. Not yet. "I'd like that," I say to Ellie. I need to look at the little girl again. My soul needs one more mental picture before I leave the island. Ellie guides me to a basement room where long tables are set up. The smell of coffee and fresh donuts fills the air, and I breathe in deeply. I haven't had anything to eat yet today, and my stomach growls. The cheap hotel where I'm staying doesn't offer breakfast. People bustle in, and I grab a napkin and take a donut. I stand off to the side and watch as people file by. "Where are you from, Miss Kiki?" Ellie asks. "I grew up in Iowa." "Which part?" "Des Moines area." Ellie nods. "I have heard of it." She smiles at me like we're now best friends. "What do you do?" "I'm between jobs right now." A glint forms in her eye. "Ah, looking for work?" I nod as Tobias enters with his little girl. I don't even know her name, but she captures my attention so completely I can't look away. She tugs on Tobias's hand, pulling him to the table of delights. He gives her a donut with sprinkles. My inner child cries with glee. What a good father. Ellie gets a knowing look on her face and grabs my arm. "Let me introduce you to the town's most eligible bachelor," she says in my ear. I shake my head, but Ellie ignores me and tugs me across the room. "Tobias, this is my friend Kiki. She's new in town." I look up at him, and my spit dries up. He isn't just tall, dark, and handsome. He could have walked off a runway. His sharp features take my breath away. I'm pretty sure his suit is Italian and costs more than my kidneys can bring on the black market. I feel like an underdressed worm standing next to him. Tobias barely acknowledges me with a head nod and a quiet, "Nice to meet you, ma'am," before he turns to Ellie. "What a lovely dress you have on today. Is it new?" Ellie grins. "Oh, this old thing!" She laughs and nudges him. "You flatter me." Tobias takes a sip of his coffee and pretends not to notice me, but I can tell he's taking in my ripped Wranglers and my faded Goodwill blouse. I think I make him uncomfortable because he starts looking at the basement walls like they're filled with fine art. Ellie's fingers run over her necklace. Do you still need a nanny? Kiki just moved here and is looking for work. Ellie beams like she's solving the problems of the world. Tobias chokes on his coffee and takes a second to get himself under control. He says, and I'm sure he's trying to figure out what to say to get himself out of hiring me. My face heats to 100 degrees. Actually, I don't know how long I'll be here, so... You're leaving, Willow Shade? Ellie frowns at me. I thought you were looking for a job. Aren't you out of work? Tobias and Ellie both stare at me. I need to get out of here. Before I can say I'm taking the next shuttle to the mainland, Tobias's daughter comes running up to us.
Hi,
she says brightly, and my heart melts into a puddle on the floor. Her blue eyes mirror my own, and I look for other features that might resemble me. Her upturned nose, her pointed chin, the smattering of freckles across her face. All thought leaves my head, and I crouch down to her level. Hi there. What's your name?
I'm Skylar.
She turns to her father and grabs onto his hand.
Can I have another donut?
He shakes his head. No, you haven't eaten lunch yet. With the look that's on her face, I'm surprised he doesn't give her 1,000 donuts. I have a hard time not passing her the one I'm clutching. I stand and give him a look that I'm sure says, "Let her have a donut, you monster."
Please?
She asks as she tugs on his hand. No. My heart breaks for her. I don't mean to, but my mouth starts up before I have a chance to censor it. Why don't you pick one out for later? Then after lunch, you can eat it. I glance at Tobias's death stare and quickly add, that is, if it's okay with your dad. All eyes turn to Tobias. His jaw clenches, but then he slowly nods. All right, go pick one out.
Yes!
Skylar shouts and runs off to pick another treat. When are you leaving, Willow Shade? Ellie frowns again, like it's a personal affront that I'd leave her amazing island. I stare after Skylar and my resolve crumbles. I can't leave. Not yet. There's so much about her I don't know. I've missed her whole life. How can I leave right now? I swallow and look up at Tobias. He's looking for a nanny for my little girl. It would be the perfect way for me to get to know her without revealing who I am. The thought of getting to hold her and read to her makes my eyes prick with tears. That would be heaven. I didn't mean I was leaving today, I say, gathering up my courage. I'll be here for a while, and I'm good with children. Are you really looking for a nanny? Tobias openly stares at me now. Time seems to crawl as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up to his scrutiny. Sorry, the position is filled. Oh, that's a shame, Ellie says. Heat creeps up my neck. He's lying. It makes me angry. I know I should leave, but all I can think about is how much I want to get to know my own daughter. I want what was stolen from me. Even though I realize I freely gave her up, I feel the injustice of it all. I did what I had to, for her protection. How the quilt's coming along? Tobias asks Ellie before taking another sip of coffee. She shakes her head. I don't know how we'll get them all done in time. In time? I ask. We've got to finish 10 quilts for the annual Willow Shade Festival in 2 weeks, but Betty got the flu and Alice's arthritis has flared up. She raises her eyebrows. Maybe you can help, Kiki. I blink at her, not knowing what to say. I've never quilted anything in my life. When you look up quilter in the dictionary, you find a picture of someone who is the complete opposite of me. Tobias seems to think Ellie's suggestion is funny, because he's having trouble keeping a straight face. He hides it with his coffee cup. For some reason, this irks me. What does he know? Maybe I'm a famous quilter. He doesn't even know me. Sure, I can help, I blurt out. Ellie clasps her hands together. Wonderful! Come over this afternoon and I'll show you what we're working on. Chapter 2. Tobias Barrett. I let out a sigh and rubbed my temples, my headache back. The figures on my spreadsheet blur together and I shut my laptop. No matter how I run the numbers, the gallery just isn't cutting it. If I don't do something now, I'll just have to close them down in another 6 months. I hate to pull the plug on them, but I'm not a philanthropist, and this is becoming a huge financial suck. The thought of telling Josephine and Ellie that I'm pulling their funding makes me a little sick. I grab my water bottle and take a long swig. Maybe I can help bring more traffic to the gallery. If I can create traffic, it's possible we won't have to shut it down. Noah walks into my office. He's in his police uniform, his hands on his hips, and my daughter hangs from his forearm, giggling. I'm headed out for my shift. I just don't know what to do about this growth I have. Skylar's giggles escalate as she swings from his arm. She's changed out of her Sunday dress and is now wearing purple leggings and mismatched socks.
I'm not a growth.
Yeah, well, you can't come to work with me. Noah teases. I have bad guys to catch.
I want to catch the bad guys too.
Skylar yells, dropping from his arm. She jumps up and down.
Please, can I go catch some?
Thanks for watching her. I stand and walk to the door. Come on, Sky, let's give Uncle Noah a break. Skylar wanders over to my desk to play with my office supplies. Noah hitches up his pants and scrutinizes me. I heard you turned down a nanny today. I scoff. Of course, everyone in town is going to know about the newcomer and what happened at church. I unbutton the top of my white dress shirt because it's suddenly hot in here. What nanny? I think the woman is a drug dealer. Sorry, but I know nothing about her. I'm not inviting her into my home to take care of my daughter. Noah gives me a flat look. You need some help around here. You can't do everything yourself. I can try. I grin at him, but he doesn't return my smile. You're a control freak. I'm sure the woman is a fine, upstanding citizen. Skylar climbs on my chair and starts swiveling it back and forth. I raise my eyebrows at Noah. Did you see her? She was at church. How bad could she be? I roll my eyes. So you didn't see her? Noah shoots me an exasperated frown. You need someone. I heard she could use a job, and that she's good with kids. Skylar stands on my office chair. Before I can tell her to get down, it jerks back and she topples forward. She shrieks as she falls and hits her chin on the desk. I rush to her, scooping her up in my arms. "Are you okay?" Even as the words come out, I know she's not. Her wails fill the air as blood drips from her lip down to her chin. "She's bleeding," I shout to Noah. He's next to me in a flash. "Where is she hurt?" I find a bite mark on her lower lip. "Here." Doesn't look too deep. "I'll get some ice, you calm her down." I hug her to my chest. "It's okay, sweetheart. Daddy will take care of it." Her cries subside as she clings to me.
"You'll make it all better?"
The faith she has in me tugs on my heart. What if there comes a time when I can't make it all better? I couldn't even give her what every little girl deserves. A mother who loves her. Despite everything I did, I couldn't make Courtney stay. "Yes," I say, shoving the disturbing thoughts away. Noah brings me a washcloth with ice wrapped inside. "Hold this to her lip." I do as he says, already noticing the swelling. "Here, sweetie. This will make it feel better." Noah stands back and leans on my desk. "You don't need anyone's help, huh?" I frown. This could have happened even with a nanny watching her full time. "Just admit you're in over your head here." I stand, cradling my daughter to me. "I don't care if I get blood on my shirt." "We're fine. We'll find someone." "You shot down every applicant. There's no one else." Anger rises in my chest. "Well, I'm not hiring some streetwalker named Kiki, that's for sure." Noah huffs and raises his hands in the air. "Fine." He storms out of my office, and I take in a deep breath. As much as I hate to admit it, I do need the help. My brothers are here for me as much as they can be, but Skylar needs more attention than they can give her. And I'm swamped with my investments and trying to keep Levi from failing out of college. I'm drowning. I hold the ice to my daughter's lip and think about the decision I made 10 years ago when my parents died. I was just 18, but I couldn't let my brothers go into foster care. I was all they had left. So, I fought for them in court, and won. It was a lot to take on. My 3 younger brothers were a handful for sure, but our parents had left us a sizable inheritance, and I made it work. I pull the ice away and study Skylar's puffy lip. The bleeding has stopped, but it looks like she was in a bar fight. "Is it feeling better?" She nods.
"Yeah."
"Good. Let's not climb on the furniture, okay?"
Okay, Daddy."
I set her down and she runs off. I grab my laptop. I have more work to do, but there's no one to watch Skylar. Micah's finishing up his homework, and today is Violet's day off. I follow my daughter's giggles through the old house. The floorboards creak as I walk. This house is over 100 years old, but I couldn't bear to sell it after my parents died. This is the home I grew up in. It's been in the family for 3 generations. It's a 6-bedroom, 5-bath monster of a house. And that's why I have Violet to help keep it clean and cook for us. My phone vibrates in my pocket, and I pull it out and look at the screen. A message from Josephine pops up.
"Can you come over for dinner tonight? Everyone's invited."
I smile and tap out a response. "Sure. What time?" Josephine and Ellie like to take care of me. They were a godsend when my parents died. Now that Courtney is gone, they do their best to make sure Skylar and I are fed. Josephine sends me the time, and I sit on the living room couch as Skylar pulls out her ponies and Barbie dolls. Want to eat at Aunt Josephine's house tonight? Skylar grabs a doll by her hair.
Her house smells funny.
Hey, that's not nice to say.
It's true.
She's not wrong. I rub my face to hide a smile. Don't tell her that, okay?
Okay.
Skylar spends the next hour undressing every doll she owns and playing with them naked. I wonder why I buy her outfits for them if she prefers them without clothes. Micah comes in the room and runs his hand through his hair. It's grown out quite a bit, but he refuses to get a haircut. I've stopped saying anything about it. It's not the hill I want to die on. He's 17 and old enough to make decisions about his own hair. He sits cross-legged on the rug next to Skylar. What are you doing? She smiles at him.
I'm playing dolls.
She hands a Barbie to him.
Want to play with me?
He grins. Sure. I watch him playing with Skylar on the floor, and my heart warms. He's a good kid. He's so gentle with Skylar. I wish he'd just talk to me. We're on two different planes of existence, moving parallel to each other, but never meeting. Josephine invited us to dinner tonight, I say. Want to come? He shakes his head. Nah. Why not? He doesn't look at me. She just wants to set you up with another girl. I shake my head. Who would she be setting me up with? I've already turned down every single woman on the island. Josephine knows I'm not interested. He shrugs. I already put a pizza in the oven. I nod and let it go. Did you get your homework done? Yeah. Did you hear back from the university? Not yet. He's applied to several colleges, but I know he's hoping for Georgia University. He's got several friends going in the fall. He plays with Skylar until his phone alarm goes off. Then he disappears upstairs with his cardboard pizza. I change into a clean white shirt and grab a bottle of wine as a dinner gift for Josephine. Skylar climbs into the car and buckles herself into her booster seat. Guilt rises in me when I see her little fat lip. Her injury is my fault. I should have been paying attention. The weight of everything presses down on my shoulders, and I try not to think about hiring a nanny or the gallery and how I might have to tell Josephine it's time to stop pumping dollars into it. I pull into Josephine's driveway and cut the engine. I get Skylar out of the car and grab the wine. I let Skylar press the bell, and the door opens a moment later. Josephine's mouth pops open when she notices Skylar's fat lip. What happened to you? Small accident. She's fine. I shift, trying to take the attention away from Skylar's unfortunate injury. I give the bottle of wine to Josephine. Here, this is for you. She smiles and ushers us into her home, which is a typical southern plantation style with columns on the porch and doilies on every surface. This will go great with dinner. I'm so glad you could come. I walk into the dining room and balk when I see Kiki sitting at the table. She's wearing the same 2 sizes too large for her blouse and ripped jeans she wore to church. She's far too skinny, but I admit, there's something about her large blue eyes that strikes me. She's not horrible to look at. Her gaze slides over me and pink flushes on her cheeks. I guess Josephine kept my dinner invitation as a surprise. I feel a setup coming on. You've met Kiki, right? Josephine says sweetly. Please, have a seat. She points to the empty chair next to Kiki. I take in a deep breath to calm myself before sitting down. Micah was right. I should have known. There's fresh blood on the island. Josephine pulls out a chair for Skylar and she climbs up. Josephine must have put a phone book on the chair because she sits taller than normal.
I'll go get the roast,
Josephine says.
You two can chat.
She leaves, and I'm left to make small talk with the woman sitting next to me. Except Kiki is staring at Skylar, her face draining of color.
What happened to her?
I cringe. Of course she'd ask about her purple lip. Ugh, small accident. Kiki jumps up from her chair and rushes over to Skylar, examining her face.
Are you okay, sweetie? That looks painful.
Embarrassment threads through me, which makes me grumpy. She's fine, I say, which comes out sounding about as annoyed as I feel. Kiki glares at me.
Did you put ice on that?
Yes, ma'am. Is she questioning my abilities to take care of my own daughter?
I think it needs more.
Kiki hurries off to the kitchen, and I'm left to stare after her, feeling like a rotten parent. Did I not hold the ice on long enough? Am I messing up this fatherhood thing that badly? Kiki comes back into the room holding out a red popsicle.
Here, sweetie. Suck on this.
Skylar's face lights up.
Okay.
A popsicle. Why didn't I think of that? I feel dumb. But I'm not about to admit that Kiki is smarter than me. And now she gets more sugar, I say under my breath. Kiki doesn't have time to respond. Josephine comes in the room with a roast and potatoes on a platter.
Here we are,
she says brightly.
Chapter 3.
Kiki Emerson.
I sit next to Tobias and pick up my napkins so I have something to fiddle with.
I messed up. I shouldn't have given Skylar more sugar. I'm a terrible parent. I'm not even a parent at all. I gave up my daughter at birth. Why am I even here? I stare at Skylar's little fat lip as she sucks on the popsicle. I know nothing about Tobias besides what the internet told me. Is he abusive? Did he hurt my little girl? How did she cut her lip again? I don't mean to say it. It just pops out. Tobias scowls at me. She fell. She was climbing on the furniture. Kids tend to do that sort of thing.
My Johnny was always doing things like that, Josephine says, as she passes the dinner platter that looks like it's been in the family for generations. My mouth waters as the smell of the roast beef envelops me. I haven't eaten anything since that donut this morning. How many children do you have? I ask Josephine. 2. Johnny's my youngest and Debbie is my oldest. Of course, they're all grown up with children of their own now. She smiles wistfully. Do they live close? Oh, heavens no! Debbie's in Alabama and Johnny's in Canada. She picks up a wine bottle. I rarely get to see them. And now I've completely depressed our host by asking about her kids. Way to go, Kiki. Next I should ask if cancer runs in her family, and if she's had any screenings lately. This is delicious, Tobias says, lifting his fork. I silently thank him for changing the subject. Yes, it's so nice to eat a home-cooked meal. I shove a large bite of beef in my mouth. Oh, do you not cook, Miss Kiki?
Josephine raises one eyebrow at me as she pours wine into my glass. I sink down into my seat. I might as well just tell them I'm practically homeless. I do, I say quietly, trying to come up with an excuse as to why I haven't made a home-cooked meal in forever. I bet you've just been so busy looking for work and everything. Ellie told me you're job hunting. What is it you do again? What should I say? I have no degrees. I dropped out of high school. After I went to prison, I tried to straighten my life out. I got my GED. I worked after hours cleaning public bathrooms at the mall. That was the only job I could get with my record. I stare at my fingers trying to think of something smart to say. And then it dawns on me. This is the time when I should be pitching my abilities to take care of children. Tobias needs a nanny. I am the child's mother, after all. I should be showing him how capable I am. I lift my head and plaster on a smile. I actually work in childcare. I have an extensive resume. I most recently worked at a famous daycare center in Atlanta. The lies tumble out like coins from a winning slot machine. Tobias raises an eyebrow. There's a famous daycare center? I nod, going with it. I'm in too deep now to stop. It's the Montessori daycare on Peachtree. It's always got a waiting list because it's so popular. I taught there for 3 years. The first rule of lying: give details. Even if he checks the internet later, he'll think he got the details wrong. How fortunate! Josephine leans forward. Tobias is looking for a live-in nanny. He shakes his head, his eyes wide. I filled the position. Josephine sucks in a breath. You did? Who did you hire? Tobias squirms in his seat, and I hide a smile. Caught in his lie. He forgot the first rule. I win the lying game. His gaze flicks to Skylar, as if she could save him. She licks the empty popsicle stick and says, Can I have more? Josephine scoops some potato and roast beef onto Skylar's plate. Here, have some of this. It's yummy! Josephine fusses with Skylar, getting her to eat, and forgetting about the live-in nanny lie, which is disappointing. I was hoping she'd nail Tobias to the wall. She looks at me. Tell me more about yourself, dear. I decide to lean into my childcare qualities some more. I took care of my younger sister growing up. I learned a lot about caring for small children. This is not a lie. My parents both worked, and we were often home alone. Oh? Josephine asks. I taught myself how to sew. I used to sew the holes in my sister's socks. This is true. My family had no money, so I learned how to make the pennies stretch, although I was never very good at sewing. That is an excellent skill to have. Josephine gives Tobias a nod. I'm CPR certified. At least I was when I was in 9th grade. I was in a junior achievement program in school where they taught us CPR. I remember most of it, so I'll count it. Impressive! Josephine puts more potatoes on Skylar's plate. I love teaching kids. I continue, laying it on as thick as I can. My favorite thing to teach is science. I love running experiments. Baking soda and vinegar volcanoes and making homemade rock candy. That kind of stuff. This stuff is pretty much true as well. I watched a lot of Bill Nye growing up, and me and my sister would play science experiment all the time. We mostly made big messes, but no one needs to know that. I don't know who you hired, Tobias, but you might want to reconsider. Josephine gives me a wink, and I realize she knows he's lying as well. We finish the meal, and Josephine takes the dishes to the kitchen. I hop up to help so I look useful. By the time we're done, Tobias is standing in the living room with Skylar, looking like he wants to leave. Let's go for a walk, Josephine says. It's such a nice spring evening. She opens the front door and I follow her out. Tobias and Skylar trail after me. Josephine heads south. There's a park this way. The park! Skylar yells as she runs ahead. Josephine grabs her hand and walks with her, leaving me and Tobias to trail behind together. We walk in silence for a couple blocks until I can't stand it anymore. Nice day. Tobias glances at me. Sure is. He looks at the sky. How did quilting go? I bite my lip. I can't admit to him that I stabbed my finger more times than I stabbed the fabric. I just bragged about my sewing skills. It went well. I'm going back on Wednesday night. Ah, I see. I tap my leg, trying to think of something else to say. Skylar is an adorable girl. She's my world, he says softly. I'm surprised by the vulnerability in his voice. I try to think of something else I can say about her. I love her spunk. She looks like she doesn't take any guff from anyone. Tobias chuckles. She lives with me and my 3 brothers. She's learned how to hold her own, that's for sure. I knew Tobias had 3 younger brothers, but I didn't realize they all lived in that mansion together. That must be interesting. What? Living with my brothers? He shrugs. My parents died 10 years ago. I practically raised them. They're good young men. A newfound respect for Tobias Barrett forms in my gut. I had no idea. I know what that's like. I practically raised my sister. He lifts his eyebrows. Your parents? They both worked. I was left alone a lot with Kira. I had to learn how to do all kinds of things on my own. Sadness tugs at me. She was 10 when I left. I miss her so much. I often wonder how she's doing. Tobias stares at me a moment before stepping off the curb. I understand. So, you're a single dad, huh? I cringe. What a dumb thing to say. He nods as he undoes the cuffs of his dress shirt. It's a warm evening, and I can imagine he must be hot in his long sleeves. Yes, ma'am. The way he says it, like the responsibility weighs heavy on him, makes me jerk my gaze to him. I'd read online that he was a wealthy investor, and I guess I just assumed that meant his life was easy. That must be hard, I finally say. It is. He rakes a hand over his hair. Skylar's a great kid, don't get me wrong. I'd do anything for her. It's just difficult sometimes. Emotion cracks his voice, and I stare up at him, watching him struggle for words. It moves me. You're a good father, I say on impulse, touching his arm. I don't even know why I say it, it just feels right. His arm muscles tighten under my fingers and I let go. He looks at me, his gaze full of something I can't read.
I try to be.
I glance away, my chest heavy with emotion. This is the man who is raising my little girl. And I can tell he's doing everything he can for her. Relief floods through me. I've worried for years about who was raising her. Were they meeting her needs? It feels wonderful to know Tobias is a good father to her. He clears his throat.
You really know CPR?
Yes. I say it quickly and stare up at him, even though it's like staring into the sun. He's so dang gorgeous. And his southern drawl is attractive. I hold my breath. He slowly nods as we enter the park. Skylar is on one of the swings and Josephine is standing nearby, watching her. We walk closer, then stop a few feet away from them. He shields his face from the sunlight and watches his daughter.
She wants the same book read to her over and over.
I laugh, a light feeling overcoming me. Sounds like Kira. She would make me read The Very Hungry Caterpillar so many times I wanted to rip that thing up.
And she insists on doing things herself until it drives you batty.
A bit of pride worms its way into my chest. Being independent is good.
And she will talk your ear off.
He rolls his eyes.
I'm not kidding on that one.
I smile, knowing I'm getting the job. That's okay. I don't mind. We can talk about all kinds of things. He sighs and turns to me.
I've never done this before. It's difficult.
I love how protective he is of Skylar. My heart swells. It's okay. You can count on me. His gaze travels over me, his eyes gray like a summer storm.
How long are you planning on staying on Willow Shade Island?
My heart soars. I can stay as long as you need me. He swallows as he slowly nods.
I can pay $500 a week. You'll have your own bedroom with attached bathroom. You get one day off, and you can pick Saturday or Sunday. Hours might vary since I sometimes have to leave town, but when I'm home, you can have evenings to do what you want.
$500 a week? And I get to live in a mansion? I try not to scream. I've hit the jackpot. A small part of me feels guilty for lying to him, but I shove that back. All right. I keep my voice calm. He rubs his hand over his chin.
Then, can you start tomorrow?
I hold my hand out to him. I can start yesterday. Tobias laughs, and I'm amazed at the transformation in his face. He looks human and sexy. I shove that thought away. He takes my hand, and I'm surprised at the warmth of his skin and his firm grip. His skin is softer than I expected, and there's a small zing of something that makes my heart flip inside my chest. He quickly releases my hand.
You can move in when you're ready.
I shove my fists in my pockets, too emotional to speak. All I wanted to do was catch a glimpse of her. I never dreamed I'd get the chance to actually spend time with her. I'll move in tomorrow morning. Chapter 4.
Tobias Barrett. I glance out the window and a movement catches my eye. Kiki's coming up the long driveway, dragging a suitcase that looks like it's been through 3 world wars. She's wearing cut-off jeans today and a plain black t-shirt that is so thin a stiff wind could rip it in half. I gape at her. Is that all she's bringing? One suitcase small enough to be a carry-on? I must be crazy. I know nothing about this woman. Why did I hire her? She literally looks like she's coming here off the streets. It wouldn't shock me if she were pushing a shopping cart instead of dragging that suitcase. When she gets to the door, I swing it open. Where's the rest of your things? I don't mean it to sound as rude as it does when it comes out. Kiki shrugs.
I don't have much.
I thought you were staying here on the island. You don't have anything else? I stop myself from asking if she's destitute. She blushes.
I've been traveling a lot these last few months.
Traveling? I say, trying to get a good read on the woman. She doesn't look like she slept in the park. Doesn't smell like it either. She smells good, like lilacs and sunshine. She stares at me, and I wonder if she caught me sniffing her.
Can I come in?
She finally asks, shifting her weight. I move out of the doorway. Please. She drags her suitcase inside and takes in the large entryway.
Wow,
she says under her breath.
This place is amazing. When was it built?
1890. Kiki slowly walks into the living room area. I understand why she's impressed. The original crown molding is intricately carved out of a deep mahogany. The fixtures are almost all original to the house. The high ceilings give the house a grand look. I pick up her suitcase. Your room is up the stairs to the left. I'll take your bag.
Thank you.
She follows me up the staircase, running her hand along the smooth banister.
Where's Skylar?
In the kitchen with Violet.
Who's Violet? I thought you only had brothers.
She helps around the house. She cleans and cooks. I enter the bedroom at the top of the stairs. It was my parents' room. No one has stayed in it since they passed. I had Violet get it ready 2 months ago when I put an ad in the paper for a nanny. It feels weird to be in here. This is it, I say, setting down her suitcase. Kiki looks around the room.
This is massive. Are all the bedrooms this large?
Old houses have large bedrooms, I mumble, not wanting to tell her it's the master bedroom. I don't want to have to explain why none of us use it. She walks over to the bathroom and flicks on the light.
I love the old black and white tile.
Thanks. She opens the curtains.
Wow, you have a great view of the ocean.
I'm growing uncomfortable in the room, so I back out. Yes, Skylar loves the ocean. You can get situated, then come down to the kitchen. I'm sure Violet will be happy you're here. She loves Sky, but taking care of her isn't her job. Kiki nods.
No problem. I'll unpack later. I want to see Skylar.
See her? I'm not sure what she means. She sounds like she's Skylar's aunt and hasn't seen her in years. Her face flushes and she twists her fingers together.
I mean, I want to get to work.
That's fine. Can I get a photo of your driver's license? Kiki frowns.
I don't have one.
You don't? Red flags fly in front of my face.
Is driving a requirement for this job?
I study her, trying to figure out if she's lying to me or if she really doesn't drive. She stares at me with wide eyes and I can't tell. No, I finally say. You can fill out a W-9 for me. I'll get one printed out for you. I want her information so Noah can do a background check on the woman. I also resolved to have Noah install some wireless cameras throughout the house, just in case. I tell myself it's a simple precaution. I don't know this woman. She slowly nods.
Sure.
She brushes past me and heads down the stairs. My uneasy feeling grows, but I push it away. Getting a background check and installing cameras will be enough. Noah has to be right. I'm overprotective and I need to loosen up. Skylar isn't made of glass. And I met this woman at church, for Pete's sake. She can't be that bad. I sprint down the stairs and almost run into Micah, who's on his way up. Hey, aren't you supposed to be heading to school? He grunts at me like a typical teenager. I honestly feel more like his father than his older brother. He was only 7 when our parents died. I grab his arm, stopping him. You were late twice last week. I don't want to see any more tardies. He huffs and brushes his hair back.
I just have to grab my backpack. Lighten up. I'm not late.
I see our father in his gray eyes, and it knocks me back a step. All right, get going. I walk into my office and plop down on my chair, unbuttoning my top button so I can breathe better. I have 18 proposals to read through, and I know it's going to take all morning. As I scan through my emails, I hear Skylar giggling down the hallway.
You can't catch me!
She yells. Footsteps cascade over the flooring, and I catch a glimpse of her running past. Then Kiki follows suit. The dad part of me wants to tell them not to run in the house, but I can't do it. I love listening to the giggles and shrieks coming from the other room.
We should go outside,
Kiki says a moment later, and the dad side of me is satisfied.
Let's play in the backyard.
I try to concentrate on my work, but the window faces the backyard, which gives me a great view of Kiki running in the grass with Skylar. And I have a hard time not watching. Kiki looks like a whole different person. Her eyes are bright and her smile is wide, and she's quick to laugh. After a few minutes, I give up on my work and go to the window. Skylar shows off by climbing up the side of the fort I built for her. Kiki stands close, ready to catch her if she slips. As I watch them playing in the backyard together, my fears subside. Even though I don't know the woman, she seems attentive to Skylar. I don't know why I was so nervous. Everything is going to work out fine. I push down the urge to join them. I need to get some work done. I close the curtains and go back to my laptop. I read through several of the business proposals in my inbox. 2 are promising, and I flag them to go over in more detail later. I work until 1 o'clock, then Violet comes in with a tray of sandwiches. Thank you, ma'am, I say as I grab one.
Getting a lot done.
She wipes her hands on her floral apron. Violet has been with us for 6 years now. She's a vibrant woman in her late 60s. Her curly silver hair is always impeccably styled. When she retired from teaching middle school, she decided she didn't want to sit around her house, so she came to work for us. Surprisingly, yes. I hadn't realized how much I could get done with several uninterrupted hours. Violet laughs.
So am I. I think I'm going to like that Kiki girl. Skylar sure has taken to her.
Oh? I can't help it. I want to know what they've been doing. Yes, she's been talking Kiki's ear off. They went down the hill to the beach and built a sandcastle. Then they set up a tea party in the sunroom and I brought them crumpets. Crumpets? I raise my eyebrows.
Vanilla cookies,
Violet whispers.
But don't tell Sky. She insisted on crumpets.
I laugh. Thanks for playing along.
You get your work done. I'll make sure Kiki takes good care of your little girl.
My heart warms. Thank you, Violet. She closes my door after leaving, and I get back to crunching numbers and sending emails. It feels good to get my work done. Yet I have to admit I miss the after-lunch snuggle and reading time with Skylar. I shove away the thought that she'll be going into kindergarten in the fall, and our routine will once again change. It's just a half day, but still, she's growing up too fast. At 4 o'clock, my eyes are blurry from staring too long at my computer screen. I shut my laptop and leave my office. I hear music coming from Skylar's bedroom, so I climb the stairs and walk down the hallway. When I enter her bedroom, I freeze. Skylar's wearing her Princess Elsa Halloween costume from last fall and dancing in front of her mirror. Kiki, on the other hand, is wearing Courtney's wedding dress. The dress Courtney left behind along with me and Skylar. Kiki's hair is pinned up with one of Skylar's clips, and even though tendrils are spilling out of it, I can't stop staring at her. She doesn't notice me. She's dancing to Skylar's radio, her cheeks flushed. She swishes the dress back and forth, and all I can think about is how wrong I was. Kiki doesn't look homeless. She looks like an angel. I should be livid that she's gone through my things and put on Courtney's dress, but for some reason, I'm not. I'm shocked at her transformation.
Daddy!
Skylar shouts when she sees me. Kiki whips around, her eyes wide. Guilt colors her cheeks, and she folds her arms across her chest as if she could hide the fact that she's wearing a wedding dress.
Tobias, we're playing dress up,
Skylar says, jumping up and down.
We're princesses.
I'm so sorry. Kiki backs away from me.
Skylar insisted I put it on.
I shake my head, still unable to take my eyes off her. It's all right.
I thought you'd be working until dinner. I didn't mean to.
Kiki, I say softly. It's okay. It's just a dress.
Come play with us, Daddy.
Skylar grabs my hand and tugs me into her room.
We're playing dancing.
I smile at her. I can see that.
Play dancing with us.
I can do many things well. Dancing isn't one of them. I don't want to disappoint her, though, so I move my hips and fling my hands around a bit. Kiki presses her lips together to stop herself from laughing. Skylar giggles and pushes me.
Oh, Daddy, you dance with Kiki, like this.
She shoves me forward and I grab hold of Kiki so I don't fall on her.
You're the prince, and she's a princess.
Skylar turns up her little radio.
Dance!
She commands. I slide my arm around Kiki. Sorry, I whisper.
It's fine,
she says, taking my hand in the traditional slow dance posture.
We are royalty, after all.
At least I'm not inept at slow dancing, so I start to move with the music. Kiki glides effortlessly with me. My hand splays on her back and my thumb grazes her skin. Sparks of electricity shoot through me, and my breath hitches. I haven't held a woman like this since Courtney left me 4 years ago. My heart pounds so loud I'm sure Kiki can hear it. I stare into her deep blue eyes. I still can't believe one dress could change a person so completely. Maybe it's the hair, too. pulled up and off her shoulders? Or the color in her cheeks? Or the way she's hiding a smile like she has some secret she can't share? My body becomes aware of every point of contact with her and the warmth I feel from her touch. Noah passes by the door and I jump back from Kiki, fully aware of how we must look. He slides to a stop, takes a step back, and enters the room, his eyebrows raised. Kiki looks even more startled than I feel. I don't think we've met. A grin forms on his face. He's in his police attire, and I assume he's about to head off to his shift. He sticks his hand out to her. Heat rushes to my face. Kiki, this is my brother Noah. This is Kiki Anderson. She's Skylar's nanny. Noah works nights, and I still hadn't had the opportunity to tell him I hired the woman from church. Noah shakes her hand as his gaze travels down the length of Kiki, and it raises my hackles. What right does he have to look at her that way? I want to punch him in the face. Nice to meet you, he says in a smooth voice, and this, too, makes me angry. Why is he coming on to her like that? Don't you have a shift to get to? I don't mean it to come out so growly. Yes. He drops Kiki's hand, but doesn't drop his smile. I'd better get going. He takes a step back. See you around. Noah leaves and Skylar grabs my legs.
Now it's your turn to be the princess.
She giggles as I pick her up, swinging her over my head. No way am I putting on a dress. Kiki grabs her skirts and rushes to the doorway.
I'll change. You're the princess now!
Skylar shouts at me. I swing her around a few more times, then tickle her sides. I love her high-pitched giggles. I love everything about her. She's truly the light of my life. And even though I probably should have never married Courtney, I'm so glad I did. Because I wouldn't have Skylar in my life if I hadn't.
Chapter 5. Kiki Emerson. My fingers tremble as I unzip the wedding dress. I can't get my heart to stop racing. I knew Tobias was handsome, but I had no idea he was so charismatic. My skin is on fire. I can't catch my breath, and my knees are so wobbly, I think I might fall down. Standing there, in his arms, I thought I was going to faint. He looked too good in that white dress shirt. I take in a deep breath and scold myself. Why am I being this way? It was nothing. Skylar wanted us to dance, so what? Why am I acting like a hormonal teenager? I change into my cutoffs and t-shirt. I feel so underdressed in this fancy mansion, like I should be wearing a frilly dress with white gloves and a parasol. I look out the window and try to get my heart under control. I watch the waves hitting the beach. It calms me. This is the ideal life. The smell coming from the kitchen is amazing as I walk down the stairs. I walk into the dining room and see a large stack of pancakes with ham sitting on a platter. And my guess is Skylar chose the meal tonight. It makes me grin. Pancakes were always my favorite dinner growing up, too. Skylar climbs into her chair. Tobias scoots her to the table, then sits next to her. I can't tell if Tobias was affected by what happened because he won't look at me. Maybe he's embarrassed his brother caught us slow dancing in his daughter's bedroom while I was wearing someone else's wedding dress. My face still feels hot. I notice an empty place sitting next to me as I sit down. Who's coming?
Micah, my youngest brother. He's late. If we wait for him, the food will get cold.
He picks up the platter and passes it to me.
Let's eat.
I slide 2 pancakes and a piece of ham onto my plate and pass it back to him. I'm so glad I don't have to eat gas station food tonight or sleep in that dingy hotel.
I put the paperwork in your room.
Tobias avoids my gaze.
If you can fill it out tonight, that would be great.
I try not to react as my stomach clenches. Okay, I say casually. I wonder how long I can put off filling out the paperwork before Tobias will start to suspect something. Why did I think I could just come be his nanny without him wanting details from me, like my legal name? Skylar happily munches on her pancakes. I focus on her and her smile. She looks so much like I did at that age. It's amazing. I can also see a bit of Randy in her, but I don't dwell on that. I regret so much of that time of my life. I want to forget about Randy. A teen walks in and sits at the empty seat, and I assume it's Micah. Tobias shoots him an annoyed look.
You're late. Sorry.
He mumbles. He looks at me through his long hair. Hi. Tobias motions to me.
This is Kiki. I told you about her. She's going to be living here and taking care of Skylar. Kiki, this is Micah.
He raises his chin and grins at me.
Nice to meet you, ma'am. My brother didn't tell me you were so pretty.
Heat rises to my cheeks and I know I'm blushing. Tobias looks like his eyeballs are going to pop out of his head. I quickly grab the pancake platter, passing it to Micah. You must be hungry. Thanks. He takes a stack of pancakes. He's cute, in a teenager kind of way. I bet all the girls at school swoon when he walks by. Do you play any sports? I ask him, trying to engage in conversation. He shakes his head. I ran track for a while, but I'm not into that anymore. I raise my eyebrows. What are you into? Music. I play the guitar. I'm saving up for some better recording equipment. Oh? Do you have a job? He grins.
Even better. A YouTube channel!
His grin is infectious and makes me smile back at him. Does that bring in money for you? Not yet, but it will. I'm almost at 1,000 followers. Nice. I grin at him. The conversation falls as we eat. I glance at Tobias. You have 3 brothers, right? I've only met 2. He nods and swallows.
Yes, Levi is in Atlanta attending college, but he'll be home soon. The semester ends in a couple of weeks.
He didn't tell you? Micah says, leaning forward. Tobias stares at his brother.
What?
He's coming home early. A vein on Tobias's neck bulges. He slowly shakes his head.
No, he didn't tell me this.
His voice is measured. Micah pinches his lips together and raises his hands. Don't get mad at me. I'm just letting you know.
Why is he coming home early?
I can tell Tobias is making an effort to speak without raising his voice. Micah shrugs.
Got done early? Finals are in 2 weeks. One doesn't just get done early from college finals.
His voice is still controlled, but I'm afraid the fork in his clenched fist is going to bend. Hey, maybe he took the test already? I say, trying to be helpful. Tobias lets out a breath and pinches the bridge of his nose.
He wants to quit school. Again. I warned him that it would be difficult to go back later. He told me he'd finish the semester before making a final decision. I guess he changed his mind.
I swallow, sympathy shooting through me. If I could do my life over, I would take school much more seriously. I would stay out of trouble, graduate high school, and go to college. Now I'm stuck with janitorial jobs, and that's if I'm lucky. If you want, I can talk to him about it. His gaze travels over me.
What do you mean?
About how much I regret not going to college. Maybe he'd listen to someone who isn't so... I pause, trying to find the right word. Grumpy isn't it. Uptight is also the wrong word. Close to him, I blurt out, grateful that phrase jumped into my head. Tobias's gaze softens.
You'd do that?
Of course. Something shifts behind his eyes, but I can't figure out what it means. He blinks and looks down at the table.
Thanks,
he says softly.
Can we go to the Lighthouse tonight?
Skylar asks. Tobias picks up his knife and cuts into his ham.
It might rain. Best not to go tonight.
Skylar frowns.
But I want to show Kiki.
I glance out the window. It doesn't look overcast. I bet we can go to the lighthouse before it starts to rain.
Yeah, it will be fun,
Micah says.
I haven't been there in a while. Is your homework done?
Tobias raises his eyebrows.
Yep, finished it all.
Micah flashes a grin, and I notice he even has a dimple. I'm now sure he's a heartbreaker at school.
Please, Daddy.
Skylar's eyes grow large, and I want to pick her up and take her to any lighthouse in the world.
All right,
Tobias finally says.
But only if you eat your ham.
Skylar nods and starts eating the small piece of ham that Tobias cut up for her. I inwardly smile and keep that little trick for future use. In no time at all, she's finished and we're ready to leave. Tobias leads us to the garage where his SUV sits. Skylar buckles herself in and I climb into the seat next to her. Micah takes the front seat. How far is the lighthouse? I ask.
It's a 15-minute drive.
Tobias backs out of the garage.
It's not a real lighthouse. It's just a replica they built in Centennial Park for kids to climb on. It overlooks the ocean.
Skylar pumps her little feet in excitement.
Can we climb to the top?
Sure.
Tobias pulls the car out onto the street. We drive along the shoreline. I stare out at the water, the rocks, and the bright azaleas that have been planted in the medians. What a lovely island my daughter gets to grow up on. My heart swells as I look at Skylar and think about the time I'm getting to spend with her. She was adorable today as we had our pretend tea party. Soon, we pull into a small gravel parking area. A red and white lighthouse sits amid a grassy area, along with a swing set and a couple of benches. Skylar unbuckles and we climb out. A slight breeze blows as she runs toward the lighthouse. Micah races after Skylar.
Wait, little pup! I want to go up with you.
I smile at Tobias. Little pup? He nods.
When she was a baby, she'd make these little noises, and Micah thought she sounded like a puppy. It's stuck ever since.
My heart warms. That's sweet. As we walk toward the lighthouse, giggles echo through the walls. I can't help but smile.
So, you didn't go to college?
Tobias asks. That familiar pang that I get in my chest when I think about how messed up my life is shoots through me. Yeah.
Can I ask why not?
I take in a deep breath. A variety of reasons, but mostly because I was young and didn't think school was important. Now that I'm older, I see how limited my opportunities are. Especially with a criminal record.
You're not that old. You could still go to college.
I try not to scoff at him. Besides the huge roadblock of the money involved, I don't even know if I could get into college. Maybe. I say to get myself out of that conversation.
If you did, what would you study?
I get a little annoyed that he's asking me so many questions. I decide to turn it on him. I don't know. What did you study? Finance? We enter the lighthouse and start climbing the wooden stairs.
I actually didn't get to go to college,
He says softly.
My parents died and I couldn't.
Oh. Now I feel horrible for assuming and bringing up a painful subject. The structure is about 3 or 4 stories tall, and it doesn't take long for us to get to the top. I step out to the railing. Skylar runs to me and grabs my legs. I crouch down and lift her into my arms. I know she's really too big to hold like this, but she feels good there. Like she belongs with me. She points out at the sea.
Kiki, do you see that big rock?
Yeah?
It's called Seal Rock. If you look closely, it looks like a seal.
I squint at it and can see it. That's cool. She wiggles and I set her down.
Come here, there's more this way.
I follow her around the top of the lighthouse, and she shows me the docks and the buoys and the ice cream stand that isn't too far away. Then she grabs Micah's hand.
Let's play pirates. You stay up here and look out for us, okay?
Okay. I have no idea what playing pirates involves, but I can stay and be the lookout. Skylar and Micah disappear down the stairs. I stand at the railing and Tobias comes to my side. The noises of Micah and Skylar clomping down the steps grows softer until we can no longer hear them. I feel so bad for what I said earlier. I grip the railing and lower my gaze. I'm sorry I brought up something painful. He shifts beside me.
It's okay. You didn't know.
I made an assumption that people with money have easy lives and can do anything they want. Saying it out loud makes me cringe. Tobias shakes his head.
It's not like that.
I'm starting to understand. A breeze blows through my thin t-shirt. The sun is about to set and it's getting cooler out.
After my parents died, the money was a pressure, not a relief.
Tobias stares out over the ocean and swallows.
It was stifling.
I can't even imagine money being this way. I've lived my whole life without it. How so?
I was just a kid. I had no idea how to manage my parents' money. What if I spent it all? What if I lost what my parents and grandparents built up? I was terrified to touch it. But I had to. I had 3 younger siblings to take care of.
He runs a hand over his hair.
It was a nightmare.
I try to think how I would feel if I was suddenly in charge of money that was not my own. What did you do?
I read a lot of books and online articles on how to invest. I knew if I didn't invest the money, it would just dwindle away. I couldn't get a job, I had to take care of my siblings. So I learned by trial and error how to invest and grow the money that way.
I look at him, impressed with what he's done. Looks like that turned out well. He turns to me, his gaze meeting mine. His expression weighs down on me.
I still feel like the money isn't mine.
On impulse, I reach out and touch his hand. His skin is warm, and tingles zap up my fingers. I withdraw my hand. You've built up quite a business. I Googled you. You're very successful. He's a multi-millionaire. I'm not sure what he started with, but he's made the news quite a bit.
So you know my story since you Googled me. But you're a mystery.
He turns toward me, his gaze intense.
What's your story?
Chapter 6. Kiki Emerson. My mouth goes dry, and I struggle to breathe. Tobias looks at me like he can't figure me out. I shake my head. I don't have a story. I'm a pirate! Skylar calls up from below. Watch me, Kiki! Grateful for the distraction, I wave and lean over the railing. I'm watching! Skylar runs around the grassy area as Micah runs after her. They play chase for a minute, then Skylar jumps on a large rock by the shore. Tobias stiffens.
Don't climb on the rocks,
he calls.
It's not safe. Stay in the park.
Skylar obediently slides off the rock and runs toward the swings. Micah joins her and they both hop on. They compete to see who can go higher, but Micah has a huge advantage being so much bigger, so of course he wins. But he jumps off his swing and pushes Skylar. I love to see how much her uncle adores her. She's growing up surrounded by family, and that makes me happy. The clouds turn orange with the setting sun, and I gaze out at the ocean. What a great view. I can see why Skylar loves it here.
It is nice.
Tobias looks at me, his gaze hooded.
But you evaded my question. Everyone has a story. What brought you to Willow Shade?
I stare down at the railing. I was looking for someone. As soon as the words are out, I regret saying them. I can't tell him my story. Guilt rises in me, but I swallow it down. I'm doing this for Skylar. He raises his eyebrows.
Who?
A relative. I turn away. For some reason, I don't want to look at him while I lie. She's not here. He studies me a moment.
Why were you looking for her?
I shift, uncomfortable under his scrutiny. I guess I was seeking a connection. At least that's the truth. He nods and turns, facing the sunset.
I understand. Everyone needs connection. I'm sorry you didn't find it.
He slides his hands into his pockets.
You must have been searching for a while. It seems like you're down on your luck.
For some reason, tears prick at my eyes at how perceptive he is. Down on your luck is a nice way of saying I look like I'm 2 steps away from stealing a shopping cart and sleeping under a bridge. He's not wrong. Yes, I say quietly.
What happened?
He doesn't look at me, but I feel how intently he's waiting for my answer. I sigh, knowing what I'm about to say is embarrassing, but at least it's the truth. Before I came here, I was scammed. I pinch my lips together as emotion builds in me. Tobias exhales and his chin drops.
Wow, I'm so sorry. That's horrible. How much did you lose?
$2,000. It was half of what I'd saved up ever since I stop mid-sentence. I can't finish. I was going to say ever since I got out of jail. I swallow, trying to come up with a good lie.
Since you... what?
Since I started working in childcare. You know, childcare workers don't get paid a lot.
I figured.
I'd saved for almost 5 years. I seriously need to shut up now. I'm saying way too much. It's easy to get scammed when you're hiring shady people to do shady things. It's a miracle I finally found Skylar. It took the rest of my savings to do it. The sky is now a deep orange, with purple stretching overhead. The gentle lapping sound of the water hitting the rocks just adds to the atmosphere. I force a laugh. Wow, that was depressing. I sure know how to kill a conversation. He looks at me, his gray eyes darkening. His jaw works a moment before he speaks.
No, you didn't. I asked you to tell me your story.
Well, my story sucks. I laugh again, but he doesn't join in. Luckily, I met you. Now I'm living in a mansion making $500 a week. I think I've hit the jackpot. Tobias actually smiles at that, and my heart does a little flip. A drop of rain hits my arm, and I look up. Oh, you were right. It is going to rain. He peers down at Skylar and Micah on the swings.
They're having so much fun. I guess a little rain won't hurt them?
Another drop hits me, and I rub it, forgetting I have makeup on my arm. It reveals a smear of red from the bird tattoo on my right wrist. It looks like blood. Tobias lifts his eyebrows.
What's that?
I shift my arm. Nothing.
Are you hurt?
No.
Then let me see it.
I bump my fist on his shoulder. I'm fine, really, it's nothing. We'd better get going. I think it's going to pour soon. I head down the stairs before it can get more awkward. Tobias trails after me. I exit the lighthouse and call to the kids. Let's go! It's raining! Skylar hops off her swing and runs to me. Can we get ice cream? Micah grins as he joins us.
I vote yes.
He's at that awkward stage where his body is growing into manhood, but he still begs for ice cream. Please, Daddy, Skylar says, clasping her hands together.
Sure,
Tobias says. And I wonder about the popsicle incident and if he really watches Skylar's sugar all that much. We pile into the car and drive through the ice cream shack and get some treats. As Skylar licks her cone, I chance a look at my wrist. It's not too bad. You can only see a small tip of one wing. It's only noticeable because it's bright red. I hold it to my stomach as I eat my ice cream. Tobias pulls into the garage and cuts the engine. I excuse myself to run to the bathroom and fix the makeup on my wrist. I walk into the kitchen and Skylar finishes her treat. I clean her face with a washcloth and then she tugs me into the family room. Play Barbies with me. Okay. I sit on the floor beside her and she pulls out a tub filled with naked dolls and clothes. Tobias comes in the room. I expect him to sit on the couch, but he joins us on the floor. You can be Ken. Skylar gives the male doll to Tobias. She hands a doll to me, then grabs one for herself.
Let's go to the store to shop,
she says in the voice of her doll.
I'll have to get dressed first,
I say as I wiggle my naked doll. Skylar giggles.
Me too.
Don't I get clothes too?
Tobias says as he moves Ken. We dress our dolls and they go to the store. Ironically, we go to the store to buy more clothes. It's fun to see Tobias get into the role, playing with Skylar on her level. My heart fills with joy that she's had such an attentive father in her life. Tobias nudges me.
What's wrong?
I blink back tears. I hadn't even realized I was crying. Nothing. I quickly wipe at my face to get rid of any evidence that I was a total ball baby. He squints at me, and it seems like he's unhappy with my response, but he doesn't press me. We continue to play until Tobias glances at the clock.
Whoa, it's late,
he says to Skylar.
We have to do a quick bath and then bedtime.
Aww,
she complains.
5 more minutes.
No, we're late for bed. Clean-up time.
Tobias picks up the dolls and Skylar reluctantly joins in.
Can I have toys in the bath?
She holds her hands in a pleading manner. I can give her a bath. I jump in just in case Tobias was about to deny her of her toys.
Thanks,
he says as he continues to clean the toys off the floor. I grab Skylar's hand and take her upstairs. I get the bathtub ready with warm water and I dump the bucket of toys in. Skylar gets in the bath quickly and starts to show me all the bath toys. About 20 minutes later, Tobias sticks his head in the bathroom.
Time to come out.
Skylar objects, but I side with Tobias. I'm worn out. It's late, sweetie. Why don't you show me your pajamas? I bet you have cool ones.
They're bluey.
I have no idea what that means, but I nod and smile at her. Great! It takes another 20 minutes to get her dry, in pajamas, teeth brushed. She climbs into bed and I smooth her hair. My heart too full to speak. This is my amazing little girl. She is precious beyond belief. I can't believe she's right here, in front of me. When I take hold of my emotions, I kiss her forehead. Want me to read you a story?
Yes, the one without pictures.
I look at her bookshelf. Which one is that? Tobias enters the room.
She means this one.
He picks up a book titled The Book with No Pictures and hands it to me. He leans against the door jamb while I read the book to her. I get really into it and read it with voices, and she giggles at the funny parts. When I look up, even Tobias is grinning. Not a little half smile either. A full-on movie star smile, complete with one dimple on the left side, just like his little brother. I realize I'm not reading anymore, but just staring at Tobias when he waves a hand at me.
Don't mind me. Keep going.
I finish the book and kiss Skylar once more before I turn off her light and leave. Tobias joins me in the hallway.
I shouldn't have doubted you. You're great with kids.
My throat swells at the compliment. I open my mouth in fake shock. You doubted my skills? He chuckles.
A little, yeah?
I had no idea. I mean, it wasn't obvious or anything. I roll my eyes at him. He stops and looks at me.
I'm sorry. I misjudged you. I shouldn't have. You're obviously not what I first assumed.
And what was that?
I lift an eyebrow as a challenge.
I don't know.
His cheeks turn pink.
You do.
You're just too polite to say it. I head down the hall toward my room, but he grabs my arm.
I'm sorry,
he says again. His eyes search mine and something stirs in me. His sincerity burns through me.
You're obviously not fresh out of jail or anything. I was wrong.
I swallow, guilt surfacing in me. I'm an ex-con. He was right about me. Who am I to make him feel guilty for wanting to protect Skylar? It's okay, I whisper, wiggling out of his grasp. I enter my room, tears pricking my eyes. Tobias comes to the doorway.
Are you okay? I was trying to tell you how glad I am that I hired you, but it looks like I messed it all up.
I swallow back my guilt and wipe at my tears. I turn to him. I'm fine, really.
Are you hungry? Violet left some banana pudding in the fridge.
I shake my head even though I am hungry, and now all I want is banana pudding. No, thank you. He stares at me another moment before he nods.
All right. Good night, then.
Chapter 7.
Tobias Barrett. I messed up, and I feel terrible. I sit in the family room and stare at the television, even though I'm not really watching it. It's just noise. Am I really that judgmental? Was I totally out of line? Kiki is so good with Sky. I still can't get the image out of my head of her tenderly kissing her forehead after she read her a bedtime story. It was sweet, but also was hard for me to witness. Seeing Kiki do this just highlighted the fact that there's a massive mom-shaped hole in my daughter's life. I hear noise outside the house. It sounds like a motorcycle, but I don't know anyone who has one. I stand and walk to the front window. A man rides up the driveway and cuts the engine. He slides his helmet off and shakes his head. It's Levi. I narrow my eyes at him. Since when did he get a motorcycle? Doesn't he realize how dangerous those things are? Is that what he's been doing instead of going to classes? The front door opens and I stand there, my arms folded. Levi walks in sporting a leather jacket, a helmet under his arm. He's got a backpack slung over his shoulder. It looks like he's been lifting weights. He's filled out. Hey, he says, casually. I stand there, sizing him up. When I don't say anything, he lowers his head. I'm sorry. I couldn't finish the semester. Why not? I keep my voice down so I don't wake up Skylar, but it still comes across as sharp. He cringes. School just isn't for me. What do you mean it's not for you? I'm failing all my classes. There was no point continuing. I try not to get upset, but Levi has always had issues with applying himself. I pulled my hair out trying to get him through high school. After that, he jumped from one college to another. I thought maybe we'd found a good fit, but now he's given up. It's driving me absolutely crazy. You do realize you have to actually study to get good grades, right? He scrubs a hand over his face. I tried. I would have given anything to go to college, I say, trying to keep the emotion out of my voice. It's not Levi's fault I couldn't go. It's no one's fault. I chose to take on the responsibility of raising my brothers. I know, Levi says, hanging his head. I'm so upset, but it's hard for me to put it into words, so I change the subject. Did you trade in your car for a motorcycle? Yeah. He looks me in the eye. I figured it was my choice since I paid for it. It's dangerous. I don't want to lecture him. It's just coming out that way. Levi shifts his stance. Look, I'm tired. Can we talk about this tomorrow? I sigh. There's nothing I can really say. He's 22 now. He's more than capable of making adult choices. All right, I finally say. Get some sleep. I go back in the family room, but I don't feel like watching more TV, so I shut it off and head to bed myself, even though it's only 9:30. My parents always taught me how important having an education is. I didn't go to college. Noah only attended college for 2 years before he went into the police academy. Levi has now quit. Mom and Dad must be so disappointed in me. I change into my pajamas and brush my teeth. Sleep doesn't come, and I end up lying there listening to the sounds of the house. Living in an old home is interesting. There are all sorts of noises that go on. And most of the time, you can't put a name to them. I play Name That Sound for about 2 hours while I lie there, unable to get to sleep. They're all normal house-settling sounds, until a floorboard in the kitchen creaks and I freeze. I know that floorboard. It only makes noise when someone steps on it. My heart rate picks up speed, and I sit up in bed. I didn't hear anyone go down the stairs. All our bedrooms are on the 2nd floor, and everyone should be asleep now. Did someone get in the house? Did Levi forget to lock the door after he came in? I lean forward and listen. I hear footsteps, and then something clatter to the floor in the kitchen. I jump out of bed. Someone is downstairs. I grab the baseball bat I keep under my bed and creep out of my room, my heart in my throat. I don't hear any more noises as I slowly descend the stairs, but I know someone is there. I grip the bat tightly as I reach the bottom step. I walk through the family room to the archway that leads to the kitchen. A small light comes from the room and I raise the bat and enter. Someone has their head in the fridge. Wait, what? Why would someone break in to steal food? The floorboards creak with my step and Kiki spins around. Ah! She shrieks, cowering before me. I lower the baseball bat. What are you doing? Guilt floods her face. I wanted some of that banana pudding. I breathe out, setting the bat down on the counter. You scared me to death. So did you. You came at me with a baseball bat. I try not to laugh, but the situation seems so absurd a chuckle comes out anyway. I must be used to living with men who clomp down the stairs, or a 5-year-old who never goes anywhere quietly. I didn't hear Kiki sneak down at all. I would have only clobbered you if you were an intruder.
Thank goodness you can see in the dark.
She grabs a dish of the banana pudding already put in single-size servings. Her hair is pulled up in a messy bun, and she's wearing a tank top and boxer shorts, and a pink floral robe with long sleeves. It looks like it belongs to someone's grandmother. I'm fully aware of how close we're standing next to each other. I reach to grab a serving for myself, then walk over to the wall and flick on the light. Mind if I eat with you? She slides onto a bar stool and tugs down her sleeve.
I don't mind.
I open the drawer and take out 2 spoons, sliding one to her before sitting on a stool. You couldn't sleep either? She hesitates a moment.
Nope.
Is your room too hot? I can adjust the temperature. She shakes her head.
No, it's fine. It's just a new space and everything.
She drops her gaze.
New noises.
I nod. This house creaks something terrible.
I'll get used to it.
She digs into the pudding. As we eat, I peek at the sleeve she was tugging on. She concentrated on the pudding and doesn't seem to notice it's fallen back again. There's something red on her wrist where I thought I saw an injury before. She acted weird about it, so I don't want to bring it up. As she dips her spoon into the dish again, I get a better view of it, and I realize it's a tattoo. She eats her pudding, and I wonder why she would cover up her tattoo. I can't really see what it is. Is it inappropriate? I'm curious, but she doesn't want me to know, so I keep it to myself. Is the bed comfortable? I ask.
Yes.
She scrapes the bottom of the dish.
Your home is beautiful, and the sound of the sea outside my window is calming. I'm sure I'll fall asleep soon. I've just got a lot on my mind.
Like what? I don't mean to pry, but the words pop out anyway.
My relative. I can't stop thinking about her.
She sets the empty dish on the counter. It's obvious she doesn't want to open up to me, but my curiosity is too great to leave it alone. I assume this is a biological relative you've never met? I ask softly. She nods, staring down at the counter.
Yes.
She blinks, kind of like she's getting emotional. I wonder if she was adopted and she's looking for a biological mother. My heart goes out to her because I know how much I ache to be near my mother. It's impossible for me, but with the technology that we have today, not impossible for her. Maybe you'll have some luck soon. She doesn't look at me.
Maybe.
I know some people in the adoption agency I used. I could ask them some questions about finding a biological parent. I filed that thought away for later. I finish my pudding and pick up the 2 empty dishes, taking them to the sink. Skylar's really taken to you.
She's a precious little girl.
Kiki says it so quietly I barely hear her. She will run you ragged, though, so don't feel bad if you need a break. Kiki nods and slides off her stool.
Okay.
I've been curious. Is Kiki short for something? I lean against the sink. Kiki lowers her gaze.
Yes. Catherine.
Has anyone ever called you that? She wrinkles her nose.
No, I don't really like it. It sounds too stuffy for me.
No other nicknames? She leans on the back of the bar stool.
I decided in 6th grade I wanted everyone to call me Cat. I corrected everyone if they called me Kiki. I don't know why I thought Cat was so cool. That stuck for about a week before I got tired of it.
She laughs. That's funny. She smiles at me and my pulse jumps. Even with her messy bun and robe that looks like she got it from my grandmother's closet, I find her attractive, which is weird. I thought that piece of me died when Courtney took off. Not that I could act on those feelings. That would be totally inappropriate.
Thanks for the pudding,
she says. You're welcome. I turn to leave, but I stop short, remembering about Levi. I should tell you, my brother Levi came home tonight.
I heard a motorcycle. Was that him?
I rake my hand through my hair. Yes. She sizes me up.
And you don't like that he has a motorcycle.
I exhale. Not really. It's dangerous. She folds her arms, and I see a bit more of her tattoo. It looks swirly and intricate.
How did he get the money?
He traded in his car. I shrug, not wanting to get upset about it all over again. It's his choice, I just wish he would have thought it through a bit more.
If he drives carefully, it should be fine, right?
No one means to get into an accident. They just happen. The thought of Levi hitting the pavement in just his leather jacket makes me cringe.
True.
She puts her hand on my arm.
Maybe he could take a motorcycle driving course? I think they offer them at the college in Atlanta.
I lift my eyebrows. She's onto something. I'd feel better if he did that. That's a good idea. She smiles.
Thanks. Don't be too hard on him. He's just displaying some independence.
I'm trying. I rub my forehead. Levi's a great guy. He's just a bit spontaneous and a huge flirt. But Kiki gave me a great suggestion. I look at her and realize, in the short time she's been with us, she's helped me more with my brothers than Courtney ever did.
Chapter 8. Kiki Emerson. I wake to the smell of something wonderful downstairs. Skylar's cute voice rings through the house, so I know she's already awake. I rush to the shower and get ready so Tobias doesn't think I'm slacking. By the time I'm ready, it's already after 8. As I descend the stairs, Noah enters the house. Seeing a police officer still gives me a heart attack, but at least I know he's Tobias's brother now. The first time I saw him, I thought he was there to arrest me. He looks like he's been through the ringer, his hair mussed and his shoulders slumped. You okay? I ask as I reach the bottom step. Noah shakes his head.
Tough night. We had a domestic violence call that became a hostage situation. It was rough.
I suck in a breath. Oh no, I'm so sorry.
It worked out. I'm just home late. I'm exhausted, but too keyed up to sleep.
He lifts his head.
What's that smell?
I was just going to see what Violet is making. It smells divine. Noah falls into step beside me, and we enter the kitchen. Only it's not Violet at the oven. It's the last Barrett brother, Levi. He turns around.
Hey, Noah,
he says. Then his gaze falls to me. He tips an imaginary hat.
Hello, ma'am. You must be the nanny.
Bless their southern charm. I stick out my hand. I'm Kiki. He wipes his hand on a towel and grips mine.
Levi.
His hair is lighter than Noah's, with a little curl to it. He's got a boyish smile, but the rest of him is muscular, and he is definitely another heartbreaker. Why are all the Barrett men so handsome? Their parents must have been beautiful.
What are you making?
Noah asks.
Biscuit muffins. They should be cool now. Want some?
Levi grabs a plate full of the muffins and passes it to Noah. We each grab one. I take a bite, and it's buttery biscuit heaven. I can hardly believe it. These are delicious. I motion to Levi. You made these? He nods.
I love fresh biscuits, but they're time-consuming, so I made up a recipe for biscuit muffins. I cut the time down in half. I played with the recipe until I really liked it.
You should sell these. They'd fly off the shelves. I take another bite and lean against the counter.
The kitchen is large for an older house, with an island in the middle complete with bar stools. Everything looks updated and modern.
Yeah, bro. These are your best creations yet.
Noah takes another one and sits down on a bar stool. You bake a lot? I ask. Levi shrugs.
I mess around a lot. It's not really anything. You should taste his chocolate chip fudge cupcakes. Divine.
Noah says between bites. Skylar runs into the kitchen, still in her pajamas, a wide smile on her face. Uncle Levi, you have to see this!
What is it?
He follows her. Bluey, come see the TV! Skylar grabs his hand and tugs him out of the room. I chuckle and take the last bite of my biscuit. I hope you can get some sleep. Noah nods.
Me too.
I follow Skylar and Levi into the family room. Skylar points to the television, then hops around like a grasshopper when Levi tries to tickle her. Uncle Levi! Uncle Levi! Skylar shouts as she evades him. I think she missed you while you were at school, I say as I sit down on the couch, folding my legs under me.
I think she ate silly pie for breakfast,
Levi says. I didn't eat silly pie. I didn't eat anything yet. Skylar giggles and runs away from Levi. Didn't Violet feed you breakfast? I start to worry this was my job, and I slacked off. No, Skylar says simply.
I haven't seen Violet yet.
Levi looks at his watch.
What time does she usually come?
I shrug because I don't know these things. Tobias enters the room, buttoning his cuffs.
Violet's not here?
No. I take in his worried look and it makes my stomach clench.
I'll give her a call.
Tobias pulls out his cell and swipes across the screen. He holds it to his ear for a minute, frowning.
She's not answering.
What time does she usually come? I ask.
8 o'clock.
Tobias checks his watch.
She's almost a half hour late. This isn't like her at all.
I chew my bottom lip, having flashbacks when my grandmother was late to babysit me and my sister. That didn't turn out well. My stomach grows cold. Try calling again. As Tobias calls a second time, I walk through the house to the front door to see if she's pulling up. I glance out of the glass in the door, and I see Violet lying on the sidewalk. She's outside! Come quickly! I open the door and race outside as memories of finding my grandmother dead in her bedroom come to me, and my chest constricts. Tobias joins me outside along with Noah, who crouches down beside Violet.
Violet?
Noah asks as he assesses the wound on her head. She must have hit the sidewalk. My vision starts to swim as she lies there, unresponsive. No, not again. I can't have another dead woman's image seared into my brain. I try to look away, but I can't. I don't see Violet anymore. I see my grandmother. Noah presses his fingers to her neck.
She's alive,
he says.
Kiki, go back inside and keep Skylar away, okay?
Tobias says. I nod, my ears ringing. I walk back inside, my heart in my throat. Skylar can't see Violet outside like that. It would traumatize her for life. I go into the family room, and luckily Skylar's still in there watching television with Levi.
What's going on?
Levi asks. I sit down next to Levi. She collapsed outside, I say, my voice low so Skylar doesn't hear. Levi stands up.
I'll go see if I can help.
I nod and move so I'm sitting next to Skylar, my fingers trembling. Skylar dances to whatever song is on the television. I'm glad she's too young to understand there's an emergency outside. She doesn't need to deal with that. I watch her childlike innocence. I try not to think about my grandmother, but the image of her lying on her bedroom floor keeps invading my mind. The room feels too small, and the walls press in on me. I try to focus on something else, anything else. The dog on the television, the cute way Skylar is moving her feet to the music. Nothing seems to help, and I have a hard time breathing. Tobias comes into the room and I stand. Bad decision. The room spins and I have to take in a gulp of air. "How is she?" I say, my voice low.
She's come to and is talking with Noah, but her words are slurring. We called an ambulance.
He stares at me.
What's wrong? You don't look good.
"I'm fine," I say, but the room spins again and I bend over so I don't faint.
You're not fine.
He grabs my arm.
What's going on?
"It's too hot in here." Tobias guides me to the couch.
Sit down.
I obey.
I'll be right back.
He leaves, and a moment later he comes back with a glass of ice water.
Drink this,
he says as he sits next to me. I grab the ice water, wrapping my fingers around the cool glass, and take a sip. It does help, so I gulp some more. "Thanks."
Take some deep breaths.
He presses his hand on my back, rubbing in small circles. I try to do as he says, but it's hard to breathe. The more he touches me, the more my focus turns to that, and the image of my grandmother slowly fades from my vision.
How are you doing?
He asks after a few moments. "Better." Skylar comes over to me on the couch.
Kiki, can I watch another Bluey?
Sure,
Tobias says, grabbing the remote. He clicks and turns on another episode. When Skylar is preoccupied, he turns back to me.
What happened?
Embarrassment floods over me. "It's nothing, really,"
Kiki?
he says softly, and I raise my gaze to his. He's looking at me so intently, I feel like I owe him an explanation. Finding Violet outside reminded me of when my grandmother died. I was the one that found her. My throat closes up again. I haven't told very many people about that day.
Oh, Kiki, I'm so sorry.
Tobias pats my back. "It's okay, really. The situation just brought back some memories that startled me. I guess I didn't realize how much trauma I had buried from that day. I mean, I know it was a terrible day, but it must have given me PTSD or something." I take another sip of the water. It's cool going down my throat, and it helps soothe me.
Violet's going to be fine,
Tobias says, swallowing hard, and I have to wonder if he's saying that to comfort me or to convince himself. The sound of an ambulance siren wails in the distance, and we sit and listen as it grows louder. Skylar notices and starts to walk out of the family room toward the front of the house. I grab her and pull her to me. "Hey, did you ever hear about the tickle monster?" I tickle her stomach and she bursts out in a fit of laughter. When I set her down, she runs back from me, giggling. "Get me, Kiki!" I reach my arms out as if I could catch her. She runs toward me until I scoop her up in my arms and tickle her again. Tobias pats my arm.
Are you feeling better?
His voice is sincere, and something about that makes me emotional. It's been a long time since anyone really cared about me. Yes. Skylar plays Evade the Tickle Monster with me as Tobias sits and watches us. After a moment, his gaze flicks to the doorway and I can see the worry etched on his features. I feel terrible for being so unaware of how all of this made him feel. I touch his arm lightly. His skin is warm through his white shirt. She's worked for you for a long time, right?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. He shakes his head.
She'll be fine.
Does this remind you of when... I stop. That's way too personal to ask. Never mind. He closes his eyes a moment.
No, it's not the same at all. My parents died in a car accident. I was at school when I got the news.
Noah enters the room and Tobias and I stand. He looks exhausted.
She's on her way to the hospital. They think it might have been a stroke, but have to assess her at the hospital.
Will she be all right? I ask.
They think so. It could have been a lot worse.
Noah rakes his hand through his hair, which looks like he's been doing a lot because it sticks up at odd angles. I can make us dinner tonight, I say, trying to be helpful. Tobias glances at me.
I don't want to make you do that.
I don't mind.
Are you sure?
Tobias gives me a pained look.
I don't want to impose.
I make a really good chili.
Sounds delicious.
Noah says.
Save some for me.
I will. You'd better get some sleep, I say to Noah. You look like you're going to fall over. He nods.
Okay.
I want to say something else to Tobias, to console him somehow, but the words stick in my throat. Who am I to say anything? We're not close, and I can't pretend to be. I know I'm living on borrowed time. At some point, I'm going to have to leave before Tobias finds out who I really am. Chapter 9. Kiki Emerson. I try to calm myself as I watch Skylar eat some cereal. Tobias is in his office with the door closed. Noah went to bed, and Levi is cleaning the kitchen. I do my best to push all thoughts of the day my grandmother died out of my head. This is a totally different situation, and as I watch Skylar eat, I start to feel better. After Skylar finishes, I get her dressed in a cute tank top and shorts, which mirrors my own outfit, and we go outside. Skylar grabs a pail and shovel.
Can we go play with the sand on the beach?
Sure. I walk with her down the slope to where the backyard turns into beach. A light breeze blows and I sit down next to her.
Can I bury you in the sand?
I laugh. If you want to.
Yes, lay down.
Skylar starts to scoop up sand and put it on my feet. It tickles as it goes between my toes. What happens if you bury me and then I can't stand up? Skylar giggles.
Then you'll be trapped.
I lie down and wiggle my fingers down where it's cooler. I guess you'll have to come bring me food and water then, huh?
Don't worry, I'll feed you.
She continues to scoop sand onto me.
You just tell me when you're hungry.
Okay. I smile to myself as she buries my feet in 2 mounds. What kind of food can you cook?
I can make you sandwiches.
Peanut butter and jelly?
Yes, and banana.
Banana sandwiches? I wrinkle my nose. Skylar laughs.
No, peanut butter, jelly, and banana.
Ew, gross. She laughs harder.
It's good.
Really? It sounds disgusting. I make a face and her giggles cascade over me like a waterfall.
I'll make you eat it. You'll be trapped.
I stick out my tongue and shake my head.
Blech.
She laughs so hard I think she's going to fall over. I love her laugh. It's precious and so innocent. My heart grows in my chest as we play this game of me saying it's disgusting and her insisting that I eat it.
What are you going to eat?
Tobias's voice comes from up the hill, and I scan the grass until I see him appear.
Daddy!
Skylar jumps up and runs to him.
Kiki thinks peanut butter, jelly, and banana sandwiches are gross. I'm burying her in the sand, and I'm gonna make her eat them.
He raises his eyebrows.
You're going to force feed her?
She'll be trapped, Daddy.
I wiggle my toes and the sand falls off them. Tobias laughs and plops down next to Skylar.
I think we need to get more sand on her if you're hoping to trap her.
Yes! Help me, Daddy. Let's bury Kiki.
Hey, wait a minute, I say, but Tobias is already shoving large quantities onto my legs. It's warm from the sun and feels like I'm at the spa getting some kind of beach treatment done.
Stay still,
Tobias says.
We can't have you wiggling all the sand off before we bury you.
Right!
Skylar claps her hands.
More, Daddy, more!
I watch for a minute as Tobias gets serious about burying me. He pushes and mounds the sand over my feet and legs, getting up to my knees. He looks out of place in his dress pants and white shirt playing on the beach. Wait, I say as he shoves a huge mound onto me. Are you really going to trap me? I pretend to be scared. Skylar jumps and squeals.
Bury her, Daddy!
Tobias doesn't answer. He just continues to push more sand on me until my legs are buried. He grabs the bucket and starts scooping on my midsection.
I think we'll have her buried in a few minutes.
Skylar giggles and helps push more on my middle.
Get over there, Daddy!
I lift my head a little. What if I have to use the bathroom? Tobias shakes his head slowly, his expression grave.
You should have thought of that before all of this started.
I lie back down and resign myself to being completely buried. Tobias shovels more on me as Skylar encourages him and laughs when I make small protests. When I'm completely covered except for my head, I blow out a breath. Now what?
Now we make peanut butter, jelly, and banana sandwiches.
No, not that. I shake my head, careful not to shake the powdery sand off myself.
Yes!
Skylar laughs as she tugs on Tobias's hand.
Let's go make them, Daddy.
We probably shouldn't leave poor Miss Kiki trapped here,
he says as he scratches his head.
She might get too hot in the sun. Maybe we should dig her out, and then together we can make the sandwiches for lunch.
Okay.
Skylar takes her little shovel and starts to dig the sand off me. As she works, Tobias comes closer to me.
I wanted to let you know I called the hospital. They confirmed that Violet had a stroke. They're still testing to see how severe it was, but it was good that you found her as quickly as you did.
Relief fills my chest. I'm glad.
Me too.
Skylar digs my arm out, and I bend my knees to get the sand off them, too. Tobias extends his hand.
Here.
I grab his hand, and he pulls me to my feet. He doesn't let go of my hand right away, and I wonder if he feels the same electric current that's running through me from his touch. I take a step back, and he lets his hand drop.
You've got a little something,
he says, trying not to laugh, pointing to the entirety of my body. He's right. I'm covered in sand. I brush it off as best as I can, but I'm pretty much a mess. I laugh. Yeah, thanks for that.
Come on,
he says, heading toward the house.
I'll hose you off.
I shake my head. No way! I brush more at my clothes. I'm fine. His eyes widen. I have no idea why that makes him look even more handsome, but somehow it does.
You'll get it all over my house.
Yes, he does look like someone who cares about sand in his house. I shrug. Should have thought of that before burying me, huh? He takes off toward the house, and before I know it, he's got the hose sprayer pointed at me. He twists the knob, turning on the water, but he hasn't squeezed the sprayer yet, so nothing shoots out.
Come here.
He motions to me. Skylar squeals. Sprayer, Daddy! Traitor! I say to Skylar as I back away from him. Skylar thinks this is immensely funny. Get her!
It's getting warm out,
he calls.
I bet it'll feel good.
I hedge, calculating my chances of getting past him without getting wet. They're not good. Don't you dare! Do it! Skylar runs in front of me, and Tobias obeys, letting a spray of water out on us both. Skylar screams and zigzags in front of the water. He's far enough away that I don't get very wet, but still, I remember my tattoo covered in foundation, and I move my arm behind my back. Tobias gives me a look like he noticed my arm and is silently asking me about it. I run out of his line of fire while Skylar continues to run through the water, squealing and giggling. As Tobias focuses on Skylar, I walk to his side, fairly sure he won't spray me up close. I fold my arms. You have more of a sense of humor than I originally thought. He raises his eyebrows at me.
You thought I didn't have one?
It's not that. I shouldn't have said anything. Now I have to get out of telling him I thought he was too stuffy. Luckily, Skylar screams and distracts him. He shuts off the spray of water, but then Skylar waves her hands and yells, "Spray me more!"
All right,
he calls to her. Well, this is your whole life now, being Skylar's personal sprinkler system. He laughs, his dimple warming my insides. He's handsome when he's not smiling. When he is, the whole world tilts and I have trouble breathing.
You're not kidding.
He shoots the water up so it rains down on Skylar. I can take over if you have work to do. I'm silently asking him why he's out here playing with Skylar when he's hired me to do that job.
It's okay. I couldn't concentrate with everything that happened with Violet this morning.
He gives me a side eye.
You sure you don't want me to spray that sand off you?
I'm pretty sure I'm capable of getting cleaned off by myself. To prove it, I wipe sand off my arms and legs.
That's too bad,
Tobias says under his breath, and I blush. Did he just flirt with me? I stare at him, but he doesn't look like he said anything, and I wonder if I'm losing my mind. Chapter 10.
Tobias Barrett. Kiki is staring at me, and I can't believe I just said what I did. I pray she didn't fully hear me. That was so inappropriate. I have no idea what came over me. So, how old were you when your grandmother died? I cringe. Way to change the subject. Next, I should ask about her failure to find her biological mother. I'm sure that would be another great subject to bring up. Sorry, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
No, it's fine. I was 11. My grandmother used to watch me and my sister after school when both my parents were working. She only lived a block away.
Kiki brushes sand off her tank top. She's acting like it's no big deal, but the way her eyes mist up tell me her emotions are running high. Today must have brought back a lot of unwanted memories. I'm sorry. I shoot her a sympathetic look.
Yes,
she says quietly.
it did.
How did your grandmother pass? I just can't stop with the fantastic questions today.
Heart attack.
Sounds like you were close. I wiggle the sprayer and Skylar giggles as she tries to run to catch the water.
She was like a mother to me. My parents did the best they could, but they didn't go to college. They both had to work full-time just to pay the bills.
Kiki frowns and I try to figure out what she's thinking. Are you close with your parents? She blinks and her expression hardens.
They disowned me.
Really? She raises a hand.
In their defense, I did some pretty terrible things.
She clenches her jaw, and I wonder if she's going to elaborate. She doesn't. Oh? I ask, hoping to prompt more from her. Not that I think she would ever do anything to hurt Skylar, but I'm curious what happened in her past.
They told me they were done with me and to never contact them again.
Her voice turns soft.
I obliged.
How old were you?
18.
The hurt is evident in her voice, and I scramble to think of something supportive to say. Maybe they'll come around. She shakes her head.
I did things they can never forgive me for. They never want to see me again.
I grow too curious not to ask. What happened? She pinches her lips together like she's regretting this conversation. She shrugs and averts her gaze.
I was young and stupid.
That could mean all kinds of things. Still, I deserve that because I was being nosy. If she doesn't want to tell me, that's her prerogative. I understand. Skylar wanders over to the play area, finally done with running through the water. I shut off the hose and motion to her. Come on inside, I'll get you a towel and we can make those sandwiches. Kiki makes a face.
You're not really going to make me eat peanut butter jelly and banana sandwiches, right?
Hey, I used to eat them as a kid. They're Skylar's favorite. Don't judge before you try them. She brushes the last of the sand off her clothes.
All right, I'll try a bite.
Skylar runs up to me. Water drips from her hair and sticks to her eyelashes.
This was fun! I'm glad you had fun. Let's go get you dry.
Kiki takes Skylar's hand, and I love how my little girl looks up at her. Like she's the greatest thing since the invention of the garden hose. Kiki really is a great nanny for her. I trail along behind them as they enter the house. I grab a towel from the laundry room and hand it to Kiki. She rubs it over Skylar, then wraps her up in it and picks her up. hugging her to her chest. I go into the kitchen to get the bread out. I make the sandwiches, and Kiki comes in with Skylar when I'm almost finished. Kiki's cleaned Skylar and herself up. I slice through the middle of Skylar's sandwich and hand the plate to Kiki. She sets the plate down on the counter and lifts Skylar onto the bar stool.
Here you go. Your disgusting sandwich is ready.
Skylar laughs.
It's good.
She lifts one triangle.
Try it, Kiki.
Don't worry, I made her one. I set the plate in front of Kiki as she slides onto a bar stool.
All right. Here goes nothing.
She picks up one triangle and bites into it. Skylar and I watch her intently as she chews. Well? I ask. She sets the sandwich down and folds her hands into her lap.
It has some fruity notes to it, with an underlying nutty flavor that combines well with the light and airy brioche.
Skylar looks confused. I can't help but laugh. I think that means she likes it, I say to Skylar. She giggles because I'm laughing and nods.
Yes, she likes it!
Kiki smiles and boops Skylar's nose. I'm shocked, but it's good. After our lunch, I hide myself away in my office. I have emails to answer, and I have to do something about the art gallery that's failing. I spend the next 3 hours working on my computer while I listen to Kiki and Skylar playing in the other room. When the noises stop, I get up and walk into the family room. They're no longer in there. I find Kiki and Skylar in the kitchen. Kiki is stirring a pot of chili, and Skylar is sitting on the counter. Kiki hands Skylar a small measuring scoop and the bottle of cumin.
Measure out 1 scoop.
I lean against the door jamb and watch as Skylar carefully measures out 1 spoonful, scraping the mound off. I assume Kiki taught her that. Kiki lifts the pots and brings it close to Skylar so she can pour her cumin into the mixture.
Great job!
Kiki stirs it in. Kiki continues to hand Skylar measuring spoons and different ingredients. My heart swells watching them together. Skylar hasn't had this kind of attention from a woman ever. She's never had a mother figure in her life. Not after Courtney left. Sure, Violet helped me watch her, but Violet was so particular in the kitchen she would never let Skylar help cook. Violet was kind to Sky, but watching Kiki with her stirs up emotions in me. Kiki is showing love to Skylar, which is different from being kind. Kiki glances at the door and nods at me.
You done with your work?
I exhale. For today. She lifts one eyebrow.
Things not going well?
It's just the gallery. I push off the door jamb and enter the kitchen. Did Josephine and Ellie tell you about it?
Josephine did say something about running an art gallery. Is it having trouble?
Kiki grabs a spoon and dips it into the pot. It's losing money each month. I slide onto the stool next to Skylar, who is now spinning back and forth, bored with our conversation.
What do you need to do about it?
She cups her hand under the spoon and brings it to me to taste. I open my mouth and she feeds me the chili. There's something intimate about it, and it makes my stomach feel fluttery. It's good, I say. She looks at me, waiting for me to answer her question. I need to either bring in more traffic or shut the gallery down. But I don't want to shut it down, so I guess I have to figure out a way to make it profitable. Just how to do that, I have no idea. That's not my expertise. Kiki picks up the large spoon and stirs the chili again.
What ideas have you tried so far?
We had a grand opening sale. We had several local artists at the gallery, and we served hors d'oeuvres. That night was good, but then the crowds dwindled.
That's all you've done?
Kiki frowns.
I mean, that was a great opening idea.
I laugh and shake my head. Yeah, you're right. We have to do something else. I'm just not in that world at all. I have no idea what to do.
I'll brainstorm with you. I bet we can come up with some good ideas, and tomorrow I can talk to Ellie about it. I'll be quilting with her.
I lean on the counter, touch that Kiki would want to help me with the gallery. She has no investment in it. That would be great. Levi enters the kitchen and walks around the island to the stove. What are you making? It smells great.
It's just chili.
Kiki grabs a spoon and scoops up a portion. Levi grins as she carries the spoon to his mouth. That's delicious, Levi says, licking his lips. Just the right amount of heat, but also a sweet aftertaste. He smiles at her and it irks me. He shouldn't flirt with her like that. Kiki seems pleased with his assessment, and now I feel terrible for just saying it was good. But I can't go back and amend my comment because that would be stupid.
It was my grandmother's recipe,
Kiki says. And now I feel even worse. I know how close she was with her grandmother. I did think it had special flavors. I say like the lamest lame guy in all of Lametown. Even though what I said was dumb, she gives me a bright smile anyway.
Thanks.
Skylar climbs off her stool.
Can I watch Bluey?
We're going to eat soon. How about after dinner? I say.
Okay.
She leaves the room, and I suspect there will be naked Barbies on the floor of the family room soon. Kiki turns off the burner.
I can set the table.
I stand. I'll help. Levi opens a cupboard and grabs some bowls. Me too. I don't know why, but that irritates me as well.
Chapter 11.
Tobias Barrett. I finished putting the dishes in the dishwasher and turned to see Noah entering. His shift started a half hour ago. Hey, something wrong? I forgot my phone. Oh. I grabbed the rag to clean the counter. Hey, while I'm thinking about it, did you install those cameras? They'll arrive tomorrow. Okay. I shouldn't still be suspicious of Kiki, but there's a little part of me that is. And when I get her social, will you do background check? All right. He claps me on my shoulder before heading up the stairs to get his phone. I wipe the counters and go upstairs. I walk into Skylar's bedroom and sit on the end of her bed. Kiki's lying next to her reading her bedtime story. This is the second night in a row that Skylar has had Kiki read to her instead of me. I'm glad she's bonding so well with Kiki, but a part of me feels jealous that Kiki gets to share that with Skylar. I mentally shake my head. That's insane. I hired a nanny because I couldn't do it all myself, and now I'm jealous that the nanny is doing what I hired her to do. I should be seeing a therapist. The story ends and Skylar looks up at Kiki. Her brown hair curls at the ends, perfectly framing her adorable 5-year-old face. A light smattering of freckles adorns her tiny nose and cheeks. She places her hand on Kiki's arm.
Will you read to me every night?
Of course. Kiki smiles at her.
In the funny voices?
Yes. Kiki nods.
And you won't leave?
Skylar's eyes are wide as she stares at Kiki. My heart jumps into my throat. Skylar was too young when Courtney left to really remember her. She's only asked about her a few times. I always tell her that her mother loves her but couldn't stay here with us. She had to leave. And now I'm wondering if that was the wrong thing to say. My mouth goes dry as I worry I've scarred my daughter. Kiki swallows and it looks like she's getting emotional. I can't quite tell if it's because she feels bad for Skylar not having a mother or if it's for another reason. Instead of answering her question, Kiki kisses the top of her head.
I'm here right now,
she says, her voice froggy.
Will you be here tomorrow?
Yes.
And forever?
Kiki wipes at her cheek. She's crying. Why is she crying? I don't like it. I stand and walk around the bed, ruffling Skylar's hair. She'll be here tomorrow and the next day. She's a nanny. Now, it's time to sleep. I kiss Skylar goodnight. Kiki slips out of the bedroom and I finish tucking Skylar in before turning out the light and leaving. Kiki's not in the hallway. I walk toward the stairs and see her standing just inside her bedroom. The door is cracked and I can see her hunched over, her hand on her face. Kiki? I ask quietly. She jerks toward me, wiping at her cheeks. What? You okay? She takes hold of the door like she's using it to steady herself.
Yeah.
It's obvious she's not okay, but I have no idea what to do. I want to fix it somehow, but I can't fix it if I don't know why she's upset. I hope it wasn't anything I did. What's wrong?
It's nothing, really. I've just had an emotional day.
She lowers her gaze. Of course, she's still upset about Violet. Want me to make you a cup of herbal tea? She lets out a small laugh.
I can make herbal tea.
I know. I'm not sure what to say. I wasn't really asking if she wanted me to make her tea. I was trying to see if she wanted to come talk to me. But now I feel awkward saying that out loud, so I just stand there.
Yes, I'll take some tea,
she finally says, hugging her arms. Come on, I'll show you the selection. We head downstairs and enter the kitchen. I pull out the box with all the teas and she sorts through them, picking out a raspberry mint one. I choose a vanilla honey one and grab 2 mugs. I fill the tea kettle and set it on the electric base. What's your life's ambition? I ask, trying to fill the silence as we wait for the water to heat. She shrugs.
I don't have one.
I take a step back, surprised. None? A blush graces her cheeks.
I mean, nothing grand.
All right, I say, letting out a chuckle. Maybe I phrased that wrong. What do you want to be when you grow up? She stares at the kitchen floor.
My goals aren't anything special.
They don't have to be special. My goals are to not spend all my parents' money and make sure my brothers don't end up in jail. I smile at my joke, but she just stands there, her face pale. I nudge her shoulder. If you could do anything, what would you do? The tea kettle lets us know it's ready, and I grab it, pouring the hot water into the 2 mugs. Kiki grabs her mug and holds it in both hands, still not answering me. The silence turns awkward. I figure she doesn't want to share, so I change the subject. Do you want to go sit outside?
Sure.
I lead her to the back porch. She goes to the porch swing.
That's so quaint.
Go ahead. I motion for her to sit. She sits, then pats the seat next to her.
You can sit here, if you want. I won't bite.
I sit down next to her, chuckling. Isn't that what grandpas say?
Maybe.
She laughs and the awkwardness from earlier evaporates. An awning spans above us with small white lights. It's almost twilight. The tide is coming in and the gentle lapping of the waves is relaxing. She leans back and stretches out her legs, making the swing rock.
This is nice.
I used to sit out here with Courtney. I clench my jaw. Why did that come out of my mouth? What's wrong with me?
What happened between you, if you don't mind me asking?
She gives me a side-eye glance as she sips her tea. A breeze blows off the water and it feels nice. I look at my lap. We were too young. We never should have gotten married. I thought I was ready. I'd already taken on the task of raising my brothers. I thought having a wife would mean having one more person on my team, but it wasn't that way at all. She peers at me.
How so?
I shake my head. She wasn't mature enough for all the responsibility.
Why did you adopt?
I lift my gaze to her face. Had I told Kiki I adopted Skylar? I was pretty sure I hadn't. Maybe one of my brothers mentioned it. That had to be it. Courtney wanted a little girl. She said there was too much testosterone in the house. She can't have kids, so we turned to adoption. I thought it would bring us closer. Kiki leans forward, gripping the edge of the swing.
But that's not what happened.
No. She liked playing dress-up with Skylar, but she didn't want any of the work. When Skylar was 6 months old, Courtney had a meltdown and left the island. Just took off. I had no idea where she was. I was only 24 years old. I was raising my brothers and had a 6-month-old to care for. My fingers tremble at the memory. I grip my mug tighter.
That's terrible. Did she come back?
She did, 12 days later. I clench my jaw, remembering the way she looked walking in, like nothing had happened. She came in and asked when dinner would be. I just stared at her. I'd been worried sick. I'd called the police and everything. I couldn't believe she could do such a thing.
Wow.
Kiki took another sip of her tea. We got divorced 4 months later. I stare down at the dark liquid in my mug, remembering how alone I felt. And scared. Skylar was so tiny and had no one to depend on but me. It was almost as bad as the time right after my parents died. Almost. Kiki placed her hand on my leg.
That had to have been difficult.
Yes. I look at her hand on my knee and notice the makeup on her wrist. I motion to her hand, too curious about it to pretend I haven't seen it anymore. Why do you cover your tattoo with makeup? She jerks her hand to her chest and stares at me.
You can tell?
Sorry, it's kind of obvious. She slowly lowers her arm and peers down at her wrist.
I couldn't afford the waterproof makeup.
But why cover it up? Am I being too nosy? I feel like it, but yet I don't want to take it back either. I really want to know.
It's just very personal, and I thought you might...
She stops short, like she said too much. I might what?
Judge me,
she says, her gaze lowered. I shake my head. I wouldn't judge you, I say quickly, even though my own words slap me in the face. I'd called her a streetwalker and a drug dealer. Heat rises up my neck. I wasn't nice to her when we first met. I'd been a jerk. I won't judge you, I repeat, regretting my earlier assumptions of her and resolving not to do it anymore. She holds her mug with both hands.
I want to be a mother,
she says, her voice barely audible. What? I say, not understanding.
You asked what I wanted to be? What my life's ambition is? That's it. All I want to be is a mother.
She looks out at the ocean and swallows back emotion. For some reason, this makes my own throat tight. That's a noble goal.
Growing up, everyone would ask what I wanted to be when I grew up. All my classmates would say doctor or teacher, but I never wanted anything else. I always knew my calling. I wanted to be a mother. The kind that would be there for her child.
Kiki stops pushing the swing and doesn't meet my gaze. She blinks, and I know she's trying hard to hold it together, but I don't understand. She'd make a great mother. She's young and has her whole life ahead of her. Why would she think she can't fulfill her dreams? I clear my throat as I try to think of something to say. Can I see it? She looks up at me, confusion on her brow. Your tattoo, I mean. I point to her wrist, even though it's obvious where it is. She stares at me a moment.
Why?
I'm curious. And I want to get to know Kiki better. She's living with us, after all, taking care of my daughter. And there's something compelling about her that I can't put my finger on.
All right,
she says slowly. She stands up and goes into the house. I hadn't meant right that moment, but I'm glad that she's willing to share something like that with me. A tattoo didn't seem like a big deal, but she wants to guard it for some reason. The sun slips below the horizon and I finish my tea. I set the cup on the table as Kiki comes back to the porch swing. She sits beside me and places her wrist on my leg. An intricate phoenix with red and orange wings stretches across her wrist and up the inside of her arm. I gingerly touch one wing. She sucks in a breath but doesn't pull away from me. It's beautiful, I say.
Thanks.
I slowly cradle her hand in mine and bring the tattoo closer to examine it. I trace along the bird's body with my finger. Her skin is soft and warm, and touching her makes my heart do funny things in my chest. Then I notice the phoenix is crying. I lightly touch the teardrop. What does it mean? I wasn't going to ask, but the words came out anyway. She shifts on the swing. The breeze catches her scent and the familiar smell of lilac mixed with the ocean reaches me. She looks at me, her expression hard to read.
If I tell you, I'll have to kill you. Chapter 12. Kiki Emerson. Tobias lets out a belly laugh, and it's so delightful that I swear an angel somewhere got their wings.
You're hysterical,
he says, his voice smooth and low. It flows over me, warming my insides as the contact with his skin electrifies me. This man is seriously affecting me. I smirk at him. That's top secret information. He continues to trace my tattoo with his finger, and his touch feels so good, I'm about ready to die and go to heaven. It's what Christmas morning would feel like if it were able to caress my skin. I'm hyper aware of him sitting next to me, holding the back of my hand, and every movement he's making, it's quite sensual. Even his breathing is sexy.
What do I have to do to get that information?
His voice has a teasing tone, but I can sense the underlying question. The one he isn't asking. The one tentatively probing if I would open up to him. The problem is, I can't tell him what it means. He wouldn't let me near Skylar again if I did. You don't want to know what you'd have to do, I tease. I pull my arm back from him, but I instantly regret it. I want more Christmas caresses, but it would be awkward to change my mind. So I hug my arms to myself and live with my poor decision. A faint tune comes from somewhere above us, and I look up past the white lights to a bedroom light that's shining. It sounds like someone playing a guitar. What's that?
Micah, probably.
I nod, remembering he'd said he wanted recording equipment. A voice joins in the mix and I gape at Tobias. He sings?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Wow. I shift in my seat trying to hear the song, but I can't make it out. I thought he was gaming or something. I didn't know he was posting songs on YouTube. Tobias frowns. What? I nudge him when he doesn't answer right away. He stiffens.
I just don't like him posting stuff on the internet.
I'm sure you've taught him internet safety, right? I eye him skeptically.
Of course.
He sighs.
I just don't like that he wants to become a YouTuber. That's so...
I laugh. He's a teenager. All teenagers want to grow up to be YouTubers. It's normal. I poke him in his side. He grabs my hand.
Hey, don't do that.
He says in a serious tone, but his grin gives him away. I admit I'm glad for more skin contact. Toby is ticklish. Got it, I say, logging that away for later. He chuckles, not letting go of my hand.
Don't call me that.
But it fits you so well, I say, laughing because that's the opposite of true. Toby is a hipster who wears skinny jeans and a beanie. I don't think I've seen Tobias wear anything but a white button-up shirt and dress pants. He's an old soul in a young man's body. He laughs with me, and I don't forget to notice he's still holding my hand.
If you call me that, I'll call you Cat.
Oh, way to bring up past mistakes, Toby. He finally releases my hand. His smile fades.
You're different than I expected.
I look up at him and the world shifts. He's staring at me quite intently, and I could fall into his cool gray eyes. What did you expect? I ask as my heart beats fast. He shakes his head like he doesn't want to elaborate.
Not you.
You're not what I expected either, I say, turning it on him. You actually know how to laugh, but I think your wardrobe needs some help. I clamp my lips shut, shocked that I said that. We are getting a bit chummy, but that was uncalled for. He pushes the swing back, setting it in motion again.
And what would you dress me in, kitty cat?
I groan. Dear heavens, that was horrible. You're banned from ever uttering those words again in reference to me. He chuckles.
I agree, that was bad. But the question still stands.
You're what, 27?
28?
I think a pair of jeans might be appropriate. I let my gaze travel over him, which is a huge mistake. He looks like a dream come true, even though he's all business class attire, and it's making my chest feel funny. And maybe a thing called a t-shirt.
T-shirt and jeans? Really? We headed to the barn to milk the cows, Bertha?
I have a hard time breathing because I'm laughing so hard. Since when do jeans equal milking cows? You do realize the rest of the world wears jeans to do, everything, right? He places his hand on my knee, and I admit my heart stutters at the Christmas caress.
I was joking. Do you really think I don't own jeans?
I open my mouth in shock. You own a pair of jeans? I don't believe you.
Cross my heart, cat.
He gently squeezes my knee, and I feel like my heart is going to pound out of my chest like those cheesy cartoons. Wear them tomorrow. I don't know what's coming over me, but I'm not usually this demanding. Maybe I just don't believe him and want him to prove it. He exhales and runs his hand over his hair, shaking his head.
I have meetings tomorrow.
What kind of meetings? Don't you work from home?
Zoom meetings.
I scoff at him. No one can see what your pants look like, Mr. Stuffy. Do you shake your booty at the camera? I dare you to wear jeans tomorrow to all your boring Zoom meetings. All business on top, party on the bottom. He grins at me, and I can't help but marvel at how his smile, along with his dimple, transforms his face.
My Zoom meetings are no joke, Ms. Anderson. I'm meeting with people who I might invest $1 million in.
My mouth falls open, and I try to shove away the guilt from him calling me by my fake last name. Seriously?
Yes, ma'am.
He stares at me, and I'm getting the impression that he's weighing my reaction. I already knew he was a multimillionaire, but having him say so casually that he's thinking of tossing $1 million at something makes it a bit more real. Then you really need to wear jeans. Big decisions should be made while comfortable. He lifts his eyebrows and hides a smile.
Really?
Absolutely. I picture him in a white dress shirt and jeans, and I have to pinch my leg not to bust out laughing. Oh, how I hope he takes me up on my challenge. He shifts.
Did you fill out that paperwork? I need it before I can pay you.
The bottom drops out of my stomach. I forgot. I'll do it tomorrow. Is that okay?
Sure. Just put it in my office.
I nod, wondering how long I can keep this up without filling that out. Or I could accidentally put my social security number in wrong. It could give me a little more time with Skylar before I have to disappear.
Chapter 13. Tobias Barrett. It's late afternoon and I've been hiding out in my office all day. Yes, I'm a grown man and I do realize how that sounds, but I wore my jeans. And I know Kiki's going to make a big deal out of it, so I pace my office as I wonder what she's doing at this moment. I've been done with my work for about an hour, but I can't seem to bring myself to leave my office. Noises in the hallway catch my attention.
Let's go tell Daddy,
Skylar says.
He's working,
Kiki says.
Let's tell him later.
I'm curious what they're talking about, so I open my door. Tell me what? Kiki's gaze travels over my button-down white shirt and faded blue jeans, and a huge grin spreads across her face. Wow, she says, rocking back on her heels.
You look great.
we built a castle.
Skylar shouts. I ignore Kiki's teasing smile. Really? A castle? I crouch down to Skylar's level. Out of what?
Boxes!
Skylar says.
Levi said we could use some of the old boxes that are in the attic. I hope that's okay.
Kiki puts her hands behind her back, but before they disappear, I notice she didn't cover up her tattoo today. Sure. They're just sitting up there. I take Skylar's hand. Show me the castle. She drags me into the family room.
There, Daddy!
She points to a large cardboard conglomeration of boxes that have been taped together. Bricks, windowsills, and other decorations have been drawn on the walls with crayon. 3 turrets stand tall on the castle, complete with battlements and windows cut out. A drawbridge is attached to the front, spanning what looks like a moat of blue blankets. The castle door is cut out and Skylar crawls through, entering the homemade castle. She shuts the door and peeks out one of the windows.
Take my picture, Daddy!
I pull out my phone and snap a couple of pictures of Skylar in the castle. I zoom out and take a few more, getting the whole castle in the picture.
Isn't it great?
Skylar says, grinning. It's amazing, I say, glancing at Kiki. You did this? She shrugs.
Levi helped.
I know how artistic Levi is. He didn't do this. I let my gaze travel over Kiki. She's wearing a faded Honey Nut Cheerios shirt from the 80s, the smiling bee promising lots of honey baked into every little O. The cut-off jean shorts are probably the same ones from the other day. Her hair is pulled up in another messy bun, exposing her neck. Makes me want to touch her neck to see if her skin there is as soft as it looks. What would it feel like to kiss her there? I shake my head. What's wrong with me? I can't put the moves on, Kiki. Not only is that wildly inappropriate, me being her boss and all, but I can't get tangled up in a relationship even if she wasn't my employee. I've sworn off dating, and for good reason. Skylar is now old enough to grow attached to people. If I were to date Kiki, Skylar would be devastated if we broke up. She's already asking if Kiki will leave. I can't jeopardize Skylar's little heart. Levi enters the room. Isn't this fantastic? Kiki could make these and sell them. Kiki's face flushes.
No, that's silly.
Levi shakes his head. It's not silly. You made that thing in less than 2 hours. I wouldn't even know where to start. You could totally get large pieces of cardboard and create these in bulk. Parents would pay good money for something like that. Kiki laughs and pats Levi's arm.
If you say so.
Levi looks at me and makes a face. What's with the jeans? Embarrassment engulfs me. What, I can't wear jeans? Levi looks between me and Kiki, who grins like she's got the world's biggest secret, and he slowly nods. Ah. He stretches it out like he's figured out I have a crush on Kiki, which is ridiculous because I don't. What do you mean? There is no, I just want to wear jeans today, it's nothing. Levi winks and hits my arm with his fist. Sure, bro. He leaves the room and Kiki busts out laughing.
I think he's onto you.
I'm suddenly terrified that she thinks I have a thing for her, too. What do you mean?
He knows you wore jeans because I challenged you.
Kiki squints at me.
Why? What did you think I meant?
My mouth is full of cotton and my brain refuses to work. I say, like someone unplugged my core processor.
Daddy, come inside my castle.
Skylar peeks over one of the walls. Thankful for the distraction, I slide my phone into my back pocket and go to her. I don't think I fit.
Climb over the wall.
Skylar motions for me to join her. I step over one of the walls and crouch down. What are we doing in here?
We're waiting for the dragon to attack us.
Skylar squats down. Rawr! Kiki's got Skylar's alligator puppet, only she made cardboard wings for it. She comes at the castle. Where is the beautiful princess? I want to eat her for dinner.
No!
Skylar shouts.
You can't eat me.
She pats my shoulder.
My knight in shining armor will get you.
When I don't move, she nudges me.
Daddy, go get the dragon,
she whispers. I lunge over the castle wall and put my hands on my hips. Get back, scary dragon. Skylar laughs.
You need this, Daddy.
She hands me a cardboard sword. I take the sword and point it at the dragon. Take that, you ugly dragon! I swing the sword and pretend to cut it to bits. Kiki screams and flails around as the dragon has a fit. You can't hurt me! My scales are made out of titanium alloy! But my sword is made out of steel-cut diamonds. It will slice through your titanium alloy like it's butter. Ha! I slice and dice that dragon. Skylar giggles as we play fight. Ah, but you forget that I have amazing flying skills. I can avoid all of your feeble attempts at killing me. Kiki flies her dragon through the air, deftly avoiding my sword.
Get the dragon, Daddy!
Skylar shrieks. Your flying skills are no match for my enchantments. This sword has magical powers, which makes it 12 times faster than your pathetic little wings. I start swinging again, but Kiki jumps out of the way. You'll have to catch me first. She jumps on the chair out of reach. I do the only thing a knight in shining armor can do. I run after her, jumping on the chair next to her. Kiki leaps to an ottoman. I chase after her, but she's always a step ahead of me. I anticipate her moves, and I jump to the couch just as she does. I grab her, slide the alligator puppet off her hand, and hold her tight. I lift the lifeless puppet. Ha! I caught the dragon! Skylar squeals with delight and jumps up and down.
The dragon is dead!
Kiki laughs, and it hits me how I've grown to love that sound. I stand there, my arms wrapped around her, and it feels amazing to hold her. I should let Kiki go, but I seem to be unable to do so. I stare down at her, taking in the way her eyes laugh right along with her. The way her nose wrinkles and how cute her tiny freckles look. My heart pounds as I stare at her face. She really is beautiful. Why did I not see it from the start? Then my gaze dips to her lips. Big mistake. My chest tightens. I have a hard time breathing. Her lips are parted, and I can't help but think about what it would feel like to kiss them. I haven't thought about a woman like that in years, and it startles me. I jump back from her, my pulse running a marathon. I climb down from the sofa. Fun castle, I say to Skylar. I leave the room, still holding the cardboard sword. I can't stay in that room anymore with Kiki. I don't know why, but it's like someone flipped on a switch inside of me. And now I'm feeling all kinds of things toward her I shouldn't be. I walk back to my office and close the door. I lean against it, my heart racing. I haven't felt these things since Courtney, and that turned out to be a disaster. I shouldn't let my feelings get me into trouble again. I walk to the window and look out at the ocean. I know I need to get a grip, or else I'm going to mess this whole thing up. I just have to temper my feelings. Kiki is only here to watch Skylar during the day so I can work. It's nothing more than that.
Chapter 14. Kiki Emerson. I bring the pot of soup I made into the dining room and set it down on a trivet. I sit down at the table, Skylar to the left of me, Micah on the right. Tobias and Levi sit across from me. It feels like a family, and I choke back sudden emotions. I haven't had that since my grandmother died. And I won't ever have it again. This is not my family, no matter how much I wish it was. I'm just an imposter who invaded their home for my own purposes.
Smells delicious,
Levi says. He grabs Tobias's bowl and scoops a hearty portion for him, then continues to serve everyone else.
Is it made with sausage?
Yes, and potatoes.
I love potatoes,
Levi says. I chance a glance at Tobias. I have no idea what to think. Things were going well as we played with Skylar, then he just left. Did I say something that offended him? I didn't mean to. And now he's strangely silent.
You have a tattoo,
Levi says as he places my bowl in front of me.
Can I see it?
Last night flits through my brain. Tobias said the same thing to me, right before he tenderly touched my skin, and my heart melted. I don't know why, but it felt very intimate. That intimacy is gone now. I shove my wrist at Levi. Sure. That's cool, Micah says, leaning over to see it.
A phoenix?
Yes. Levi finishes dishing out dinner for everyone and sits down.
When did you get that? I don't remember you having one yesterday.
I look down at the table. I sometimes cover it with makeup. Micah nudges my arm.
You shouldn't. It's cool. I'd get a tattoo if my brother would let me.
Tobias jerks his head up.
What?
I mean, a tattoo would be cool, Micah says, scooping up a potato from his bowl.
You're too young.
Tobias clenches his spoon.
I knew you'd say that,
Micah mumbles. I watch as Skylar fishes out a piece of sausage from her soup. Blow on it before you eat it, okay? She nods. Okay. I look at Micah. I heard you singing last night. You're pretty good. He blushes and ducks his head.
You heard that?
Well, sort of. I couldn't tell which song you were singing, but I could hear you had a great singing voice.
Thanks.
Micah's face turns 3 shades of red. What's the name of your YouTube channel? I want to go watch your videos. I take a sip of the soup.
You're being careful on the internet, right?
Tobias asks. Micah makes a face. I'm careful. I don't post my real name. I don't even show my face. He turns to me. It's Midnight Velocity. Oh, I say. That's a cool name. I'll look it up after I get done quilting with Ellie. Tobias finally looks at me.
You're busy tonight?
Sorry, did I forget to mention it? I was pretty sure he was there when Ellie invited me to quilt with her and the other ladies on Wednesdays. Maybe he forgot. He pulls out his cell phone.
You'd better give me your cell number in case something happens and I need to get a hold of you.
I shake my head. I don't have one. Levi and Micah stare at me like I'm an alien.
You don't have one?
Tobias finally asks. No. Most phones were out of my price range, and there were advantages to not being reachable.
All right.
Tobias puts his phone away.
How late will you be out?
Ellie's coming to pick me up at 7, but I don't know how long we'll quilt. I scoop another generous bite of the soup.
I'll text Ellie then.
Tobias shoves his spoon into his bowl and it clanks. I stare at him. Something's wrong, but I can't pinpoint what it is. Is it okay that I'm helping the quilters tonight?
Yes, of course.
He waves away my question, but still doesn't meet my gaze. I'm tired of trying to figure him out, so I go back to my soup. How's the job hunting going? I ask Levi. He'd been filling out paperwork earlier.
Fine. I'm applying at the diner where Savannah works.
Levi looks around the table as his brothers stare back at him. Who's Savannah? I ask. The Barrett brothers seem to communicate without words as they all exchange glances with Levi. My gaze zips around the room at all of them as I try to figure out what's not being said. Finally, Tobias pipes up.
She's Noah's ex.
Oh, do tell. I lean forward, ready to get the scoop. The brothers all look at each other uncomfortably. No one speaks. What? I ask. No one's going to spill the tea? Levi scrubs a hand over his jaw.
They dated all senior year in high school. They were inseparable. Then, right before prom, she dumped him.
Levi shrugs.
No one ever found out why. She just ghosted him.
Ouch, I say, leaning back in my seat. That had to hurt.
Yeah, he avoids her like the plague now, but it's hard because the island is small, you know?
Micah says, motioning like the table were the whole island. I can only imagine. I help Skylar eat the last of her soup because it keeps dribbling off her spoon. After dinner, I bring the bowls into the kitchen. Levi comes in and walks to the sink.
I'll help with the dishes. I can rinse them off. You can put them in the dishwasher.
He grins at me.
It's okay,
Tobias says behind him.
I've got them.
He comes to the sink and practically shoves Levi out of the way.
You should continue to fill out applications.
Levi looks at me, then Tobias.
Sure. Okay, bro.
He hits his brother's shoulder with his fist before leaving. Tobias picks up a bowl and runs it under the faucet. He glances at me.
Do you think you'll be out later than 9?
I nod and open the dishwasher. I think so.
No problem. I'll put Skylar to bed.
She'll be very happy. She tells me how much she loves it when you read to her. He lifts his eyebrows.
Really?
I put my hand on his arm and a surge of warmth flows through my fingers. You're a good father. He meets my gaze and my heart stops. His eyes are so stunning.
That means a lot to me. Thank you for saying so.
I stare at him and time slows. His arm muscles tense, but I can't seem to let go. An electric current runs between us, drawing me to him. I mean it, I hear myself saying. You're great with Skylar. I'm so happy she has a father like you. The words get all tangled up in my emotions and they come out sounding funny. He stares at me as if he's looking into my soul. I'm so close to him now, energy pulsates through me. His gaze is mesmerizing.
You care a lot about her, don't you?
All thought leaves my brain, and I can't stop looking at his high cheekbones, his 5 o'clock shadow, and his perfect lips. What would it feel like to kiss him? I do, I say, forcing myself to look back at his eyes. Micah comes into the kitchen, and I jump back from Tobias, my heart pounding. Ellie's here for you, Kiki. He heads to the refrigerator and grabs a cheese stick. Sorry, I have to go, I say, trying to get my heart back under control. It's for the best that I get out of here. I was making a fool of myself anyway.
No problem,
Tobias says, his voice sounding hoarse. That makes me feel a little better. Maybe he was affected by our close proximity, too.
Come, check in with me when you get home.
I nod, even though it's a strange request. Why would he want me to check in with him? I exit out the front door. Ellie sits in a little bright red 2-seater BMW convertible. Cute car, I say as I hop in. Aren't you the sweetest thing? She grins at me as she pulls out of the driveway. Ellie's wearing a red and white polka dot dress and a white hat tied under her chin with a large bow. I feel underdressed again in my tank top and cutoffs. How has the gallery been? She sighs. We're struggling, but I bet Tobias told you that. He did. And I've been thinking about what you could do. Have you thought about inviting a well-known artist to showcase some pieces there? Maybe have an event where we can get people to come over from the mainland. Now that's an idea. She pats me on the knee. You're a smart one, aren't you? Ellie pulls up to her 2-story home and shuts off her engine. I follow her into her home and to the sewing room where she's got various quilts laid out at different stages of completion. Josephine is sitting on a chair, and a young woman sits next to her on the couch. Kiki, this is Savannah, Josephine says, motioning to the woman. So this is Noah's ex. She's a petite blonde, and she's also wearing a dress. There must be a secret code on this island I'm not privy to. I smile and extend my hand. Nice to meet you.
Chapter 15. Tobias Barrett. I finished the dishes and wiped the dining room table. As I'm wiping the counters off in the kitchen, Levi enters. He slips onto a bar stool. I want you to know, I plan on paying you back the tuition money. I turn to look at him. His shoulders slump and he looks defeated. Guilt worms its way into my chest. I've never told my brothers how much money I've been able to grow from our inheritance. And I haven't told them about the trust funds I've set up for them. Each one of them will inherit about $50 million. You don't have to do that. Yes, I do. He exhales and I can see the weight of it on his shoulders. I'll get a job and get the money to you somehow. I don't need your money. I need you to be stable. It's not about the money. I grip the washcloth in my hand, hoping he understands what I'm saying. I can be stable without finishing college. Noah only went 2 years. He's got a great career. He looks at me, desperation in his eyes. I can find something that doesn't require a college degree. There's lots of things these days. I know. I clap my hand on his back. You'll find something. I know you're a good kid. I'm 22. Not really a kid anymore. I want to say to him that he should stop acting like one, but I bite my tongue. He doesn't need to hear that from me right now. I go back to wiping the counter down. You've grown into a good man. That's why I know you'll be okay. Levi swivels on his stool like Skylar does, proving that even at 22, there's still some kid left in him. Can I ask you something? The way he says it makes me stiffen. Sure. What's going on with you and the nanny? He raises one eyebrow. Nothing. I hit something sticky on the counter and I take my washcloth to the sink to get more warm water on it. Levi shoots me a "you're kidding" look. Come on, you've got it bad for her. Admit it. I rinse the rag out, squeeze it, then take it back to the sticky spot. We're friends. It's inappropriate for it to be anything more. She's my employee. Seriously? All you did was hire her to watch Skylar. And have you seen how she is with her? She's amazing. I've noticed the way she looks at you. Why wouldn't you want to see if something sparks between you? My chest constricts as I think about the castle Kiki built, and how Skylar adores her. I lower my voice in case Skylar can hear. She's great with Skylar, but that's the problem. I can't start anything with her. If it doesn't work out, Sky would be devastated. Why are you assuming it won't work out? He narrows his eyes at me. Are you still hung up on Courtney? I scrub harder at the counter. No, absolutely not. Then, what's the problem? He looks at me like he can see right through me. He's grown to be quite perceptive. I told you I'm afraid of hurting Skylar. Sky, right. He shakes his head. Sure you're not more afraid of you getting hurt? I scoff. I'm not the one that matters here. I only want to do what's best for my daughter. So your plan is to just never date? You'll, what, stay single the rest of your life? Levi gives me a challenging look. I raise my chin. I don't need a woman. I've gotten along fine without one. He shakes his head. You call this getting along fine? You've been moody and cranky since Courtney left. I shoot him a dirty look. Fine. You don't want to hurt Sky. But why don't you just admit you like Kiki? I don't get it. You obviously do. I scrub harder at the counter. I don't. Then you won't mind if I ask her out. He sets his jaw. You're too young for her. Noah's not. What if he asked her out? I saw the way he looks at her. You'd have no issues with that? I swallow, knowing he's baiting me. The thought of Noah and Kiki together makes me want to punch the wall. But I can't tell Levi. No, I'd have no issues with that. He lowers his gaze to the counter. Then why are you scrubbing that same spot over and over? He smirks at me. I huff and back away. There was a sticky spot. Skylar comes rushing into the kitchen.
Uncle Levi, can we bake something?
He looks to me for approval. I check my watch, and it's not too late yet. I nod at Levi. How about we make cranberry muffins? I've been trying to perfect my recipe. Levi scoops Skylar up and plops her down on the counter where Kiki had her the other day.
Yum!
Skylar claps her hands.
I love muffins.
You can stir the batter. Would you like that? Levi ruffles her hair.
Yes.
Levi gets a bowl out of the cupboard. And you can tell your daddy how much you like playing with Kiki. Skylar nods her little head, the curled ends of her hair bouncing.
I do.
Levi hands Skylar the bowl and leans against the counter. Your daddy likes playing with Kiki too, doesn't he? I shoot Levi a warning glance. I don't want him getting Skylar involved in this conversation.
Yes!
Skylar shouts.
He defeated the dragon.
Levi grins at me. I saw him defeat the dragon. It looked like he wanted to do more than defeat the dragon, didn't he? Heat rises to my face. Levi saw me chasing Kiki and holding her. I tug on my shirt. It's too tight around my neck. I wonder how much of that he saw. Skylar giggles, and I'm sure she has no idea what my brother is implying. That's enough. I ground out. I toss the washcloth over the side of the sink so it can dry. Levi grabs the muffin tin and the flour. Daddy's a little grumpy. I bet Kiki could make him happy again. What do you think? He boops Skylar's nose with his index finger.
Yes!
She hugs the large glass bowl to her chest. Levi's pushing me too far, so I toss him a scowl and leave the room. He may have caught me in a vulnerable moment, but he has no idea what he's talking about. I do not have a thing for the nanny.
Chapter 16. Kiki Emerson. Savannah pats the seat next to her. You can sit here. I'm so glad to meet you. Josephine and Ellie have told me so much about you. She smiles at me. She looks like a Disney princess, with large green eyes, a cute button nose, and lovely blonde hair that stops just past her shoulders. I plop down and Ellie asks if I would like some sweet tea or water. I take the tea and set it on the table next to me on a floral coaster. Ellie hands me an almost completed quilt already equipped with a needle and thread. She showed me on Sunday how to do the stitches, something about a stitch in the ditch, so I get started. What do you do, Savannah? I ask, making small talk. I'm working at Peachy Keen, the diner on 12th Street. She crosses her ankles, and for some reason it makes me feel like a heathen because I'm kind of manspreading right now. I sit up straighter and bring my knees together. Peachy Keen, that's a cute name. What's your favorite thing about working there? Josephine grins at her. She likes it when a certain someone comes in to get some pie. Isn't that right, Savannah? Savannah blushes. Oh, Miss Josephine, you really know how to tease, don't you? I pull my needle through the fabric. Who is it? Savannah shakes her head. Josephine wants to set me up with her nephew, Donald. She keeps sending him in for our famous peach pie. She looks at Josephine. And don't you think I don't know you're the one sending him over? But really, he's not my type. I can't resist the opportunity. And what is your type? Savannah laughs. I'm not looking for a relationship. I'm working on getting my own business up and running. That's taking all my time. I pull the thread. What kind of business? I'd like to be a photographer. I'm taking online classes and I'm converting my guest bedroom into a studio for portraits. As soon as I finish my classes, I'm going to open up my own business. That's wonderful, I say as I stab the needle into my finger. Ouch! I shake my hand.
You're improving if that's the first one of the night, Ellie says, laughing.
I grin. You're right. I'm getting the hang of this. Savannah giggles. Where are you from, Kiki? I can tell it's not the South.
I'm from Iowa.
Really? What part?
Des Moines area?
She nods like she knows where Des Moines is, but I'd bet $1 million she doesn't even know Iowa is next to Nebraska.
It's boring there. I much prefer it here.
Kiki is Skylar's nanny, Josephine says, smiling like she knows some sort of secret that no one else does. Really? Savannah says, leaning back and raising her eyebrows. How long have you been doing that?
I got hired on Sunday. That Tobias, he is a real catch, isn't he?
Ellie shifts the quilt on her lap.
And that little girl is just adorable, don't you think, Kiki?
Josephine adds. A blush rises to my cheeks.
You two are just terrible.
Aren't they? Savannah tisks. They're not happy unless they're playing matchmaker.
Well, I'm not going to argue about Tobias's good looks.
I grin, and the three ladies give me knowing nods.
But, like Savannah, I'm not in the market for a man either.
Oh? Why not? Savannah asks. I open my mouth to say something, but realize I don't have a good answer for that.
I certainly can't tell them the real reason I'm on Willow Shade Island. I'm not at that place in my life.
Savannah slowly nods. I see. But it's an I see that's loaded with all kinds of unsaid questions I'm not going to answer. We quilt in silence for a few moments before Savannah speaks again. Tobias is a good man. I know he can be kind of... She searches for the right word.
Grumpy?
I provide.
All three of them laugh.
Savannah raises a finger. Maybe passionate is a better word for him. Yes, I can see that, I say. But he loves his brothers fiercely. He's very protective of them. I should know. I dated his brother for a while. Savannah looks down at her stitches.
You dated one of his brothers?
I ask, pretending not to know.
Which one?
Noah. She doesn't look up from the quilt.
How long did you date him?
I'm too curious not to ask about it. A year. But that was a long time ago. She smiles and waves away the memory. It's old news now.
Why did you break up?
Sadness fills her eyes and she blinks. It wasn't meant to be.
Maybe not then, but who knows what the future holds, right, Ellie?
Josephine says.
Exactly.
Ellie smooths out the quilt on her lap.
Time has a way of changing things.
Savannah forces a smile. Time won't change this, she says quietly. And now I really want to know what happened between her and Noah. Ellie clears her throat.
Kiki gave me a great idea earlier. She thinks we should get a well-known artist to come to the gallery. And I think I know just the person.
Josephine looks up from her quilt.
Oh? Who?
I've been taking an online watercolor class, and the painter who teaches it has been in the news lately. I guess her work is starting to gain recognition. I can email her and ask if she'd be willing to come to our gallery.
You paint?
I'm surprised, but I shouldn't be. She and Josephine opened an art gallery. It only makes sense that they're into art. I do.
She points to the wall. That's one of my pieces. I look at the mountain range painted in pinks and purples, a sunset in the background. The colors bleed together, but in a pleasing way. That's gorgeous. Do you have any in your gallery? Yes, I do. So does Josephine. Her medium of choice is acrylics. I'd love to see them. I take a sip of my tea. I can help plan an event to get people interested in the gallery. Savannah nods. I can help too. My aunt owns the vineyard on the south side of the island. I bet we could get some of her wine and do some kind of wine tasting night at the gallery. I get excited. That's perfect! And if you can get this artist you know to come, maybe we could do a class on watercolor at the gallery as well. Would there be space for that? Josephine grins. Yes, there's a large room we can do that in. We'll just have to bring in tables. What a great idea. And I love the wine tasting, too. A class and a wine tasting would pair up nicely. Another idea could be a photography contest, Savannah says. I know a lot of young people on the island who are into photography. That might help draw attention to your gallery for the younger population. Great idea, Ellie says. We spend the evening talking about the art gallery and how to get more publicity and events we can hold there. I grow more excited about helping these ladies, and I can't wait to tell Tobias about our ideas. For the first time in my life, I feel like I belong somewhere. It feels good. And yet, at the same time, I'm going to have to leave. And I don't want to think about that. Chapter 17.
Tobias Barrett. I checked the clock. It's 10:30. Why isn't Kiki home yet? I'm sitting in the family room and everyone else has gone to bed except Noah, who's at work. I feel fidgety and nervous for some reason, which doesn't make any sense. Maybe Levi's words have gotten to me. I keep playing Kiki's interactions with Noah in my mind, and I don't like it. Does Noah really like her that way? The thought of Noah and Kiki on a date makes me queasy. I imagine them holding hands, getting cuddly, and my fists clench. If I'm being honest with myself, I don't want Noah anywhere near Kiki, because I want to be the one near her. I sigh and shove a hand through my hair. Levi's right. I like her, but it's more than that. We have a connection. I just keep feeling like it's wrong to explore it. Is Levi correct in thinking I'm trying to shield myself from pain because of Courtney? The front door opens, and I suddenly don't know what I'm supposed to do. Do I stand? Turn on the TV? It looks stupid, me sitting in the family room waiting for her to walk in, so I grab a book and open it to the middle. I stare at the page as I listen to her footsteps, holding the book up so she'll think I'm reading. She enters the room. I'm home. I stare at my book like I'm finishing the page before I look up and nod at her. Thanks for letting me know. She scrunches her nose. Why are you reading a crossword puzzle dictionary? I close the book slowly, cursing Noah and his love of crossword puzzles. I was looking something up. I toss it back onto the end table. Ah, okay. She turns to leave and I panic. I want more time with her. I want to talk with her and touch her again. I want her to tell me more about her life. Would you like me to make you some tea? I blurt. She shakes her head. I've had enough tea, thanks. I stand, not knowing what else there is to say to make her stay with me. She doesn't leave, though, and that gives me some courage. Want to sit on the porch?
Actually, I was going to sneak out back and walk along the beach. It's so pretty at night.
Oh. I look down at the hardwood floors. She fiddles with her fingers.
Want to come?
It's been a long time since I walked along the beach. Mostly because that was something Courtney and I would do, and it feels tainted. But maybe it's time to make new memories there. Only if I'm not imposing.
You're not,
she says quickly.
I'd like the company.
All right. I look down at my jeans and white button-up shirt. Mind if I change first? She smiles at me, and I see a hidden glee behind it.
Go ahead.
I go upstairs to my room and change into a black t-shirt and shorts, knowing Kiki's going to flip. Contrary to what she thinks, I do own casual clothes. I find her in the kitchen, waiting for me.
Wow, Tobias,
she says as she pushes off the counter.
You're looking more and more like a real person.
I walk over to her. I'm not a real person? The thought occurs to me that I could show her I'm not made of cotton. I'm made of flesh and blood like she is. My gaze dips to her lips. It might be fun to show her that. But I take a step back and shove that thought out of my head. Stupid Levi giving me ideas. She laughs.
You're getting there. Love the shirt.
I look down and realize I'm wearing a shirt Micah got for me last Christmas. It says, I used to be a people person, but people ruined that for me. She walks out the back door and I fall into step beside her. We're barefoot, and I've forgotten how good it feels to let the sand sift between my toes. It's still warm out, but the sand is cool and the breeze off the water feels nice. She heads straight for the water. I walk beside her on the wet sand. Did you have a good time at Ellie's?
Yes. We talked about all kinds of great ideas for the gallery.
As she tells me about their conversations, she gets animated, and I know she's excited to try to pump life into the gallery. Pairing up with the vineyard is a great idea, I say. I think the gallery clientele will love a wine tasting. A wave comes and washes over my feet. It's cool, but not unpleasant.
Ellie sent an email off to that artist she knows, so hopefully that will work out.
Kiki clasps her hands together in front of her.
I'm excited about the classes. I've always wanted to play with paints.
You're quite talented. I think you'd be a great artist. She looks up at me.
What do you mean? When have you seen my art?
The castle you built. You drew all over the cardboard and made it look like a real castle. She laughs and waves away my suggestion.
That was just silly. I was playing with Skylar.
Do you think you could make other things with cardboard? I hadn't stopped thinking about what Levi had said about manufacturing and selling them.
Like what?
A large wave hits our legs, and she grabs hold of my arm and laughs, doing a little dance in the water. I smile. She has a childlike quality that I find adorable. She's being free with me right now, and it's refreshing. I like how her touch feels, but she pulls away too soon. What about a clubhouse or something? I say. Her eyes light up.
Oh, yes! Or a rocket ship? Or a car? A train would be fun. I could make different train cars for it.
She whacks my arm.
Or how about a lemonade stand? Skylar would love that.
I smile at her enthusiasm. Yes. Do you think you could make some designs for me? She wrinkles her nose.
Designs?
Like, draw them out. Make patterns for those things. She cocks her head to the side.
I could build them if you give me enough cardboard.
I nod as I step over a pile of seaweed that has washed up on shore. That would work. I can get someone to make patterns from the prototypes. She stops and turns to me. Her face is lit in the moonlight, and I love the freckles that sprinkle across her cheeks and how her nose turns up at the end.
Prototypes? What are you talking about?
I think Levi is right. I think you could make these and sell them. She laughs and shakes her head.
No way.
I'm serious. This could be a great business. Some strands of her hair have come out of her messy bun, and I itch to push them gently back behind her ear.
I can't do that. I know nothing about owning a business, and I'd need money to do that. I have no money.
My gaze slides over her features. I ache to touch her, but I'm afraid of how she would react. Have you forgotten what I do for a living? She presses her lips together and contemplates my words. Finally, she shakes her head.
I can't ask you to invest in me.
I invest in people all the time. People who have great products and great ideas. People who I know won't let me down. You have all of that. She turns from me.
No, I don't.
The mood has shifted. An emotion that I don't understand clouds her voice. I reach out and grab her wrist, gently pulling her toward me. Kiki, I say. I don't know what I'm doing, but the second she turns back to me and I see tears in her eyes, I pull her to my chest. She stiffens for a split second before she melts into my embrace. I hold her close to me as my heartbeat hammers loud in my ears. What's the matter? I whisper softly into her hair. She doesn't say anything, but she's quietly crying. And I don't understand what I did to upset her. I feel bold, and I press my lips to the top of her head. Her hair smells like lilacs and the ocean. I breathe in her scent. I'm sorry if I said something offensive. I didn't mean to.
No, you didn't,
she says into my chest. I hold her until she stops crying. I gently stroke her back. I'm unsure if it helps her feel better, but I don't know what else to do, and I hate to see her upset like this. I want to know what's wrong, but I'm getting the feeling she isn't going to tell me. She finally pulls back from me, and I let her go. I look into her watery eyes. They mirror the ocean, deep blue, and hold emotions I can't understand. Unable to control myself any longer, I reach up and tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. I slowly cup her jaw, sliding my hand over her skin. It's soft, and I glide my thumb over her cheek. It feels so good. My breath catches. She closes her eyes and leans into my touch. My thumb catches a tear as it falls down her cheek. Please don't cry, I whisper. Whatever it is, I'll fix it. Waves lap at our feet as we stand in the moonlight. Kiki opens her eyes.
I wish you could, but you can't.
Tell me what it is. Let me be the judge of that. She takes my hands in hers.
You're a good person, Tobias.
I think about how Kiki is with Skylar. How she's so much better with her than Courtney ever was. She's loving and kind. She's 100% there for her. And I want that for Sky. I selfishly want it for me, too. So are you. She shakes her head.
No. I've done things.
She lets go of me and turns away. I reach for her, tilting her face toward me. She's talking about whatever it was that made her parents disown her, and it breaks my heart. I don't care what you've done. I don't care who you were. I only care about who you are now. I stare down at her as the salty breeze blows over us. The smell of the ocean mixes with a smoky fragrance, probably from a bonfire in the area. She searches my gaze.
Really?
She whispers. Really? I say, and I mean it. Her face is bathed in moonlight, and I can't help but see her as the woman I've come to know over these last few days. The woman who treats Skylar like she's the most important thing in the world. The woman who is slowly changing me, making me want to open up again. I cup her face with both my hands, taking a step until her lips are so close I can feel her breath. I'm insanely attracted to you right now. She slow blinks at me.
Me too.
It comes out so quietly I barely hear her. I inch closer to her. I want to kiss her so badly I can't think straight. I want to get her silent permission. When she closes the distance, I lose all control and take command of the kiss.
Chapter 18. Kiki Emerson. I shouldn't be kissing Tobias, yet my lips pass over his anyway. Sparks fly over my skin and my knees go weak. I can't think. I need to kiss him right now more than I need to breathe. His fingers thread through my hair, cradling me. His kiss is like getting hit with lightning, hot and electric and dangerous. I reach up to touch his face, to caress his skin. The stubble on his jawline is sexy, and I run the backs of my fingers over it. He smells of spice and vanilla, and it fills me with longing. I drag my fingers through his hair. He makes a groaning sound deep in his throat as he kisses the side of my mouth, my jawline, and down my neck. A wave washes over my feet, and the combination of his warm kisses and the cold water makes me dizzy. I feel like I could fly. I don't want to do anything else but kiss this man. His lips return to mine and passion grows behind his kiss. Warning bells sound in my mind. This shouldn't be happening. I can't have a relationship with Tobias. I pull back and he places his forehead on mine. I gasp for air. There's a magnetic pull between us, and I can't break away. As I catch my breath, he closes his eyes and places his hands on my hips.
I'm sorry.
He sounds so serious. The bottom drops out of my stomach. He's regretting the kiss, which is fine. I should regret it too. Even though part of me doesn't. Why are you sorry?
I'm not good at this,
he whispers. He's so quiet, his words almost fly away on the night breeze. I wasn't expecting that. I'm still catching my breath. I highly disagree, I whisper back. He chuckles as he pulls away and looks into my eyes.
I mean, I'm not good at relationships. When Courtney left, she destroyed me, and I've been running from that ever since.
I pinch my lips together, fighting the urge to tell him it will all be okay. That I won't hurt him like Courtney did. I can't say that to him because it's a lie. I will hurt him. That's inevitable, and the guilt from it threatens to break me. He gently kisses my forehead.
I don't want Noah anywhere near you,
he grinds out.
I look up at him. What?
He shakes his head, his jaw clenching.
Nothing, it's just something Levi said.
I swallow and stare at Tobias. He looks so vulnerable right now. He's opening up to me, and I don't know what to do. There's a voice in my head screaming at me to run away, but I stand before him, frozen. His eyes pierce through my soul, and I know I have to tell him I can't be in a relationship with him. I can't, because I'm not who I'm pretending to be. And no matter what I do, I can never be someone else. I have made choices in my life that can't be erased. I'm no good for Tobias. He pulls me to his chest.
I'm not perfect, but I'm willing to stumble my way through this thing if you're willing to...
Tobias? I say, cutting him off. He looks into my eyes.
What?
I bite my lower lip. I can't say it. Not when he's looking at me like that. Not when we're so close. The ocean lapping at our feet. I don't have the courage. I'm a little cold. Can we head to the house?
Oh, sure.
He lets me go and we fall into step, crossing back the way we came. Even though I'm craving his touch, I shove my hands in my pockets. I don't want to lead him on. I have to tell him I can't pursue anything with him. It's a nice evening, with the full moon and all, I say. I shake my head. That's not what I meant to say. This is difficult. I have no idea how to tell him.
Yes, it is.
I look down at our feet, making impressions in the wet sand. The moon is weird, and I feel like I have to talk even though I don't know what to say. Skylar told me the funniest thing today.
Oh?
Yes, she told me a joke. It was really funny. I don't know where she got the joke, but it made me laugh out loud. I can't quite remember what she said, but it was about cats. I'm nervous and trying to fill the silence, but it's not working right. An awkwardness settles in between us.
Kiki?
Oh, it was something about desserts. I remember. What do cats like best for dessert? I wait for him to respond.
What?
Mice cream. I force a laugh. Isn't that the cutest thing? We reach the backyard, and I start climbing up the hill to the house. Tobias grabs my arm, stopping me.
Kiki, I think I made you uncomfortable.
I don't want to look at him. I want to sink into the grass and disappear. When I don't say anything, he clears his throat.
I thought you might be feeling the same things I am. I'm terribly sorry if I got that all wrong.
And now I feel like dirt, because he thinks he took advantage of me. He didn't. I wanted to kiss him. I was the one who started it. I touch his arm and an electrical current races through my body, but I don't let go. No, you didn't, I admit softly. He searches my face for an answer.
So I didn't misread you?
I shake my head. I don't want him to think I kissed him but have no feelings for him. No. He seems puzzled.
Then I don't understand. Why are you distancing yourself from me?
Emotion surges in me, and I blink back the sudden tears that threaten to spill. This won't work.
What won't work? Us?
I nod, feeling terrible. I need to give him a reason that he'll understand. It's not you, it's me. It sounds so cliché. I rush to explain. I can't have a relationship right now. He stares at me, and I can tell he doesn't understand.
What do you mean?
We've just shared an incredibly intimate moment. I owe him an explanation. Not the full one, of course, but something more than I've given in the past. There are things in my past that would complicate everything. I look down at the grass. I'm sorry. He stares at me.
I don't understand. Can't you tell me?
And suddenly, I want to tell him I've been in jail. I want to tell him my side of the story. How it wasn't my fault and how one stupid decision made everything come crashing down on me. And how I had to give up my baby to protect her. But as I look at the man in front of me, I know he will not understand why I had to come see my daughter. Why I did what I did to get here. Why I lied to him. I don't want to see the hurt on his face when he finds out. I swallow down all the guilt and shame. No. He sighs, and I feel like it comes from deep within him.
Kiki, I won't judge you. I promise.
I know, it's just... I can't do this with you, I say, taking a step back from him. I'm sorry. I turn and rush into the house. My chest constricts as I rush up the stairs to my room. I close the door and lean against it, trying to catch my breath. I can't believe what just happened. I kissed Tobias, and then I took it back. If I'm not the scum of the earth right now, I don't know who is. Chapter 19.
Tobias Barrett. I stare at my computer screen, the sounds of Kiki and Skylar outside playing together coming through the open window. I'm embarrassed about last night. So this morning, I shut myself in my office, unable to face Kiki. I'm back to wearing my usual business attire. I feel foolish for even thinking that changing my clothes would make Kiki like me. I exhale. I thought things were going well. I really felt like Kiki and I had mutual feelings. I'm confused about why she rejected me. Did I move too fast? Did I let Levi's taunting get to me and do something I shouldn't have? I shake my head and stand up. Skylar giggles outside, and I part the curtain to peek at her. She and Kiki are running through the sprinkler. Oh, dear heavens. I never should have looked out the window. Kiki's wearing a pink and white striped swimsuit, and I can't stop staring at her curves. I'm amazed once again that I didn't think she was beautiful when I first saw her. She keeps proving me wrong. Skylar screams as the water sprays her. Kiki runs and grabs her, picking her up and flying her through the air. Skylar holds her arms out wide.
You look like an airplane,
Kiki says, laughing. Skylar giggles as she flies through the air. The pure joy on her face touches me. Even though Kiki rejected me, I swallow my pride for the sake of my daughter. Skylar matters most to me. Kiki sets her down next to the sprinkler.
Fly me again,
Sky lifts her arms up and I chuckle. I could have predicted that one. Kiki's a good sport and flies Skylar around until I'm sure her arms ache.
Let's go dry off and we can make chocolate chip muffins,
she finally suggests. Skylar, of course, doesn't object. I close the window and go back to my computer. I need to respond to about 100 emails and look at 5 business proposals. As I work, the smell of the chocolate chip muffins wafts in and my stomach growls. Even though I want one, I stay in my office. I work until it's past lunchtime. As I'm scrolling through the second proposal, Kiki knocks and then enters my office. I look up. Yes?
I thought you might be hungry.
She brings a plate to me. It has a sandwich and a muffin. How did she know I was dying for one of those? I pick up the muffin and take a bite. It's as delicious as it smells. Thanks. I try to ignore her and continue reading through the proposal, but she doesn't leave, and I can't comprehend the words on my screen. Finally, when it's clear she's not leaving, I look up at her. She twists her fingers together and shifts her weight. She's wearing a simple tank top and cut-off shorts, and she looks like she feels as awkward as I do. Gah, I'm such a dolt. Why is this so hard? Employer, employee, hands off. She stares at the floor. The tension between us is palpable. Do you need something else? I finally ask.
About last night.
She lifts her gaze and I take in a deep breath. It's plain to me that I messed up everything. She's uncomfortable and I want to hide under my desk. This is so not good. Let's forget last night, I blurt out. Her shoulders square.
Yes. Let's go back to the way things were before.
It's not as simple as that, but just agreeing that we need to forget about the kiss makes me feel better. That is a good idea.
Skylar's been asking if we can go to the marina. I don't want to bother you if you have work, but she seems so excited about it.
At that moment, Skylar comes running into my office.
Please, Daddy, can we go to the marina?
Guilt surfaces in my chest. I haven't had time to take her there for the last few months. Why is it that no matter what I do, I feel like I'm failing as a parent? Is this how all parents feel? Kiki bites her lip.
I'm sorry, I tried to keep her in the kitchen. If you're too busy for the marina...
I'm almost done. I shut my laptop to hide my lies. I can't say no to that angelic face grinning at me. Things might be a bit awkward with Kiki since I messed up, but we have to get past it. She's a great nanny, and I can't lose her. I can take you over there.
Yay!
Skylar shouts and jumps up and down. She runs out of the office. Kiki smiles at me, although it seems strained. I'll be ready in a few minutes. I pick up the sandwich Kiki made for me and take a bite. It's ham and cheese, but there's another flavor in it that I can't decipher. This is good. What's in it?
Ham, lettuce, mayo, cheese, olives, and a little drizzle of Italian dressing.
I raise my eyebrows. Italian dressing?
I don't know why, but my grandmother always made sandwiches that way. It tastes really good, don't you think?
I smile, touched that she would put so much effort into making me some lunch. I know how close she was to her grandmother. It does.
I'll get Skylar ready to go.
Kiki leaves my office and I stare down at the sandwich, my throat tight. Even though I messed everything up, she still took the time to think about me. It melts my heart. I shake my head. I need to get a grip. All she did was make me a sandwich. After finishing lunch, I head to the living room. Kiki and Skylar stand as I enter the room. Skylar runs to me.
Are we going to the marina now?
Yes, ma'am?
Can we take a boat tour?
Skylar pleads with her hands. I look at Kiki. Do you get seasick? She shrugs.
I don't know. I've never been on a boat.
Never?
Skylar says, her eyes wide. Kiki laughs.
Where I grew up, there was no seashore. Not even very many lakes. Just a lot of cornfields.
Wow.
Skylar says, like she's amazed Kiki survived in that environment. It makes me smile, and I ruffle her hair. I drive us to the marina and park the car. Once we're out of the vehicle, Skylar grabs Kiki's hand and pulls her toward the boardwalk and the network of docks and piers where all the boats are moored. I follow closely behind them. Skylar points to a boat that's backing out of the marina.
Look, Kiki!
That's cool. Can you read what it says on the side?
No.
It reads, Willow Breeze,
Kiki says, pointing.
That's what they named their boat.
Willow Breeze.
Skylar repeats like it's the coolest thing in the world. I leave them and walk over to the tour stand to talk to the man behind the counter. When does your next boat tour leave? In about 10 minutes. You want to buy some tickets? Sure. I pull out my wallet and get us 3 tickets for the 1-hour tour. I motion to Kiki. The tour starts in 10 minutes. She brings Skylar over to me.
This will be fun,
she says, and I can tell she's trying to be lighthearted, but I still sense the tension between us that I created when I stepped out of line last night. The man helps us climb into the boat. There are several other people on the boat already, and Kiki finds a space that will seat the 3 of us. We sit down, and Skylar climbs on Kiki's lap. I sit quietly and watch Kiki interacting with Skylar. I love how attentive Kiki is with my daughter. When Skylar is talking, Kiki's full attention is on her. It's like she's mesmerized by her. I don't know why, but this makes me even more attracted to her. I shake my head and look away. What's wrong with me? Why am I determined to mess things up? Kiki is a wonderful nanny. I need to keep myself in check because I'll chase her away if I come onto her again. Another couple climbs onto the boat and I have to scoot closer to Kiki. I put my arm on the back of the seat without thinking about it. My hand brushes against Kiki's bare shoulder and I freeze. I didn't mean to touch her. I pull my arm down and look away, embarrassed that I made such a stupid mistake. Kiki doesn't say anything. An older woman turns to Kiki.
How old is your little girl?
Kiki's cheeks turn pink.
She belongs to him.
Kiki points to me.
Really?
The woman stares at Skylar.
She looks just like you.
Kiki's eyes widen and her cheeks turn pink. I'm sure because she doesn't want people assuming we're a couple. I stand and point out at the water. Hey, is that a dolphin? Everyone turns to look, including the woman. Oh, maybe it wasn't. I say when no dolphin emerges. The boat jerks to life and the tour guide starts to talk about the island. I sneak a peek at Kiki and Skylar. I hadn't noticed before, but the woman is right. They carry a striking resemblance. Skylar's freckles mirror Kiki's. Their hair color is similar, and they both have a cute nose that turns up at the end. I can see why the woman would assume. Skylar climbs off Kiki's lap and looks over the edge of the boat to try to see marine life. As the tour progresses, I nudge Kiki. How are you doing? No seasickness? She shakes her head.
I'm fine. This is cool. I'm learning all kinds of things about the island I didn't know.
The tour guide pulls the boat close to a rocky shore and stops. You can see many turtles here! Skylar points and shouts.
It's turtles, Kiki!
Kiki kneels on the bench beside Skylar.
I see them. How many do you see? Lots! Let's count them.
Kiki puts her arm around Skylar and helps her count the turtles. After we get a good look at the turtles, the tour guide maneuvers the boat away from the island. We travel for a few minutes, circling around the other way. We can usually see some dolphins in this area. He's right. Soon we see dolphins alongside the boat, jumping and sticking their noses up from the water. Skylar squeals with delight. As she watches the dolphins, I lean toward Kiki. I'm sorry that woman thought we were together. I could tell it embarrassed you, but don't worry. It didn't bother me. She shakes her head.
It's okay.
She hugs herself, and the tension is back between us. I look out at the ocean, hating the way Kiki's uncomfortable around me now. We'd been on friendly terms before. I totally destroyed that.
Chapter 20. Kiki Emerson. We climb off the boat, and I wipe my sweaty hands on my shorts. I'm determined to keep my feelings under control, but sitting that close to Tobias made my heart hammer in my chest. Why does he smell like cinnamon and pure masculinity? Why do I want to slip my fingers through his and walk beside him like we're a couple? I don't know what's wrong with me. That kiss really messed with my head. Skylar grabs my hand and looks up at me with her large blue eyes. Can we have pizza for dinner? I turn to Tobias. He smiles and shrugs.
Sure. I was just planning on leftovers anyway. Pizza sounds great.
Yippee!
Skylar breaks away from me and runs to the car. Tobias uses his key fob to unlock it, and she opens the door and climbs in. We get in the car, and Tobias pulls out of the parking area.
What's your favorite kind of pizza? I'll order when we get home.
I bite my lip, knowing my choice is going to spark controversy. Pineapple and Canadian bacon. Tobias makes a face.
You're not one of those people, are you?
Yes, I am. Sorry, but I like it. And I will defend my choices until my death. He chuckles and raises one eyebrow as he turns down the main thoroughfare on Willow Shade Island.
Death? Pineapple on your pizza means that much to you?
We didn't get pizza very often when I was growing up, but when we did, my grandmother's favorite was pineapple and Canadian bacon. I adored her, so of course that became my favorite too. Every time I eat it, it reminds me of her. My throat goes tight, and I stare down at my shorts to get my emotions in check. He slowly nods.
Then I'll allow it. Although I won't promise that my brothers won't make gagging noises and make fun of you.
I bite back a smile. I like Tobias's playful side. Duly noted. He pulls into the driveway and parks the car. We get Skylar out and I take her inside. Can we make another castle with boxes? She asks. We already have a castle. How about something else? I ask. What other thing would you like to make? Skylar thinks about it a moment. Race cars! Great idea. I size her up so I can pick an appropriate box. I'll grab more cardboard from the attic. I'll get the crayons. Skylar climbs the stairs and I follow her. I go up to the attic, which I found out the other day is surprisingly clean and organized. For 4 bachelors living under one roof, I'm constantly shocked at how tidy they are, and I'm sure it's all Tobias. For some reason, I find the neat freak side of him terribly sexy. I rummage around the boxes and grab 2 that are perfect for making into race cars, and I take them down to the family room. Skylar is sitting on the floor with Levi, her crayons and colored pencils scattered around them. Levi looks up at me and grins, his single dimple showing.
I heard you're making race cars. Can I help?
Of course! I give the boxes to Levi and walk into the kitchen to get the utility knife out of the junk drawer. Tobias is at the sink, his white sleeves rolled up. Man alive, why does that look so good on him? Are you doing the dishes? I walk to him. I can do those after dinner. He shrugs.
I figure we could use paper plates tonight and maybe watch a movie together or something?
At first I think he's talking about just me and him, and I imagine what it would feel like to sit next to him on the couch as we watch something romantic. But then I realize he means watch something with Skylar, and I shove that image out of my head. Good idea. Still, I can clean the kitchen. You don't have to do that. He shuts off the water and turns to me.
When did it become your job to do the dishes?
I open my mouth to answer, but then shut it again. It's not my job. He's right. I was just helping out since Violet was in the hospital. It's not, I finally say. He turns back to the sink and picks up a cereal bowl.
I'm glad you realized that. I don't want you to think you have to do all the cooking and cleaning, too. You're here for Sky.
For some reason, this touches me. I've never met a man like Tobias. All right. I go back to the family room and plop down next to Skylar. I draw the basic shapes of the cars and use the knife to carefully cut the cardboard. Skylar colors on her car while I cut the second one out. Micah comes into the room with a girl. She's wearing large glasses and carries a physics book. Her blonde hair is pulled back in a ponytail.
Hey,
he says, motioning to me.
This is Skylar's nanny, Kiki. This is my friend Cricket.
I smile at her. That's an unusual name. That's just my nickname. I'm Christine. She reaches out a hand and I shake it. Nice to meet you. I didn't know Micah had a girlfriend. Cricket blushes, and Micah throws his head back and laughs.
She's not my girlfriend. She lives 2 doors down. We used to play together as kids. We're just friends.
He looks at Cricket and shudders.
She knows way too much about me. We could never date.
Cricket stares at the floor, and I can't help but notice she doesn't offer the same sentiments. I wonder how long she's liked Micah that way.
I heard we're having pizza.
Micah raises his eyebrows.
Can Cricket eat here too?
Tobias enters the room, wiping his hands on a towel.
Sure, I ordered plenty.
He still has his sleeves rolled up, and I look away so I don't blush like Cricket, making my feelings as obvious as hers. Cricket crouches down next to Skylar. What are you guys making? Race cars! Skylar picks hers up so Cricket can see it better. Cool! The doorbell rings and Tobias crosses the room.
That will be dinner. Micah, go get out the paper plates and plastic cups.
Soon we're all sitting at the table, the smell of pizza filling the house and making my mouth water. Tobias says grace and Levi stands to open the pizza boxes.
As he's exploring the pizza, Tobias leans close and whispers,
Wait for Levi's reaction to your sick pineapple pizza choice.
Levi doesn't disappoint. He opens the last box and jumps back.
Ew! Who ordered pineapple?
Tobias snorts and I totally lose it. It's mine, I say between giggles.
Pineapple?
Micah says.
Gross! How can you eat that on pizza?
Cricket playfully hits his arm. It's good. Why are you being so judgy? He turns to her.
You eat pineapple on pizza? That's disgusting. How have I never known this about you?
There's a lot about me you don't know. Cricket mutters under her breath. She jumps up and grabs a slice for her plate. I love it. Ignore the haters. They don't know what they're missing. I want the pineapple, Skylar says, and the room erupts into laughter. I get her a small slice and grab one for me. As the men clamor for the pepperoni and sausage, I take a bite. I haven't had pizza in a long time. I don't eat out much, and ordering a whole pizza just for me seems silly. The flavor instantly brings me back to my childhood. Sitting on the porch with my grandmother, staying up late in the summer to watch the fireflies. I fight to breathe normally. Tobias stills, and our gaze connects across the table. He doesn't say anything, but his careful assessment tells me he sees my pain. I try to school my features. I'm fine. I don't need to think about the past. I eat another bite and shove my feelings away. Micah shifts in his chair, a half smile on his face. He and Cricket seem to have a nonverbal conversation of their own. Cricket shoves his shoulder and he grins. I set my pizza on my paper plate. You look extra happy. What's up?
My YouTube channel got monetized yesterday, and I can't believe how much I'm making.
His grin widens.
$70 a day. Can you believe it? That's more than I made busting my butt at Shake It Up when I only made minimum wage.
That's awesome, I say and hold up my hand. Micah gives me a high five. I checked out your channel the other day and I'm impressed. I listened to a few songs and they're really good. Micah's ears turn pink.
You listened?
Yes! You have a great voice. I actually listened to quite a few. I can see why his channel is growing in popularity.
Thanks.
His blush spreads to his neck.
I'll have enough for my new recording equipment in no time.
He takes a huge bite, and Cricket smiles at him like she thinks he's the best thing since someone put pineapple on pizza.
Way to go, bro,
Levi says.
You're doing great. I always knew you'd be a star.
I take a sip of water and motion to Micah. I didn't recognize the songs on your channel. Did you write them? He leans back in his seat, nodding.
Yeah.
That's awesome. You have amazing talent. I pick up my water. His blush deepens.
Thanks, Kiki. I have good news, too.
Levi wipes his mouth with his napkin.
I got the job at the diner.
Peachy keen? I lean against the table.
Yes.
He sets his pizza down.
And they said they'd love for me to make them my biscuit muffins to see if they want to add them to their menu.
Nice! I'm sure they'll love them. Will you get a cut of the sales? I ask. Levi waves his hand.
I'm not asking for that. I just want people to enjoy them. I think it'd be cool for a business to actually sell something I created.
I bet they'll sell more of your creations after trying them. I grin at him, and he seems pleased. After dinner, I help Tobias clean off the table.
Want to see who's in the mood for a movie? Tell my brothers not to fight over which one, and remind them it has to be appropriate for Skylar.
I enter the family room. Skylar's on the floor coloring the race car again. Levi's disappeared, and Micah and Cricket are leaving the room. Do you guys want to watch a movie with us? Micah hitches up his backpack.
Love to, but we can't.
Cricket hugs her book to her chest. We've got a test tomorrow, so we're going to go study. Ah, I see. Micah and Cricket leave, and I sit on the couch. Do you want to watch a movie, Skylar? Yes! What movie should we watch? Bluey. Tobias chuckles as he enters the room.
Let's see what else there is that you might like.
He picks up the remote and joins me on the couch. He still hasn't put his sleeves down, and his forearms are distracting me. As he searches through the choices, Skylar goes back to her coloring. He elbows me.
How about we go old school and watch Mary Poppins?
That would be fun. I haven't seen that in years. He starts the movie and Skylar climbs up on my lap. Tobias puts his arm on the back of the couch, and I can't help but think of the closeness we've shared over the last couple of days. The way he caressed my tattoo and the kiss we shared. My heart pounds as I settle in to watch the movie. If we were a real family, this would be a perfect evening. My gut twists as I remember we're not. I'm lying to them. Chapter 21.
Tobias Barrett. As the movie plays, Kiki seems to get closer and closer to me. And I'm not sure if it's subconscious or not, but when her head finally touches my shoulder, I about lose it. I look down at her, and her eyes are closed. Oh, she's fallen asleep. She wasn't snuggling with me. It's just an accident. I shift a little, and she snuggles in deeper. I don't disturb her. The movie is almost done anyway. I keep my arm on the back of the couch, even though I'd love to pull her in closer. She's made it clear she doesn't want that kind of a relationship. As the credits roll, I notice Skylar's also asleep. It's 9:30, and I usually put her to bed at 9, so that makes sense. I try to slowly disengage myself from Kiki without waking her, but it doesn't work. She sits up and yawns.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I fall asleep?
Yes, and so did Skylar.
Ah,
she says, scooping Skylar up.
I'll help you get her into bed.
We go up the stairs to her bedroom. Sky wakes as Kiki sets her down on the bed.
Let's get you in your pajamas,
Kiki says softly.
Okay.
I'm amazed she doesn't protest, which is a normal mode of operation. She must be too sleepy to object to bedtime. We help her into her bluey pajamas and Kiki tucks her in. After we get downstairs, Kiki turns to me.
Do you want some herbal tea? I can make some.
I can make herbal tea, I say, throwing her own words back at her. I'm teasing, yet a part of me is asking her if she really wants to spend time with me alone. She laughs.
All right, I deserve that.
I lean against the banister. The awkwardness from earlier in the day has mostly dissipated, but I don't know where I stand with her, and it's bothering me. I fold my arms. I have to be honest with you. I'm not one to play games. She lifts her eyebrows and slides her hands in her back pockets.
Not even Monopoly?
She glances around the house.
You seem like a boardwalk and parkway kind of guy.
I chuckle under my breath, even though I'm still confused about her signals. Do you really want to spend time with me tonight? Her expression grows serious and her gaze falls.
I like talking to you. I want us to be friends. Is that possible?
Friends. That's what she wants? I take in a deep breath and try to figure out if I can handle that. Kissing Kiki was amazing. And ever since last night, I've had a hard time concentrating on anything else. When we're in the same room, she sucks the breath out of me. I feel an energy I haven't had since I was a teenager. Can I tamp that down and sit next to her on the porch swing like a gentleman? If I say no, I'm the one cutting off any kind of relationship with her. That's not what I want. I'd rather be friends than ignore her while she's living in my home and taking care of my child. All right, I finally say, let's be friends.
Okay then. I'll make us some herbal tea and you can wait for me on the porch swing.
I go outside and flick on the lights that hang overhead. I sit down on the swing and unbutton my top button on my shirt. For some reason, it feels too constricting all of a sudden. I look out over the moonlit ocean and try not to think about how it felt to kiss Kiki as the waves washed over our feet. I fiddle with my sleeves, as I've had them rolled up since I did the dishes. Kiki comes out with our mugs of tea.
Leave them.
What?
Leave your sleeves up.
She sits next to me.
It shows a more relaxed side of you.
I take the mug from her and take a sip. It's a little too hot, so I lower it. A relaxed side of me, huh?
If you have to wear business attire, might as well be more comfortable in it.
She kicks the swing into motion. A light breeze is blowing and it feels nice. I sit back and let the sound of the waves calm me. The lights from a ship are slowly moving across the horizon, and I watch it as we sit quietly.
I was worried that you were going to fire me today,
Kiki finally says. I jerk my gaze to her. Fire you? Why would I do that? She shrugs.
Because of last night?
I exhale, once again feeling guilty for what I did. It wasn't your fault.
I started it. I was the one that kissed you first.
She looks down at her hands.
If you want me to leave, I'll understand.
I don't want you to leave. That's the last thing I want. I've only known Kiki for 5 days, but I can't imagine going back to the way things were before she came here. And not just because she's been amazing with Skylar.
I mean, I'm not even that great of a nanny.
What? I'm too shocked to even know what to say.
I totally made that stuff up. About me working at a daycare.
Kiki stares down at her lap, and I can't help but laugh. Did you think I believed you? A famous daycare center? Come on. I nudge her elbow. But you're wrong if you think you're not a good nanny. She looks up at me, the emotion clear in her eyes.
Really?
You're great with Sky. I mean, amazing. And I'm not just saying that. Skylar adores you. She takes a sip of her tea.
I kind of feel like I'm making things up as I go.
I laugh because she just described every parent everywhere. That's exactly how I feel. Her eyes widen.
But you're so good with your daughter.
I shake my head. I mess up sometimes, just like everyone else. I'm learning as I go. The important thing is that I care. I cup my fingers around my mug, the breeze turning cooler, and I look at her. You care, And that's what Skylar sees.
But you look like you have it all together.
She sighs. Looks can be deceiving. She seems to take that in. We sit silent for a while as we swing and look out at the stars hanging over the ocean. Ellie called me today. Kiki perks up.
Oh?
She said she got that watercolor artist to agree to come out for the gallery. I think her name is Mackenzie Davenport. She's bringing her fiancé too, which Ellie seemed very excited about. Kiki tilts her head.
Wait, who did you say?
Mackenzie Davenport?
You're kidding!
She says as she slaps the swing.
No way!
Who is that?
She's that woman who was on the celebrity news. She's engaged to Dustin Sawyer?
I shake my head. I don't know who that is.
The lead from Catching Cupid, Destination Romance. Do you not like modern movies? Do you not watch television?
She scrunches her nose at me and my insides flip. I know I should keep myself at a professional distance, but I'm still insanely attracted to Kiki. I shrug. I usually don't have time to watch movies or TV. Tonight was the first movie I've seen in at least a year. Most of the TV I watch is Bluey. Kiki laughs.
Well, Dustin Sawyer is an amazing actor. And Ellie said he's coming here? That's amazing! When are they coming?
Next week. They're coming for the festival.
What?
She jumps off the swing and I worry that her tea will spill.
We've got to get some publicity going. That's not enough time. Why didn't you tell me earlier? We need to advertise. We need to make posters and hang them around town.
I chuckle at her. Josephine and Ellie are already doing all of that. I gave them a $1,000 budget for publicity.
Oh.
She sits back down beside me.
Good, because that's like a huge deal.
I guess so. No wonder Ellie seems excited.
Have they thought of radio interviews, Facebook ads, getting influencers involved?
You can ask Ellie. I'm sure she'd like the help.
Okay, I'll call her tomorrow. I'll just have to borrow your phone.
That's not a problem. By the way, I ordered you a phone. It should be here Saturday.
Why did you do that?
Her voice has an edge to it, and I don't know why. Because I want to be able to get a hold of you. She sips from her mug, both hands around it.
You didn't need to do that. Phones are expensive. What if I'm not here that long?
The hairs on the back of my neck raise. Are you planning on leaving? She avoids my gaze.
No?
My internal lie detector goes off. I slowly drink the rest of my tea, and I set the mug down on the table next to the swing. Why would she want to leave? Was our kiss that invasive? Is she still feeling uncomfortable? Maybe I just don't know enough about her to figure her out. Which reminds me, she still hasn't given me her paperwork. I nudge her shoulder. Did you fill out the paperwork I gave you? She cringes.
I can't find the papers. I might have thrown them away by accident. Can you get me some more?
Sure. I'll print them out in the morning. I look down at the tattoo on her wrist and remember everything Kiki said about her past. She hasn't told me details, but I know she's got a lot of pain she's dealt with. A phoenix means rebirth, doesn't it? She lifts her arm and turns it so I have a better view.
Yeah.
Why is it crying?
I lost someone.
She swallows, and I can tell she's struggling with her emotions.
And it was my fault. Chapter 22. Kiki Emerson.
Tobias stares at me as I try to rein in my emotions.
I mean, I didn't kill anyone, if that's what you're thinking.
I blurt out, then force a laugh.
That's not what I'm thinking,
he says softly. I pull back my arm, covering my tattoo with my hand. Anyway, speaking of death, I said if I told you I'd have to kill you, so how do you want to die? He raises one eyebrow at me.
I get to choose?
Of course! I'm very fair. So, pick. I look at him as I make the swing rock back and forth again. He puts a finger on his chin and makes a show out of trying to decide.
I'll take tickling to death.
I bite my lips so I don't laugh at him. Wow, that's such a terrible way to die.
Terrible? I thought it would be much less painful than being shot or stabbed.
Right, but tickling would take forever. It would be like torture. You'd probably die of starvation before the tickling would do any damage.
Ah, I see.
I look out at the dark skyline, the moon reflecting off the water. How did you get me to tell you about my tattoo? I wasn't going to talk about it. He smiles.
I'm highly trained in the art of prying.
That's not good, I say under my breath. Tobias turns serious.
I know you said you did things in the past you're not proud of, but I don't care about your past.
I stare at him. I want to believe him with all my heart, but he doesn't know what he's saying. He would care if he found out the truth. I drop my gaze. You don't understand. He searches my face.
Do you trust me?
Trust should go both ways, I say. Mostly to myself. I'm not a trustworthy person.
Are you saying I should trust you?
Tobias moves to put his hand on my knee, but hesitates and then changes his mind. I feel the loss of his touch down to my toes. Heavens, no, don't do that. You'll only be disappointed in the end. I jump up, clutching my herbal tea, unable to stand the way he's looking at me. I'm not a good person. I take a step toward the back door, but Tobias stands and grabs my arm.
Wait!
I turn to look at him. What? He lets go of my arm, sighs, and runs his hand over his hair.
You seem to be really great at beating yourself up for your past mistakes. But I wonder if you've ever stopped to consider the value of forgiveness.
Hot tears prick my eyes and my vision blurs. The world doesn't forgive, Tobias. Some mistakes haunt you. Some will always be there, reminding you forever of what you did. I don't want to say too much, so I turn away from him and go into the house. I run up the stairs to my room and fling myself onto the bed, letting the tears come. My heart breaks for what I had to give up. My baby girl. As the memories flood through me, I close my eyes, wishing for the millionth time I'd made different choices in the past. 6 years ago. I turn the wheel, pulling into the small grocery store parking lot. It's a hot day for May, and we've got the windows down because the AC doesn't work in my car. I turn to look at Randy, sitting in the passenger seat. He's got a foot up on the dash, and he looks so cute with his long hair and retro Iron Maiden t-shirt. We've been driving for 2 weeks now, since my parents disowned me and kicked me out. I pat my stomach. I don't have a baby bump yet, but it's coming. Even though it wasn't planned, I'm still thrilled to be having a baby. And Randy said he'd take care of us. I'm pretty sure he's going to propose soon. He's been hinting at it. We can settle down and start a family. Randy looks out the window.
What are we doing here?
I'm gonna get us some peanut butter and bread. We can make sandwiches. We only have $1,000 left in my account and we need to make it last. You coming in?
You don't need to do that, babe. I said I'd take care of things, and I did.
He grins at me.
I got us some cash.
I squint at him. How did you do that? You rob a bank? I laugh at my joke. His grin widens.
Not a bank. They're too secure.
He doesn't say anything else, and that worries me. But it's insane to think he's stolen money, so I laugh at him and go inside the grocery store. I come out 10 minutes later with the groceries and shove them in the back seat, along with all our worldly possessions. There's not much back there, just our clothes and our dreams of the future. I get back behind the wheel. Where to? We'd been driving wherever the wind took us, sleeping in the car, stopping where we wanted. But I know that has to end soon. We need to get jobs, start a life together. Randy's been promising we'd find a place to settle.
Let's go north. It's too hot here.
Randy tugs a baseball cap onto his head.
I'm done with this southern humidity.
All right, but I want us to tour some apartments soon, while we still have a down payment.
We have more than enough, babe.
Randy leans back like he's going to sleep. I do like his upbeat attitude, but I wish he'd be practical as well. I had to quit school when my parents kicked me out. I don't even have a high school diploma. I was working at McDonald's, so I know I can get another fast food job, but I don't want to work when the baby comes. I want to be a full-time mother. Randy's had a hard time finding work, which makes me a little worried. Now, with the baby coming, I know he'll try harder. I pull out onto the street, but a cop car turns on his lights behind me, so I slow down. Randy jerks awake, his eyes wide.
What are you doing? Keep going!
What? No, the police are pulling me over.
Don't pull over!
I trust Randy, so I go forward, not wanting to disobey him. Why?
They'll arrest me! Go!
He waves frantically at me. Panic courses through me as I press on the gas. Why won't they arrest you?
Go, go, go!
Randy yells. I can't think, so I just do as Randy says. I go. But the police follow right behind me, turning on their sirens.
That way!
Randy shouts, pointing us toward the highway. My heart pounds loud in my ears as I turn the corner. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm running from the police. Why am I doing that? What did you do? I scream at Randy.
I told you I got us some cash!
I turn on the highway and speed up, sweat dripping down my back. The police car's right behind me. There's no way I can outrun them. You stole it?
Go faster!
He hits the dashboard and swears at me, and I'm stunned. I've never seen this side of Randy before. I'm not doing this, I say, slowing down. Randy reaches down under his seat and pulls out a gun. He points it at me and swears again.
You'd better do what I say or you'll never see our kid.
Terror rips through me and I punch the gas. All right, I'm going! My arms shake so bad I have a hard time staying on the road. My stomach lurches and I'm going to throw up. Randy nudges me with the gun.
Faster!
I can't believe he's doing this. I start to see everything he's done for me in a new light. That expensive necklace he gave me, did he steal that too? I had wondered at the time how he'd been able to pay for it. The thought makes me sick. His parents are thugs, but I didn't think he was too. The car sputters and I look down at the gauge. We're out of gas! Randy swears again and hits the dashboard, a crazy look in his eye.
All right, pull over. I have an idea.
My legs shake as I press the brake to stop the car. The police stop behind us. Randy points the gun out the back window and fires. The window shatters, along with my eardrums. What are you doing? I scream. Suddenly, we're surrounded by police cars, sirens, and a loud voice shouts for Randy to put the gun down. Everything after that happens so fast. Randy opens his door and tries to run, but the police shoot. He falls to the ground. The police shout at me to raise my hands and get out of the car. I'm shaking so violently I can barely obey, but I manage to get myself out of the car. My hands in the air. They shove me to the pavement, my cheeks scraping on the gravel. They yank my hands behind me, handcuff me, and put me in the back of a police car. I sit up in bed, my tears spent. I was the one who stepped on the gas when the police tried to pull us over. So I went to prison. Randy didn't die. He lied about what happened, swearing he didn't pull a gun on me. He went to prison as well, but with a much longer sentence. When I had my baby, I told them I didn't know who the father was. I didn't want my baby girl to have anything to do with Randy or his family. I gave my baby up for adoption and had the record sealed. If only I hadn't gotten involved with Randy to begin with, I wouldn't have gotten pregnant. My parents wouldn't have kicked me out of their home, and I could have finished high school. I never would have gone to prison. Now I have a criminal record, and someone else is raising my daughter. I fall asleep with a headache, my heart torn into pieces. Chapter 23.
Tobias Barrett. I pick up my phone and swipe to accept the call from Ellie. Hello?
Good morning. I was wondering if you could bring Kiki over to the gallery sometime today. We only have a week before the festival and I need some help. That nanny of yours is brilliant. And I just know Miss Kiki will think of some great ways to decorate.
I roll my eyes because Ellie and Josephine do a fine job decorating their gallery all on their own. I have a sneaking suspicion they are matchmaking again. But Kiki doesn't drive and it's too far to walk. I've got to get some emails out and I have a Zoom meeting, but I can bring her there after lunch.
Why don't you come here for lunch? I could use Kiki's thoughts on these cucumber sandwiches I was thinking of serving next Saturday.
I pick up my letter opener and fiddle with it. All right, we'll be there for lunch. What time?
12 o'clock. See you then.
Ellie hangs up. I shake my head at her antics, but secretly, I'm glad for the excuse to spend time with Kiki. The more I get to know her, the more I want to show her I care. I know she's been hurt in her past. Her parents disowned her. I don't care what a person has done. You don't do that to your own child. I toss the letter opener on my desk and stand. I find Kiki and Skylar in the kitchen finishing breakfast. Kiki's wearing another tank top and cut-off jeans, and I wonder if she has anything else to wear. She wore ripped jeans to church on Sunday, and I misjudged her for that, but maybe she simply doesn't have anything else. I should take her shopping. Hey, I say as I walk over to the bar stools where they sit. Kiki turns to me.
Hey.
Her gaze travels over my dress shirt and jeans, and she smiles.
Daddy!
Skylar says. She gives me a hug and then jumps down from her stool.
I'm done eating breakfast.
All right. Kiki grabs her bowl.
Go into the family room and wait for me. You can pull out your Barbies. Okay.
Kiki stands and takes the cereal bowls to the sink. Her hair is up in another messy bun, and I realize I've grown to like that look on her. The skin on her neck looks soft, and I remember how it felt to kiss her there. My fingers itch to touch her, and I take a step back, reminding myself that we're just friends. Nothing more. She peers at me over her shoulder.
Did you need something?
I explain to her what Ellie wants. Is that okay? Kiki nods as she rinses the bowls.
Sure. I'd love to see the space we have to work with. I'm so excited Dustin and Mackenzie are coming.
I walk to the dishwasher so I can help put the dishes in, but Kiki turns at the same time and runs smack into me.
Oh!
She says, her hands up, clutching dripping cereal bowls. I instinctively grab onto her. Time slows as she stares at me, her face just inches away from mine. Holding her again feels good, and not in a friend way at all. I should let her go and step back, but my arms are unwilling. My heart beats wildly in my chest as the faint smell of lilacs intoxicates me. It reminds me of the night we walked along the beach. I replay our kiss in my mind, how her lips tasted, and the way her fingers threaded through my hair. She's so soft, it drives me crazy. I swallow and notice tiny golden flecks deep in the blue of her eyes. Noah enters the room and I jump back from her. She staggers a bit before she regains her footing. Hey, I say to Noah, you're home late. A slow smile spreads across his face. Yeah? His gaze bounces between us. What's going on? Nothing, we both say at once. Kiki shoves the bowls in the dishwasher, making more noise than needed, and I shrug. Just clean it up. Noah hitches up his belt, his handcuffs clanging together. His smile grows wider. Right. Heat creeps up my neck. Well, I better get to work. I leave the kitchen and go back to my office, but I spend the morning thinking about the kiss we shared the other night, and reading the same sentences over and over. By lunchtime, I've gotten a few things crossed off my to-do list, but it's growing instead of shrinking. I shouldn't be taking time off. It's for Ellie, I tell myself, but I know I'm lying. We pile into the car and I head toward the gallery. Skylar looks out the window at the seagulls.
Can we go back to the marina?
Not today, little pup. We got some things to do. We're going to see Ellie and Josephine. I pull into a parking space in the street outside of the gallery and cut the engine. The gallery stands a block away from the downtown square. Mom and pop shops line the streets around the center of the town, with the courthouse in the middle. The gallery is in a mid-sized, two-story space that used to be a house. It's turquoise and white with a cute hand-painted sign out front. We get out of the car and Ellie comes out of the gallery to meet us. Miss Kiki, we're so glad you came. We need lots of help. Skylar runs up to Ellie.
I came to help too.
Josephine comes out onto the sidewalk.
I need your help the most, Miss Skylar.
She holds out her hand and Skylar runs to her. We enter the gallery and Ellie gives Kiki the grand tour, showing her all the rooms they have and how they're making room for some of Mackenzie's paintings. We end the tour in the back room that's been set up classroom style.
This is where Mackenzie will teach her watercolor class. This is a great space. I love the hardwood floors and the crown molding.
Kiki slowly turns around in the space.
What can I do for you?
Ellie wrings her hands.
I want to decorate the gallery somehow, but I don't know what to do. Can you give me some ideas?
Kiki walks out of the classroom and through the rooms full of art.
What about twinkle lights above the artwork, and maybe some centerpieces would be nice for the tables in the classroom? How about creating some decorations like glass bowls with sand and seashells? Something that gives people the island feel?
Ellie clasps her hands together. I love it! What a great idea!
We don't have a craft store on the island. Would you and Tobias be willing to go to the mainland this afternoon and get those supplies?
Ellie bats her eyes at Kiki, and I hold in a groan. There it is, her matchmaking. She's sending us off on a trip together.
I can watch Miss Skylar,
Josephine says as she and Skylar walk into the room.
I have a new ice cream maker that needs testing out. Ice cream?
Skylar shouts. Josephine crouches next to Skylar.
Would you like to come to my house and help me make some ice cream? Yes!
Skylar jumps up and down. And there it is, the final piece of the plan falling into place. I knew Ellie and Josephine were conspiring to get me and Kiki alone together. Kiki looks to me, and I nod. Sure, we can go get the supplies for your decorations. Ellie pulls out an envelope and presses it into my hand.
Take that woman out to a nice dinner while you're there. My treat.
I try to hand it back to her, but she won't take it. And I sigh. Ellie, I don't need your money.
You deserve a night on the town.
She tugs on my arm.
Let's eat lunch.
Ellie ushers us onto the back porch where the women have set up a cozy table for two. I raise my eyebrows at Kiki and she bites her lips, letting me know she's onto them as well.
Aren't we all eating together?
Kiki asks.
Oh, Skylar won't want this. Josephine has made her peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in the other room. I want you two to tell me what you think of these for the festival.
Ellie pulls out a tray of cute cucumber sandwiches cut in small triangles, along with some petit fours, macarons, and some deviled eggs.
Please, sit down,
she commands. I do as she says, because there's nothing else to do. We've been set up. It's best now to just go along with it. Kiki seems to feel the same way. She sits down opposite me and takes a selection from the tray. After I pick out my food, Ellie sets the tray down and clasps her hands.
I must go do some work, but please, you enjoy your lunch, and I want your honest feedback later.
I pick up a sandwich and motion to where Ellie just left. Sorry. I hope you don't feel awkward. They're not being very subtle.
They're adorable.
Kiki settles back.
And I don't mind. We've established we're friends, so it doesn't bother me.
I slowly nod as I chew the cucumber sandwich. Friends. Yes, that's what we are. I need to keep reminding myself of that because right now my pulse is racing and I'm having a hard time not staring into Kiki's deep blue eyes. Tonight is going to be torture.
Chapter 24. Kiki Emerson. I pick up a glass bowl and show it to Tobias as Hobby Lobby's easy listening music plays in the background. Do you think this is a good size? He studies it a moment.
I think it's too large. What do you think of these?
He picks up a tall glass cylinder vase. Oh, I like that better. I grab several of them. And I can get some ribbon to put bows on them. I start to get excited about how these will look. We walk around the craft store, picking out the things that I need in order to make the centerpieces. I'm enjoying my time with Tobias, even though I shouldn't. He's loosened up so much since I first met him. Dare I say he's almost got a sense of humor now? And he's sweet. He opened my car door for me, and I felt like a queen. I push the cart down the aisle with the twinkle lights. I look at the selection and spot some cute ones shaped like seashells and starfish. Perfect. I reach up to grab them, but they're too high for me to get. I stand on my tiptoes, my fingers brushing the bottom of the package. Tobias comes up behind me, pressing into me, and effortlessly takes the package down. I turn to him, my heart racing. He's standing much too close to me, yet neither of us can move. I can smell his cologne mixed with the fabric softener he uses, and it makes it hard for me to think straight. Why did I tell him I can't kiss him? He looks divine in those jeans paired with his white dress shirt. I want him to roll up his sleeves like he did yesterday. I want to run my fingers over his forearms.
Is this what you wanted?
He holds out the package of lights. No. I want him to step closer. I want him to take me into his arms and hold me. I want his lips on mine. Tobias looks at me funny, and I scramble to say something intelligent. I mean, yes. I grab the lights and toss them into the cart. They're the battery-operated kind, so I can string them up without worrying about plugs. Can you grab about 7 more packages?
Yes, ma'am.
He pulls them down, and I have to fan myself a few times to get myself under control. Why does him calling me ma'am in that southern drawl make me want to melt to the floor? Every time he says it, I swear my ovaries swoon. I grab the cart and push it down the aisle. I need to get myself under control before I totally ruin everything. I already kissed the stuffing out of him and then took it back. I can't lose myself again, or there's no turning back. We finish buying all the decorations for the gallery, and Tobias puts them into the trunk of the car. He opens my door for me, which makes my heart flutter, and I slide into the passenger seat. Tobias gets in and fiddles with his seatbelt. He seems nervous.
We have time before dinner. You mind going shopping with me?
Sure. I'm confused as to why he'd be nervous about that, but when he pulls up to the mall, I grow suspicious. What do you need to buy? He clears his throat.
I thought, since we're on the mainland, maybe we could stop for something you can wear to the festival. You know, you've been meeting those famous people. I assume women like to buy new clothes for occasions like that.
My chest tightens and I'm so touched.
I can't think of anything to say. For me?
Well, yes.
His ears turn red.
If, of course, that's okay with you.
My heart melts, and I blink back the moisture that's gathering in my eyes. He's so sweet to think about that. I love it. He exhales.
Okay, let's go in.
He leads me to a clothing shop, and I grin as I look at all the beautiful dresses. I'm usually a jeans and t-shirt gal, but I would love to wear something nicer for the festival. I'm sure all the southern ladies will be wearing fancy dresses, and I'd love to fit in for once. I pick out a cute white dress with yellow sunflowers dotting it. I could picture Savannah wearing something similar. Well, this is adorable.
Try it on.
I flip over the tag and about swallow my tongue. The dress is $899. Maybe not. I put it back. Tobias takes it off the rack and looks at the tag.
It's okay.
He tries to give it to me, but I back away. It's almost $1,000. I hiss at him. We should probably go somewhere else. He frowns at me, placing his hand on my shoulder.
Kat, I said I wanted to take you shopping. If you like the dress, try it on.
I do love the dress, but I can't let him pay that much for one piece of clothing, especially since I will be leaving soon. It's too much. Tobias's features soften and he lowers his voice, coming close to speak in my ear.
I really want to do this for you. Will you let me?
He sounds sincere, but I still feel bad. Are you sure? He smiles and his one dimple shows.
Quite.
I take the dress and go into the changing room. My fingers tremble as I climb into the dress and zip up the back. $900 for one dress. Never in my life have I ever imagined I would wear something so expensive. I want to tell Tobias it doesn't fit, that it's all wrong for me, but as I smooth down the fabric, I fall instantly in love with it. It's soft and flatters my figure. It makes my legs look longer and the skirt swishes in just the right way. I adore it. I walk out of the changing room and Tobias waits there, 2 other dresses in his hands. He motions for me to turn around and I oblige.
Do you like it?
I try not to smile, but it sneaks out anyway. I love it.
Great. Why don't you try these others on, too?
He hands them to me. One is a gorgeous shade of light purple, and the other is a pale pink with white dots and would look great paired with cute sandals. I take them, feeling like a princess. I try on both of the new dresses and show Tobias each of them.
Did you like all of them?
He asks. Well, yes, but you can't get them all. I laugh at the thought. He just smiles, then grabs a stack of tops.
Try these on now.
Tobias!
Don't argue with me.
He gently guides me back into the changing area.
Will you just let me do this for you?
I don't know what to say. Before I know it, we're walking out of the store with a whole new wardrobe for me, complete with new shoes and accessories. The only thing he didn't buy me is new underwear, probably because it would have been awkward for both of us. I've never felt so pampered in my life. Tobias drives back to Willow Shade and pulls up in front of a restaurant called Sand and Sea. It's a cute mom-and-pop seafood place. He opens my door for me again. Why does that make my heart stutter? The hostess seats us by a large window facing the ocean. The sun is setting,
and the brilliant colors across the sky look more like a painting than real life. I stare out of the window, my heart in my throat. If I wasn't lying about who I am, this would be a romantic evening with a man I'm quickly falling for. A man who has told me he has feelings for me. This could be the start of something good. Guilt rises in my chest and I look to my lap. What am I even doing here? Chapter 25.
Tobias Barrett. I look across the table and take in Kiki's expression. She looks sad, and I don't understand. I thought buying her new clothes would make her happy. Why am I always doing the wrong thing? I pick up my water glass and take a sip. What are you thinking? Kiki's thoughts seem far away, but she meets my gaze.
About how beautiful this island is.
I struggle to figure her out. And that makes you sad?
No,
She says quickly.
I'm just tired.
She forces a smile and picks up her menu.
Oh, they have shrimp and steak.
Their lobster is good here, too. Kiki scrunches her nose.
I've never had lobster.
Now's your chance, then. She balks.
No way! I wouldn't know how to eat it, and what if I hate it? It's like $1 million. I'll get the shrimp and steak. I know I'll like it.
She closes her menu. I chuckle. She's cute when she's flustered. Okay, what if I order the sampler that has a lobster tail, and you can try some? She nods.
Yes, I'll try some of yours.
Then if you love it, you can order the whole lobster next time. She looks down at the table.
Sure. Next time.
A tension that wasn't there before sneaks in between us, and I stare at her. I got the feeling last night that Kiki's not planning on staying long when I told her I ordered her a phone. And now it's back. It makes me want to know more about her. I want to know why she's on Willow Island. She told me a little bit, but now I want to know the details. Unless you hate the food here, I joke, trying to break up the awkwardness. She smiles.
I'm sure I won't.
I study her. You mentioned the other day you're here looking for someone. Can I ask, is it your biological mother? Her eyes widen and she motions with both hands.
No, that's not it.
Then who?
No one, really.
Kiki fiddles with her napkin. She's extremely nervous now, and I don't understand.
I'm trying to find myself,
she finally says quietly. This makes more sense. I've gotten the feeling that Kiki doesn't know who she is. But it's more than that. I get the sense that she doesn't like who she is, which tears me apart, especially when I can see all the good in her. I get that. I want to reach across the table and take her hand, but I don't. She's made it clear she doesn't want that kind of relationship with me. The server comes and takes our orders. We sit and look out at the sunset. My phone chimes and I pick it up. Micah texted, "I got into Georgia State!" I grin. Oh, thank goodness. Kiki cocks her head to the side.
What's that about?
Micah got accepted into Georgia State. He was worried. All his friends already got acceptance letters, including Cricket. He thought maybe he applied too late. Kiki smiles.
I'm so glad. Tell him I'm happy for him.
I'm with Kiki and we're both so happy for you. He sends me back a series of emojis and I don't totally understand what he means, but I get the impression he's happy. We sit in silence for a few moments before Kiki clears her throat.
What's something you've always wanted to do but have never done?
That's a great question. I guess I've always wanted to do some traveling.
Where would you go?
Alaska. The photos make it look so beautiful. She shakes her head.
And cold! You'd leave this perfect island for someplace like that?
I laugh. It's spring right now. Just wait until August hits. You'll want to go to Alaska too.
I prefer the heat. The cold just gets into my bones and makes me shiver.
She rubs her arms. Got it. I pick up my glass and motion toward her. Don't take Cat to Alaska. I'm in the middle of taking another drink when I realize what I just implied, and I choke, setting my glass quickly down. I mean, not that we'd ever go on trips together or anything. I didn't mean to imply. I stop talking, my face heating to 1,000 degrees. She stares at me for a second, then bursts out laughing.
Change it to the Bahamas and I'm in.
I smile at her, relieved that she didn't take it the wrong way. Our food comes. I grab a small fork and I pry some lobster out of the tail. I dip it in the butter and stretch it toward Kiki. Try the lobster. She opens her mouth and I feed it to her. There's something intimate and sexy about it, and it makes me think of our kiss once again.
Wow, that's actually really good.
I grin at her. I'm glad you like it. We eat in silence for a while, but it's not uncomfortable. I like the way we can just sit together and feel each other's presence. It's nice being with her. Tomorrow is your day off. What are your plans? I ask.
I'm going to Ellie's to quilt again.
I slowly nod. All day? She sighs.
Yes, we got a lot done on Wednesday, but there's still quite a few quilts that need finishing.
I see. Disappointment flows through me, but I try not to let it show. I once again remind myself she's my employee. We're just friends. That's all. After our meal, we pick up Skylar from Josephine's house. Skylar runs to me and hugs my legs.
Daddy, we made ice cream and we watched a dog movie.
Josephine laughs. 101 Dalmatians. She loved it. I crouch down and hug Skylar before she wiggles away from me and goes to Kiki. I stand up and turn to Josephine. Thanks for watching her. She pats my hand.
Did you have a nice time together?
Kiki smiles.
We did.
Skylar tells us all about her day as I drive us home. Then we wrangle her into her pajamas and tuck her in bed. I kiss her forehead and turn off the light. Kiki goes out to the car to get our things we purchased, and I help her bring them in. She takes her clothes upstairs while I get the craft supplies out, putting them on the kitchen counter. Kiki walks in and picks up one of the containers of sand. Do you want help putting those together? I motion to the seashells and ribbon.
Sure. Thanks.
I grab a glass cylinder vase and hold it out so Kiki can pour in the sand. We work together, putting in the seashells and the little white tea lights that Kiki picked out. She cuts a length of ribbon and hands it to me. I stare down at it. I don't think I could tie a nice bow like you.
Nonsense, it's easy. Here, I'll show you.
She moves close to me, taking some ribbon and wrapping it around one of the vases.
Just tie it like this.
Her fingers fly over it so quickly I can't see what she's doing. But when she's done, she has a perfect bow. I try to duplicate what I saw her do, but my fingers get all tangled in the ribbon. and it doesn't tie right in the end. She giggles at me.
No, like this.
Her fingers slide under mine as she takes hold of the ribbon. I'm too stunned to move, the electric current running between our fingers making my pulse race. I pull back, letting her tie the ribbon again, slower this time. She looks up at me, her face just inches from mine.
Did you get it?
My brain tries to process what she said, but all I can think about is sliding my hands around her waist and pulling her to me. I mentally slap myself. Hands off. Remember? I think so. I lie. I try once more, and by some miracle, I actually tie a bow. It's lopsided and funny looking, but it's a bow. She smiles at me as she fixes it.
Nice.
I take a step back from her. Maybe you should do the rest. She laughs, but doesn't argue with me. After all the bows are tied, she turns.
Thank you for your help, and for...
She stops, and her gaze travels over my features, landing on my lips.
Everything,
she whispers. I want to kiss her so badly, I can already feel her lips on mine. But I can't. I don't want to break her trust. I don't want to push past that imaginary line she's drawn, so I back away from her. I should go. I turn and walk out of the kitchen before I do something I'll regret.
Chapter 26.
Tobias Barrett. I sit on the church pew next to Skylar and Kiki. My brothers take up the rest of the row. Kiki spent yesterday at Ellie's house quilting, and I got the sense, avoiding me. Which is probably for the best. I've proven to myself that I can't be around her without wanting to cross the line. Without wanting to pull her into my arms and show her my true feelings. I try to listen to what the pastor is saying, but it's difficult for me to concentrate. Kiki's wearing the purple dress I bought her, and it hugs her in all the right places. She looks stunning in it. Skylar scoots closer and Kiki puts her arm around her. As Skylar looks up at Kiki, I see how much adoration she has for her, and it melts my heart. It wouldn't just break my heart if Kiki left. It would shatter Skylar. The sermon ends, and I stand up, taking Skylar's hand.
Can I go get a donut?
She asks. I nod my assent.
I can take her down.
Kiki holds out her hand, and Skylar grabs it but doesn't let go of mine.
Come on, Daddy. Let's go together.
I can't resist her request, and we all descend the stairs. Ellie comes up to us, beaming. Miss Kiki, that dress looks amazing on you.
Thank you.
Kiki blushes and curls her hair behind her ear. She's not covering her tattoo anymore, and I'm glad. I know it means a lot to her, and if anyone gave her any guff over it, I'd pound them into the ground. Skylar picks a donut from the table, and I snatch a cup of coffee. How is the publicity going for that famous artist? Ellie fans her face. I can't believe it's all coming together. We're getting great results from our marketing. The class is already full, and we've started a waiting list. We have 2 new artists willing to showcase their art, and Mackenzie and Dustin agreed to sign autographs after her class. That's great. I take a sip of my coffee.
I hope everything goes well for the festival.
Kiki shifts and doesn't meet my gaze. The way she says it spreads panic through my chest, as if she knows she'll be gone by then. You'll be there, right? I blurt out. Ellie takes Kiki's arm. Of course she'll be there. I need help setting up. I don't trust anyone else. Would you come early and help me? Kiki looks taken aback. Me? I need you. Kiki hugs her arms.
All right, I can come early and help.
Ellie pulls out her phone. You must give me your new number. Tobias told me you got a phone. As Kiki exchanges numbers with Ellie, I watch Skylar devour her donut, then run off to play with another little girl from the congregation. I keep an eye on them as they play by a stack of chairs. Josephine walks over to us. Look at you two! You match! She shoves Kiki next to me, knocking me off balance. I put my arms around Kiki to keep us upright.
What do you mean?
Kiki says. Look. Josephine points between my tie and Kiki's dress. They are the same shade of purple. Kiki laughs. I guess we do match. Smile! I want a picture of you two. You're just so adorable. Josephine takes out her phone and holds it up. Kiki shakes her head and puts her hand out.
No, thank you. I don't ever look good in pictures.
I won't post it on the internet.
Josephine fiddles with her phone.
I'd rather not be in a picture,
Kiki says. But Skylar runs up to us, her mouth covered in donut powder.
Can I be in the picture too?
Kiki smiles.
You have powdered donut face.
Skylar giggles and grabs a napkin off the table. She wipes at her lips.
Now, can I be in the picture?
Kiki sighs.
I guess so.
She picks Skylar up.
Scoot together,
Josephine says, motioning to me. You're not strangers. I place my arm back around Kiki, and it dawns on me that we're going to look like a family in the photo. This makes my throat close. Courtney and I never had the kind of closeness that I've found with Kiki. So why does she insist on pulling away from me? After Josephine snaps a few pictures, she stands back and smiles. I'll send these to you. Thanks, Josephine. We better get going. I steer Kiki and Skylar toward the stairs.
What's the plan for this afternoon?
Kiki asks me after we're in the parking lot. No plans. I'm just afraid if we don't leave now, Skylar will eat all the donuts and won't have any room for sandwiches.
Daddy,
Skylar says, giggling.
I won't eat them all.
My phone chimes and I see it's Josephine sending me the photo. I slip my phone into my pocket and open the car door for Skylar. She climbs into her car seat.
Can we swim after lunch, please?
Skylar holds her hands in a pleading fashion. Kiki climbs in the car.
I can swim with you.
I want Daddy to swim with us too.
She turns to me.
Please, Daddy.
Why don't we visit Violet first, then we can swim? Is that okay?
Yay!
Skylar yells.
I want to see Violet.
I turn to Kiki. Would you like to come?
Sure. Can we go get some flowers for her?
She asks. That's a great idea, I say. We change out of our church clothes and I make us a quick lunch before we head over to the florist shop. Kiki walks to the corner and picks up a plant.
African violets. This is perfect.
I remember something Violet once said to me and shake my head. She has always complained that anytime she gets flowers, it's violets. Her favorite are roses, and she never gets them. Kiki sets the plant back down.
I'm so glad you said something. Let's get roses then.
We pick out a vase, and the florist fills it with red and white roses and baby's breath. Skylar amuses herself by smelling the flowers that are at her level as we wait for the florist to prepare the arrangement. We get to the hospital by 2:30 in the afternoon. We enter, and the smell of antiseptic and alcohol fills my nose. I grab Skylar's hand as we walk down the corridor. I approach the front desk. "We're here to visit Violet Williams." The woman, dressed in scrubs and with a severe bun, types on her computer.
Room 109,
She points.
down that hallway.
Thanks. We follow her directions. The door is open to Violet's room, and we stop just outside. The curtain is pulled to hide her bed from the hallway, so I clear my throat. "Violet, can we come in?"
Is that you, Tobias? Come on in.
We step into the room and walk around the curtain. Violet is in the hospital bed, sitting up watching television. She picks up the remote and clicks it off. Her gaze brightens as she sees the roses. "You remembered." I set the vase on the table next to her. She points around the room. "As always, everyone has brought me violets. I'm so happy to get roses." She leans over and smells them. Skylar runs to her.
Violet, I missed you so much.
She bursts into tears. Violet pats Skylar's cheek.
Sweetheart, it's okay. I'm healing. The doctors say I can probably be back with you in a month.
Kiki comforts Skylar, and I step forward to take Violet's hand. "Don't push yourself. You're welcome to come back any time, but I want you to rest and heal."
Honestly, I don't know what all the fuss is about. I'm fine. The doctors are just being cautious. I got the help I needed right away. It could have been much worse.
She looks at Kiki.
Thank you, darling.
Kiki smooths down Skylar's hair.
I'm glad you're all right.
We stay and chat with Violet for a few more minutes before she starts to look tired. "We'd better go," I say, taking Skylar's hand.
Thank you for visiting me.
Violet pulls her sheet up.
I'll be back before you know it.
Bye.
Skylar says as we leave. "Take care," I say. We get in the car and Skylar claps her hands.
Time to swim now, right?
"Yes, we can swim now." I pull out of the hospital parking lot. We get home and put on our swimsuits. Skylar drags us down the hill in the backyard. We walk across the sand toward the shoreline. A wave gathers in the distance. Our feet make impressions in the wet sand. Skylar squeals as the water hits her legs.
Daddy, carry me deeper.
Skylar lifts her arms up to me and I pick her up. She throws her arms around my neck and clings to me. Kiki and I walk to where the water is chest deep. Skylar giggles as the waves come and lift us up in the water. Her giggles make Kiki and I laugh. Kiki grins at me. That's adorable. The way her eyes crinkle when she laughs and her cute smile makes me want to tell her she's adorable too. But I don't. I keep that thought to myself. I try to think of something to distract me. How did the quilting go yesterday?
It went well. We should be able to finish everything this Thursday.
You're going back? I gotten used to our evenings together. Yesterday she stayed at Ellie's until late, so we didn't get to talk, and it made me grumpy.
You could come with me and help.
She grins at me, and I can't quite tell if she's joking or not. I think I do more harm than good. The words slip out of my mouth, and I instantly regret them. I want to spend more time with Kiki. Why did I shoot it down?
Oh, come on. It's just making little stitches. It's not hard. I could show you how to do it.
She touches my arm and I freeze. She's barely touched me since the kiss. My brain tries to come up with a verbal response, which is really hard to do as my heart is beating so fast. Okay, I'll help. Kiki runs her hand down my arm and tingles erupt over my skin. My heart soars. I feel like a new person. Like I just ran a marathon, but it felt great doing it. The last time I felt this way, I was falling in love. The thought startles me and I jerk back. My chest constricts and a lump forms in my throat. I can't fall in love with Kiki. She's made it clear that she doesn't want a relationship. If I allow myself to fall for her, I'll just end up with my heart dashed to 1,000 pieces.
Chapter 27. Kiki Emerson. Tobias and I get Skylar ready for bed and let her pick out a book for story time.
I want Daddy to read to me tonight,
she pronounces. Tobias glances at me like he's afraid it would hurt my feelings.
Me?
Skylar cocks her head to the side, then states,
I want both of you to read to me.
Tobias laughs, picks up the book, and sits on the bed next to Skylar.
All right.
I walk around the bed and sit on Skylar's other side. There's hardly any room, but I sit on the sliver of bed that's left and cozy up to Skylar. We take turns reading pages, which evolves into a contest to see who can read with the funniest voices and make Skylar laugh the most. We end up reading 5 books, because Skylar keeps asking for more and neither of us can tell her no. My sides hurt from laughing so much. Tobias finally stands up.
Time for bed, little pup.
He ruffles Skylar's hair and I follow him out of her room. I join Tobias going down the stairs. Today was a good day. I felt a connection with Tobias and I don't want that to end. I should head to bed and distance myself from him, but I can't. I miss our closeness. I regret telling him I can't have a relationship with him. I feel terrible for pushing him away. He's such a good man. He's the perfect father for Skylar. And he's so kind to me, even though I don't deserve it. I suddenly want that closeness back. I want him. Before I can think better of it, I say, I was thinking of making some coffee cake tonight. We can have it for breakfast. Do you want to help me? He looks at me, taking me in for a moment before nodding.
Sure, sounds good.
A zing of electricity shoots through me, and I give him a small smile. He smiles back, and I have a hard time pulling in another breath. That dimple, it's killing me. Why is it that he looks more and more handsome each day? He's wearing a plain white t-shirt and jeans, and he looks like he stepped off a movie poster. We enter the kitchen. To distract myself, I Google the recipe on my phone, selecting one that sounds good.
Tell me what you need. I'll grab the ingredients,
he says. I scroll until I come to the actual recipe. Okay. I list out the things we need for the crumble topping and the coffee cake itself, and Tobias puts them on the counter. He gets out 2 bowls and some measuring cups and spoons.
What temperature should I preheat the oven for?
He asks. 350. Tobias fiddles with the knobs on the oven, then comes over to stand beside me.
My heart is having a difficult time beating out a simple rhythm. So, you've lived on this island your whole life? I ask as I open the flour container to make the crumble.
Yes.
What's your favorite childhood memory? I scoop out a cup of flour and dump it into a bowl. He rubs his neck.
That's a tough question. I have lots of great childhood memories here.
Do tell! I want to hear some stories. Did you and your brothers ever get into trouble? Tobias leans on the counter next to me, grinning.
Oh, all the time. Noah and I once decided we were going to go fishing, but we didn't have fishing poles. So we took sticks and string and improvised. We didn't have hooks. We grabbed forks from the kitchen and bent them into hooks. They were Mom's good silver, too.
I gasp. I bet your mom was mad. Tobias chuckles and shakes his head.
We buried the forks in the sand. She never found out what happened to her missing forks.
No way! I touch his arm, which I know I shouldn't do, but I can't stop myself. Did you put any bait on the makeshift hooks? Tobias glances at my hand on his arm, and I know he's silently questioning what I'm doing, but I no longer care. I want back what I cut off. He grins at me.
Yes, hot dogs.
I laugh at the image of two little boys trying to fish with hot dogs on bent forks they stole from their mother's good silverware. That's priceless.
And one time, Levi and I went ghost hunting in the old graveyard on 5th Street. We snuck out of the house and took my dad's video camera, sure that we'd see ghosts there late at night.
I put the crumble into the fridge and start on the cake mix. Did you find any? He has a hard time speaking because he's laughing so hard.
No, we just scared each other so much I dropped Dad's camcorder and broke it.
His laugh is contagious, and I join him. Wow, you guys did get into trouble. How old were you?
I was 13. I think Levi was only 7 or 8. My parents were not happy about us sneaking out. They were more upset about that than the camcorder.
That makes sense. Do you still have the video you made? Tobias lifts his eyebrows.
You know what? I think I do. I turned all our old tapes into DVDs a while back. It should be with all the family videos.
Oh, I'd love to see some of those. I grab the mixer and turn it on. Tobias pulls out a glass pan for baking, setting it next to me on the counter.
You don't want to see old family videos.
He shakes his head, but his eyes are smiling. I really do. Levi walks into the kitchen.
What are you making?
Coffee cake. I spread the mixture into the glass pan.
Sounds delicious.
Levi hooks his thumbs into his belt loops.
See you guys later.
Tobias raises his eyebrows.
Where are you going?
On a date. Levi grins.
With who?
Tobias asks.
Shelley Gardner. She just moved to the island. You probably don't know her.
Levi walks toward the back door.
Don't stay out too late,
Tobias calls. Levi stops, turns around, and chuckles.
I'm not a teenager anymore. Do you really feel the need to give me a curfew, bro?
Tobias shrugs.
Sorry. Habit.
Levi grins at us.
Don't wait up for me.
He leaves and his motorcycle fires up outside. I shake my head at Tobias. He's a flirt, isn't he?
Always has been. Ever since he hit 13. I worry about him never settling down, never finding a good job.
Tobias frowns.
Maybe I worry too much.
I lift the coffee cake pan and walk toward the oven before realizing I can't open the door with my hands full. I'm sure you do. Can you get that for me? Tobias goes to the oven and opens the door for me. I slide in the cake, but my finger grazes the oven grate and I jerk my hand back. Ouch! He grabs my hand.
Did you burn yourself?
Yeah. It's not too bad, but he rushes me over to the sink and turns on the faucet, holding my hand under the water. He's pressed up against my back, both arms around me, and I no longer feel the sting from the burn. I'm too aware of his body so close to mine. My heart does a crazy dance in my chest.
Keep it under the water,
he says, which is useless because he's holding my hand there. I want to laugh at him, but I can't. I'm having too much trouble breathing. I slowly move my other hand toward his, touching his skin lightly with my fingers. It feels so good, I can't stop. And I thread my fingers through his, the cold water running over our hands.
Kiki,
he whispers. Don't say it. I turn around and place my hands on his forearms. I don't care that they're wet. The heat from his skin quickly warms them. I don't want to ruin this, I say quietly. He places his hands on the counter on either side of me and stares at me, his gaze holding a question. He wants to know why I'm doing this, but I don't have an answer other than I can't stop thinking about him, about the way I feel when I'm with him, and about how much I want to feel his touch again. I need to feel his arms around me. I run my hands up his arms and he closes his eyes. I trace the features on his face lightly with my finger. He opens his eyes and I can see what my touch is doing to him. I see the desire in his gaze.
Cat.
He tries again, but I put my finger on his lips. I don't want him to talk and ruin this moment. He turns the faucet off and puts his arms around me. His hand splays across my back and I melt into his embrace. I put my arms around his shoulders, my fingers grazing the back of his neck. My hands move as if they have a mind of their own. I'm powerless to stop them. I thread my fingers through his hair. He nuzzles my neck, sending zings of pleasure through me.
I'm having a really difficult time not kissing you right now,
he whispers. Then kiss me. The words are out too fast to take back. Tobias pulls back and raises one eyebrow in a silent question, as if he knows I'm caught up in the moment and might not be making the best decision. I close my eyes and sigh. Please. He slowly moves closer to me until his lips are just a whisper from mine.
Are you sure?
Yes. He presses his lips to mine. His kiss is slow and thorough, and I get lightheaded. I push away any thoughts about how wrong this is, how unworthy I am. This feels too good for me to stop. I wrap my arms around his neck, pulling him closer to me. I feel like I'm flying above the clouds, soaring so high my stomach buzzes. His lips are warm and soft, and he holds me to him like he's afraid I'll vanish into thin air. Tobias deepens the kiss, and heat warms my insides. I don't want to do anything else but kiss this man. Forget Christmas morning. This feels like the 4th of July. Hot and explosive. Footsteps sound behind Tobias, and he jerks away from me. Micah stands in the doorway, grinning.
Don't stop on my account. I'm just getting a snack.
He walks to the fridge, opens the door, and grabs a yogurt. As he exits the room, he turns back.
You might want to close the oven door, though. It will cook better that way.
He chuckles as he leaves. My face heats, and I'm sure it's 12 shades of red. Tobias rushes over to the oven and closes the door.
How long does it bake?
I walk over to my phone sitting on the counter and check it. 55 minutes. My fingers tremble too much, so I set the phone down and press my lower back up against the counter. Tobias tells his smartwatch to set a timer, then he walks over to me. He swallows and scrubs his hand down his face.
Are we pretending that didn't happen too?
I glance over at the doorway to make sure Micah's gone. I feel bad for what I said to Tobias after our last kiss. I don't want to hide my feelings any longer. I want to have this, even if it's just for a little while. I shake my head and bite my lip. No. Chapter 28.
Tobias Barrett. No? I ask, my heart pounding. Kiki shakes her head. Her face is flushed and she's having trouble meeting my gaze, but she's not running away from me anymore. At least, not right now. I want to ask her questions, but I don't want to push her away from me. I want more of the closeness we've had today. Do you really want to watch some old family videos? She smiles up at me.
Yeah, I'd like that.
We go into the family room and I dig around in the bottom of the console. I find the box with the old DVDs in it, and I flip through them until I find one from the year I was 13. It's the one most likely to have the footage from the graveyard. I stick it in the DVD player and grab the remote. I sit next to Kiki on the couch and turn on the TV. Our backyard shows on the screen, and my brothers and I appear running around with a football. Kiki elbows me.
Is that you? Oh my goodness, look at you! You're so cute!
She's lying. No one is cute at 13. I'm gangly and awkward, but I grin and put my arm on the back of the couch. You think so? She snuggles into my side.
Of course! But be quiet, I want to hear this. Your voice is changing, and it's so funny.
I chuckle and slip my arm around her. We watch the old videos as my family has a barbecue, as we play on the beach, as we set off fireworks. The video of me and Levi at the cemetery comes on, and we laugh so hard I have trouble breathing. My watch alarm sounds, and I go into the kitchen to take out the coffee cake, setting it on a trivet to cool. I head back into the family room and sit next to Kiki. My brothers and I are in our Halloween outfits on the TV.
You guys are so adorable,
Kiki says, snuggling back into my side. I get emotional when I see my mother come on the screen. She's hanging decorations on a Christmas tree and she turns toward the camera. Are you all ready for Christmas? My father asks behind the camera. Not at all, my mother says, laughing.
But Christmas will come whether we're ready or not.
And what do you want for Christmas, Mrs. Barrett? My mother smiles.
I just want to have a quiet day at home with our family.
Shouting comes from behind the camera, and my father turns around to show Noah chasing Levi through the house. My father laughs. I don't know how quiet it will be. My mother hangs another ornament.
As long as we're together, that's all I want.
The camera goes dark, the scene ending. The DVD stops, but I'm too stunned to stand up and change it. I don't remember seeing this clip, and it makes my chest constrict. Kiki puts her hand on mine.
Are you okay?
She asks softly. Yeah. I choke out, but it's a lie. I'm not okay. There's an ache deep within me. My parents died so young. They were good people, and I would give anything to be able to see them just one more time. She turns toward me and cups my face with her hands, her thumb catching a tear. I didn't realize I was crying.
You must miss them so much.
I nod. I can't say anything. My throat is too tight.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked to see the videos.
No, I managed to say. It's okay. She wraps her arms around me, pulling me to her. I bury my face in her shoulder. She holds me, and I feel like a little boy again, missing my mother and father. When I gain control, I pull back from her. She gently kisses my nose.
You are so tender-hearted.
Not very manly, I say.
Why not? Men can cry. It's actually quite sexy.
She puts her arms around my neck and her fingers comb through my hair. It sends shivers through me. It feels so good to be this close to her, to feel her touch. I open my mouth to tell her how she's making me feel, but I quickly close it. I don't know how she would take it. If I make one wrong move, she might freak out again. I'm afraid she'll run away. I pull her close, and she sits on my lap, her arms still around me. Sexy, huh? I say, being playful.
Yeah.
She pulls me down and brushes her lips across mine. I can't resist her. My lips move over hers. She tastes sweet, like strawberries and cream. My heart soars that she's no longer pulling away from me. A tone chimes. Noah's texting me. I pull back. Sorry, I should see what Noah wants. Kiki leans back. I pick up my phone and look at the text. Did you forget you asked me to install hidden cameras in the house? There's one in the kitchen and one in the family room. I freeze. I forgot about that. My gaze travels over the room and I spot the camera on the shelf amid a row of books. I shoot him off a quick response. Stop spying on me, bro. That's sick. I toss the phone on the couch. Just a sec. I slide Kiki off my lap and walk over to the shelf to turn the camera around. I come back and pick up where I left off. My brother texts me a couple more times, but I ignore it. Kiki gives me a questioning look.
Do you need to get that?
She says against my mouth. No, I say, and claim her lips again. Kissing Kiki is like grabbing an electric fence. It's risky and hot, but I can't let go. I want her in my life. I want to tell her I think I'm falling in love with her, but I'm afraid it will make her pull away from me again, so I don't. I try to show her how I feel with my tender kisses. I don't know if she will regret kissing me tomorrow, but I'll do everything I can to let her know I accept her for who she is. She's worth more to me than anything. I want her to feel loved and accepted because I fear she's never had that before. And that breaks my heart. The next morning, I wake up to someone knocking on my bedroom door. Come in, I say, my brain fuzzy with sleep. Noah enters, his police boots clumping across my hardwood floor. Sorry, did I wake you? I sit up and try to tame my hair. What is it? Noah leans against my footboard. Nothing important. I just wanted to apologize for the camera thing. He grins at me. I totally didn't mean to spy on you. I'd forgotten about it already. I wave a hand at him. No problem. I approve, by the way. Approve? My brain is still not awake. Of you and Kiki. It's about time you got over Courtney. We've been worried about you never wanting to date anyone. He scrubs a hand across his neck. We're glad you found someone. Annoyance surfaces in me. I didn't realize my brothers were all talking about me behind my back. It's not like that. We were just concerned, that's all. I feel a headache coming on, and I pinch the bridge of my nose. What about you? I don't seem to see you dating anyone. Is everyone concerned about how hung up you are with your ex? Noah shifts. All right, I deserve that. But my situation is totally different. I stare at him. How so? Courtney was a blood-sucking leech. Even you admitted it after she left. Noah folds his arms across his chest. Savannah's nothing like that. I agree with you. I just don't know why you haven't made another move in all these years. It's obvious you guys still have a thing for each other. Everyone notices. I exhale. Just do something about it. Noah grins at me. Working on it. He taps the footboard. Anyway, let me know if you want me to watch Skylar so you can go out or something. My weekends are pretty free. Noah has Friday and Saturday nights off. I squint at him. If you're going to pursue Savannah, won't you want those weekend nights for her? Watching Sky together sounds like a great date. You know how she loves kids. And it would subconsciously put the idea in her head that we'd make great parents, huh? His grin widens. I laugh because Noah's always been very vocal about wanting a whole bunch of kids. It's really sweet. I know he'd make a great dad. He's amazing with Skylar. All right. Noah leaves my room and I climb out of bed. Yesterday's closeness with Kiki was amazing, and I'm unsure how she will react to me today, but I think we've turned a corner. At least, I hope she sees it that way.
Chapter 29. Kiki Emerson. I wake to the smell of bacon. The heavenly smell combined with the memories of Tobias kissing me last night infuse me with a rush of excitement and energy. I quickly shower, get dressed in a blue top and pair of cute jeans with bling on the back pockets, and go down the stairs.
Kiki!
Skylar runs to me when I enter the kitchen.
Daddy's making pancakes and bacon.
Tobias turns around from the island stove to smile at me. He's wearing a white button-up shirt again, but the sleeves are rolled up and he's in casual slacks.
Good morning.
I walk up beside him and grab a piece of bacon from the plate. Smells delicious.
Kiki, listen to my joke.
Skylar tugs on my jeans. Okay.
What do lawyers wear?
I think about it a moment. I don't know. What do they wear?
Lawsuits.
I laugh and poke Tobias. Did your dad tell you that joke? Because it's such a dad joke. Skylar giggles.
Yes, ma'am.
Tobias grins and slides his arm around me, pulling me to him. I melt into him. Having his arms around me feels like being wrapped in comfort and security. This is what heaven is. I'm sure of it. Being wrapped in the arms of someone you love. The thought startles me. Do I love Tobias? I've only known him a little over a week. Can a person fall in love that fast? But even as that question forms in my mind, I know it's possible. Because I'm pretty sure I am in love with Tobias. He's so kind-hearted, attentive, and gentle. He's a great father to Skylar. He splays his hand across my back and my breath hitches. He leans over and gives me a quick kiss before letting me go and turning back to his pancake. Butterflies erupt inside of me. I thought I loved Randy, but he never made me feel this way. I had a crush on Randy. With Tobias, it's the real thing. It's new and dizzying to think about. Micah walks in, slinging his backpack over his shoulder.
Wish me luck on my physics test.
Good luck, Tobias and I say at the same time. Micah rolls his eyes, but a hint of a smile tells me he thought it was funny.
You guys are corny.
Tobias nudges my arm.
That's better than lame.
I'll take it. I hold out a strip of bacon. Did you get anything to eat? He raises his hand.
No thanks. Too greasy for me.
My jaw drops as I put the bacon strip back. You don't like bacon? Is there a person on Earth who doesn't like bacon?
I know,
Tobias says.
It's weird. I think there's something wrong with him.
Micah scoffs. At least grab some yogurt or something. I walk to the fridge and open it. Here, you like strawberry banana? I toss it to him.
Yes, Mother.
His words drip with sarcasm. Skylar giggles as she climbs up one of the bar stools.
Kiki's not your mother.
Micah grins at her.
She's not?
Nope.
Skylar shakes her head.
Well, darn. Maybe, though, she might become... Micah,
Tobias says, cutting him off.
Don't.
My face heats, but I try not to let it bother me. Micah grins as he grabs a spoon and heads out the back door.
I was going to say your friend, that's all. See you later.
Tobias slides the last pancake onto the stack and shuts off the burner.
Sorry about that. My brothers think it's incredibly funny to tease me.
It's all right. They're cute. He takes a step toward me.
I think you're cute,
he says, his voice low. His phone rings and he picks it up from the counter.
This is Tobias.
I pull a pancake off the stack and get it ready for Skylar. Eat your breakfast, I whisper. She stabs a pancake square and stuffs it into her mouth. Some syrup drips onto her chin, and she tries to lick it off with her tongue. I don't know why, but it's the cutest thing I've ever seen, and I have to stifle a laugh.
Today?
Tobias says, his voice strained. He listens for a moment, then nods.
All right, I'll be there.
After he hangs up, I give him a questioning look. Everything okay?
There's a problem with one of the orders at one of my investment companies. I have to drive to the mainland and fix it. I wasn't expecting to, so it's going to put me behind on a few other things. I was already behind, so I might have to work some long hours this week to make up for it.
Long hours? Does that mean I won't see him much this week? Disappointment settles in my stomach. No problem. I can take care of everything here. You go do what you need to. Tobias steps close to me. His gaze smolders, and it makes all those butterflies take flight inside of me. He brushes my hair behind my shoulders, and his hands skim down my arms.
You're pretty amazing. You know that?
My face heats, and I know I'm blushing. I'm just doing my job. He squints at me.
No, I don't think so.
What do you mean? He pulls me to him.
There's just something about the way you take care of Skylar. Like she's special. You're a caring person.
My heart jumps into my throat. I've been mothering her too much. He's noticed. Levi walks into the kitchen and Tobias steps back from me. Levi chuckles.
I'm happy for you guys.
He grabs a piece of bacon.
You off to work?
Tobias asks.
Yep. See you.
Levi gives us a wave and leaves. A moment later, his motorcycle starts up outside and he drives off.
I talked to him about taking motorcycle driving classes, and he was actually excited about it.
Tobias gives me a smile.
Thanks for giving me that idea. It does make me feel better.
Good. I feel pleased that he took my advice.
I better change into my suit and get going.
He starts to leave, but turns back to me.
Oh, while I'm thinking about it, I printed off a new W-9 form. It's in my office. Can you fill it out? I need to pay you for last week.
Guilt rises in my chest as reality comes crashing down on me. I'm lying to Tobias. To everyone here. My relationship with Tobias is just an illusion. It's all fake. I can't stay here. Tobias frowns.
Everything okay?
I school my features and nod. I'm fine, sorry, I just spaced out for a minute.
Why don't you go fill out that form right now while I change? I can get your payment ready today.
My throat closes and I have a hard time breathing. Sure, I can do that. He leaves, and I walk into his office and pick up the W-9 form. I stare at it for a long time before I pick up a pen and fill it out, using my fake last name and a fake social security number. This will buy me a little more time at least. Tobias enters the office wearing a suit and tie. I swallow. Dang. Why was I trying so hard to get him to wear jeans? He looks amazing all dressed up. Here, I say, handing him the paper.
Thanks. I hope I'll be home in time for dinner, but if I'm not, go ahead and eat without me.
Okay. He steps forward and pulls me into his arms.
We should probably have a conversation sometime soon about us.
I nod, feeling even more guilty. Okay.
Tonight?
Sure. Tobias brushes his lips across mine before letting me go. He leaves, and I sink down to the floor. Chapter 30. Kiki Emerson. Tobias has been so busy the last 3 days, I've barely seen him. We didn't get to talk Monday evening. He could only text me to say he had to stay the night in Atlanta. We haven't actually talked all week, except a few texts, and now it's Thursday evening. I stand by the front door and wait for Tobias to come home so we can go to Ellie's house. He promised he'd be home early tonight so he wouldn't miss quilt night. A flash of headlights cross the window and I look out. The car continues down the street. It's not him. Disappointment runs deep. I know I shouldn't get so emotionally involved with Tobias. I can't stay. I shouldn't be having a relationship with him. Yet, I can't bring myself to leave, either. Levi runs into the living room with Skylar on his shoulders.
Look at me, Kiki!
Skylar cries. I hold in a smile. How did you get so tall? Her laughter fills the room.
I'm on Uncle Levi!
Oh, of course. I tickle her under her chin.
Should we go racing?
Levi asks.
Yes!
Skylar grabs Levi's forehead and he runs out of the room, giggles following after him. The front door opens and Tobias comes in. He looks tired. He steps to me and pulls me to him.
Sorry I'm running late. Did you eat?
I snuggle into him. I missed him this week. Yes, we ate. What about you?
Not yet.
I grab his hand and tug him into the kitchen. I get him a dish of chicken and rice leftovers, warming them in the microwave. How's everything at your company? He shakes his head and rubs a hand over his neck.
The problems with this company are deeper than anyone knew. They've had to fire employees and do an overhaul. It's been a nightmare.
I'm so sorry. I pull the bowl out of the microwave. Do you have to go back tomorrow?
Yes, but I'll be here on Saturday for the festival. I won't miss that.
He quickly eats his dinner, then we get into his car and head over to Ellie's house. She smiles when she sees us and ushers us inside. There are quilts around the room. Thank you both for coming. Please sit down and I'll bring you some sweet tea. Grab a quilt and some thread. Josephine is sitting in an antique-looking chair by the fireplace, a patriotic quilt spread across her lap.
How are you, Miss Kiki?
I'm doing well. Ellie brings us 2 glasses of tea and I pick up 2 nearby quilts. I take a few minutes to show Tobias how to stitch his together so the stitches don't show. Ellie sits across from us and clears her throat. Thank you for coming with Miss Kiki tonight, Tobias. We are happy for the help. Tobias is concentrating so hard on his needle and thread that he barely acknowledges Ellie.
Sure.
I hide a smile. I can't wait for the Willow Shade Festival. They're already putting up decorations around town.
We've held this festival every year for over 70 years. We all take pride in it,
Josephine says. Skylar's excited about the carnival games they're setting up downtown. That and the boat race is all she's talking about. I make another stitch. The doorbell rings and Ellie jumps up. Excuse me. A minute later, Ellie comes back in with Savannah. Sit down, darling. I'll get you some sweet tea. Savannah crosses the room and sits down. Savannah, you know Tobias, right? I ask. She nods at him. How are you, Tobias? He looks up from his quilt.
I'm well. How are you, Savannah?
Fair to middling. She takes the quilt next to her and starts stitching. How's Noah doing?
Quite well.
Tobias answers. I can sense there's more to her question, and I wonder if she and Noah would ever get back together. I pick up the glass of sweet tea Ellie gave me and take a drink. It's gotten quite hot out, I say to fill the silence. It has, Savannah says. She pulls the thread up before glancing over at Tobias. Josephine grabs a pair of sewing scissors. I heard Noah put in an offer on a house. Tobias jerks his head up. What? Yeah, I heard that too. He didn't tell you about it, Ellie says.
No.
Tobias stabs his needle into the fabric. Is that a problem? I ask. Tobias shakes his head.
Not at all. I'm just surprised is all. He hasn't mentioned it to me.
Sorry. Josephine leans back. I didn't think it was a secret.
It's fine,
Tobias says. I take another sip of my tea. This sweet tea is probably the best I've tasted. Savannah leans toward us.
Are you two dating?
I choke. No! I manage to say between coughs. I wave my hands back and forth to make sure everyone in the room understands. Tobias turns his head away from me, but not before I catch a glimpse of his hurt expression. I feel bad, but I don't know what else to do. We're not officially together, right?
Really?
Josephine raises an eyebrow.
I was sensing some closeness.
Tobias doesn't say anything. I finally get control of myself. We've become good friends. Josephine looks between us before going back to her quilting.
Ah, I see.
Ellie crosses her legs. How's Violet doing?
I spoke with her this morning,
Tobias says.
She's home now and doing much better. The doctor says she can come back to work in a couple more weeks.
Ellie smiles. I heard you found her and got her help right away, Miss Kiki. I nod, my throat tight. Yeah. Savannah gasps and puts a hand on her chest.
You might have saved her life.
I wave her suggestion away, uncomfortable with the conversation and the trauma it's bringing up for me. I don't want to talk about Violet or that day. I don't want to think about her lying there on the sidewalk. I've tried my best to shove that morning away from my mind. Tobias looks at me, and something in his expression lets me know he sees right through me. He can tell I'm uncomfortable. He turns to Ellie.
What's your secret in making your sweet tea, Ellie? I think it's delicious.
Ellie spends the next 10 minutes giving Tobias tips on making the best sweet tea, and I'm so relieved he changed the subject. He did it on purpose, which makes it so sweet. He's a good man. We finish up all but 2 quilts, and Ellie swears she and Josephine can finish them in time for Saturday's quilt show for the festival. On the way back to the house, Tobias clicks his turn signal and looks over at me.
We're not dating?
My throat tightens and I cringe. The last thing I want to do is hurt Tobias. All I can do is think of a lame excuse. I'm sorry, I guess I panicked and didn't know exactly what to say. We hadn't really talked about it or made it official or anything. He swallows, his fingers tight on the wheel.
What if I want to make it official?
My stomach flips like I'm on a roller coaster. He asks in a way that's part flirty, part vulnerable, and I know he's tentatively reaching out to me. I once again feel terrible for how I reacted after our first kiss, and I can't do that to him again. I guess I wouldn't mind official.
Kat, will you be my girlfriend?
He shoots me a shy smile. His nickname for me makes me blush. An inside joke between just us. I love it. If I say yes, do we get to go on dates?
Of course.
I bite my lip, thinking about his question. I don't want people to talk after I leave, but maybe it's too late for that. People are already talking. My goal in coming was to slip in unnoticed, find my daughter, and disappear. That hasn't worked. Maybe I just need to go with the flow. Okay, I'll be your girlfriend. He smiles, and I can see a boyish giddiness in him I haven't seen before. It makes me happy that I could be the cause of this, and yet Guilt rushes through me. What am I doing? Chapter 31.
Tobias Barrett. I spend Friday working on the mainland, but even though I had to get up at an ungodly hour, I'm still in a good mood. I find myself humming as I drive home, and that's so unlike me. I can't wait to get back and spend more time with Kiki. I'm ready to jump all in with her, but she's holding back from me and it's niggling at me. I don't want to scare her off, but I want to tell her what I'm feeling. I want her to know I'm serious about us. Would she pull away from me if she knew I was falling in love with her? I ponder what I'm going to say to her as I drive over the bridge to Willow Shade Island. When I get home, the lights are out and the house is still, and I hope I haven't missed my chance to see Kiki. As I make my way through the house, the back door creaks and Kiki turns on the kitchen light. "You're home!" A smile forms on her lips. "I was just on the back porch watching the ships pass by." "I'd love to join you, if you don't mind." I loosen my tie.
"Of course."
She opens the cupboard and grabs a glass.
"I was coming inside for some water. Do you want some?"
"Sure." She fills the glasses with ice water and hands one to me. We go outside and sit on the swing. I take a sip. The cold liquid feels good on my throat. I set it down on the table beside the swing. "Thanks." She tucks her legs under her and I slide my arm around her. She snuggles into my side. I love how she feels next to me. I gently rock the swing as the night breeze blows over us. "Tell me something about yourself that I don't know." I know I'm prying, but I don't care. I want her to talk to me. The closer we get, the more I crave to know everything about her. She laces her fingers through mine.
"Kira and I once put on a fashion show. The audience was all our stuffed animals."
She giggles, and I love the sound. "That's precious. How old were you?"
Kira was probably 5 and I was 13. We dug a bunch of dresses out of Mama's closet and put on her jewelry.
Was she upset?
I don't think she ever knew. I made sure to put everything back. She always came home from work after we went to bed, so I guess I don't know.
Her voice takes on a sad tone. I rub my thumb over the skin on her hand. "Do you have any happy memories of your mother?" She lifts her glass to her lips and takes a sip.
"Yes."
"Will you tell me one?"
My mother loved flowers. She would often take me to the botanical garden when I was little. We got a free pass because we were a low-income family. I think that was the happiest I saw her, in that garden. Once we went there, and I found a butterfly. I followed it around the garden until it landed on my shoulder. Mom laughed and told me it was good luck. I went home thinking I was the luckiest girl in the world.
That's sweet.
The waves crash against the shore below us, the moonlight reflecting in the water. When I was little, she would make homemade Play-Doh. She would let me pick the color and I could put in a few drops of food coloring. That was my favorite part. She would put these latex gloves on me so I could knead the coloring into the dough. One time, I got too excited and started kneading the dough without the gloves. My hands were blue for about a week.
Kiki laughs and I chuckle along with her. That's funny. Kiki sighs.
If I could do things over, I would have made better choices. I regret so much. I don't blame her for disowning me.
I freeze, not wanting to even breathe, for fear I will make Kiki clam up. This feels like progress. Is she going to tell me what happened? She doesn't continue, though, so I gently graze my thumb along her skin. What would you do over? She takes a long drink of her water. I pick mine up as well. It's a warm evening and the cool water feels good. Finally, she says,
Everything.
Disappointment washes over me, like the ocean water below. I know she feels terrible about her past, but I have no clue what she did that she regrets so much. We've become close. Can't she trust me now? Why is she still holding back? It's okay, I whisper, swallowing back my hurt feelings. I know she'll tell me when she's ready. I kiss the top of her head. She looks up at me.
If you're going to kiss me, do it properly.
I take our glasses and set them on the table next to the swing. I'd be happy to, I say as I cup her face. She slides close and puts her arms around my neck, making the swing move erratically. My lips capture hers before she can say anything else, and I feel dizzy with the kiss and the movement of the swing. I explore our lips, our breaths intermingling. I don't know where I end and where she begins. I need her in my life. I don't know if she's still planning on leaving, but I need her to change her mind. I'm in love with her. If she left now, it would shatter me. I pull back from her, breathless. As I look into the depths of her blue eyes, my desire to know her, all of her, deepens. What happened in your past? I blurt out. Kiki pulls back from me, her gaze darting away. Her features harden and she stiffens. The air is sucked out of my lungs as she emotionally pulls away from me. She wants to run from me, I can tell. She has a wound and I took a stick and poked at it. I instantly feel terrible for bringing it up. Never mind, I quickly say. You don't have to tell me right now. That was the wrong thing to say. I can see it all over her face. She doesn't want to tell me. Ever. Kiki jumps up from the swing.
I should probably get to bed.
She disappears into the house and I exhale and run a hand through my hair. I feel bad for bringing it up, yet a part of me knows if she can't ever fully open up to me, our relationship won't work. You can't build a relationship on mistrust. For some reason, Kiki can't bring herself to fully trust me, and that's a major problem. But I'm in love with her, and I can't let her go. Not right now. I need her too much. I'm going to have to find a way to get her to trust me enough to let me in.
Chapter 32. Kiki Emerson. Ellie pats my arm.
That's perfect, dear.
I finish hanging the string lights that Tobias and I bought at the craft store and climb down from the ladder. I take a step back to look at it. It's not crooked. Ellie shakes her head. She's wearing a bright pink dress with a massive hat that matches. It totally suits her personality. I'm wearing the sunflower dress and sandals Tobias bought me, which makes me feel beautiful. Even though I don't deserve to feel that way. I'm a terrible person.
No, Ellie says. It looks great. Come help me set up the classroom now.
I walk into the other room with her. The tables and chairs are stacked at the back wall.
We had an event in here last night, so we need to reassemble the room. Can you start unfolding the tables?
Of course. She beams at me.
You're the sweetest thing, Miss Kiki. I'm so glad you moved to Willow Shade. Will you help me decorate for the 4th of July? The island goes all out, and I need ideas for the gallery.
I bite the inside of my cheek. I won't be here for 4th of July. Sure, I force out as I try not to fall apart. Ellie and I walk to the back of the room, and she tugs on a table.
You and Tobias seem to be getting along well. I know you said you're just friends, but I can't help but think how nice you two look together.
She gives me the side eye. I knew this line of questioning would come. Ellie and Josephine are the town matchmakers. He's a really nice man.
And what a sweetheart of a child he has. A ready-made family for you.
She waggles her eyebrows. She has no idea she's ripping my heart out as she speaks. Yes, I managed to say while focusing on unfolding the table legs. Is this how Ellie has been approaching other young women on Willow Shade Island? Is this what she'll do after I'm gone? Will she convince someone else to step into the role of mother for my little girl and gain a ready-made family? My fingers shake as I help Ellie pull the table upright. The thought of Tobias with another woman breaks my heart into a million pieces. I want that ready-made family so badly I bite my cheek until I taste blood.
Are you okay, Miss Kiki?
Ellie asks.
You're crying.
I quickly wipe at my cheeks. I am? I'm sorry, I was thinking about something sad.
Good gracious! What were you thinking about, darling?
I rack my brain trying to think of something sad that I can tell Ellie I was thinking about. Nothing comes to mind. All I can think about is Tobias and Skylar with someone else getting my ready-made family. A dog that died. I lie.
Oh, sweetheart, that is sad.
Ellie picks up her end of the table and we move it across the room.
Was it your dog?
Yes, but that was a long time ago. I never had a dog. I'm lying to a sweet old lady. I'm definitely sinking to a new low point. We finish setting up the classroom and putting out all the table decorations I made. I walk to the front of the gallery and pull back the window shade to peek out. There's a massive crowd outside. I'm sure everyone is hoping to catch a glimpse of Dustin Sawyer and Mackenzie Davenport. Wow, do you see all these people? Ellie comes up behind me.
Goodness! Are they all here for this event?
I nod. Looks like it. Ellie claps her hands.
You're a genius!
I laugh and shake my head. It was all you, Miss Ellie. At about 10 minutes to the hour, Ellie opens the front door. She takes the tickets from all the people who signed up for the watercolor class with Mackenzie Davenport, and she lets them come in and take their seats. Everyone else crowds in to taste the wine that Savannah's aunt made and to look at Mackenzie's artwork. Ellie serves her cucumber sandwiches and other hors d'oeuvres, which are a big hit. At the top of the hour, Josephine arrives in her red convertible, Mackenzie and Dustin in the back seat. Josephine is a force to be reckoned with, pushing through the crowd to get to the car door to open it. They step out, and I'm delighted to see Mackenzie carrying a purse with a little dog inside. He's the sweetest-looking chihuahua. He simply takes in all the people, staying inside Mackenzie's purse. She pets the little dog and waves at the people. Her blonde hair is pulled back in a ponytail, and she's wearing a simple blouse and jeans. Josephine pushes her way through the crowd, parting the sea of people, so our guests of honor can come inside the gallery. Everyone has their cell phones out, taking pictures and videos as Mackenzie and Dustin make their way through the people to the classroom. Dustin doesn't take his arm off Mackenzie, shielding her from the ruckus. It's sweet how protective of her he is.
Thank you all for coming,
Dustin says to the crowd, his movie star smile in place. Ellie gave me a seat up front in the classroom, and I get a bit starstruck as Mackenzie starts her class. Dustin holds her dog as she teaches, and it is seriously making me swoon. Mackenzie and her twin sister Jera have been in the celebrity news quite a bit over this last year, since they traded places, and Dustin Sawyer fell in love with Mackenzie thinking she was Jera. My heart warms to see how down-to-earth Mackenzie is, and how well she teaches watercolors. She quickly runs through the basics, then shows us the painting we're going to attempt. It's a seaside landscape, much like what we'd see on Willow Shade Island. I wonder if she created it just for us. I follow along as she shows how to paint the sky and the rocky shore. I'm amazed at how good mine looks when she finishes her instructions. Mackenzie comes up to me and assesses my finished painting. "Wow, you're talented," she says. Heat rises to my cheeks. "Thank you. What's your name?" "Kiki Anderson." "Have you painted before?" I shake my head. "No." "You should keep up with it." She hands me a business card. "This code will get you into my online watercolor course for free. There are 30 classes in the course, and it covers all the basics into intermediate techniques. I can't wait to see what you create." "Thank you." My throat tightens as I look at the card she gave me. Mackenzie Davenport thinks I have talent. I'm flattered. Mackenzie and Dustin spend another hour signing autographs and talking with the crowd. After the signing, they take their little dog and leave with Josephine. I check my phone and I have 30 minutes before Tobias will come get me. I help by cleaning up the classroom while Ellie sells paintings and sculptures in the other room. When we get a few minutes to chat, Ellie grabs my arm, grinning. "We've sold more today than we have the entire time we've been open. You were indispensable today. Thank you for all your help." My throat tightens and I hug her. I was happy to do it. Ellie pulls out an envelope and hands it to me. "I wanted to give you a little something for all you've done for the gallery." I open the flap and peek inside. There are several $100 bills inside, probably around 7 or 8 of them. Guilt rises in my throat. I've been lying to this nice woman. I press the envelope back into Ellie's hand. "I can't take this." She shoves it back at me. "Of course you can, Miss Kiki. You worked hard today, and this is a small commission from what we've sold this morning." I bite the inside of my cheek. I don't deserve this money. I don't deserve her friendship or anything else I've received on this island. The bitter realization comes to me. Everyone on this island will hate me when they find out who I am. All I'm doing is hurting them more the longer I stay. The front door to the gallery opens and Tobias walks in with Skylar. He's wearing his jeans again. They must be designer because they hug him in all the right places. "Kiki!" Skylar yells and runs to me, grabbing my legs. "I rode a pony." "A real one?" Tobias chuckles. "It was a merry-go-round pony." I slide the envelope in my dress pocket and give Skylar a hug. "That's awesome!" "Can you come to the boat race with us?" She looks up at me with her large blue eyes. The trust in them takes me aback. This is who I will hurt when I leave, my own daughter. When I disappear, Tobias will search for me. He will find out who I am. That means someday Skylar will know her mother abandoned her twice. Yes, I manage to say as the emotions surge in my throat. I have to get off this island before I do even more damage.
Yippee!
Skylar claps her hands.
Can we go now?
I glance at Ellie, who shoos me toward the door.
Of course,
Ellie says. Go have fun. Skylar grabs my hand and we walk out of the gallery, Tobias on our heels. We climb into the car and Tobias drives us to the marina. Crowds of people are already there, staking claim to their small piece of the marina to watch the race. Skylar tugs me to the spot she thinks is best.
Let's watch it here,
she says as Tobias pulls out 3 camping chairs from the trunk of his car. He walks over to us and places the chairs on the dock. I sit down and Skylar climbs on my lap. Tobias chuckles.
You don't want your own chair?
Skylar shakes her head.
No, I want to sit on Kiki's lap.
All right.
He sits down next to me. As we wait for the race to start, Tobias puts his hand on my arm and gently squeezes it.
Thanks for coming to the race with us. That's all Sky's been talking about.
I nod and hug Skylar close, breathing in the scent of her hair. This will be the last time I hold her. I have to memorize everything about her tonight. I'll get up early and leave in the morning before Tobias and the rest of the Barrett clan wake up.
Cat, you okay?
Tobias asks softly. I'm fine, I say, but even I can hear the lie. At least I'm not crying, like I did in front of Ellie.
Let's talk, tonight, after Skylar goes to bed, okay?
He squeezes my arm again and my insides melt with the touch. Okay, I say, even though talking with Tobias is the last thing I should be doing. I reach into my pocket to pull out my phone, but it's not there. All I have is the envelope of money Ellie gave me. I must have left it at the gallery. I'll tell Tobias to swing by there on the way home. I want to leave it with all the clothes he bought me so he can return them or at least sell them to get some of his money back. We watch the race together like a family. I do what I can to burn the memories into my brain so I carry them with me after everything evaporates. I know they'll all be hurt when I leave, but I've only been here for 2 weeks. They'll forget about me. They will forget me. The thought rips my heart into a million pieces. Chapter 33.
Tobias Barrett. As the boats take off, I watch Kiki. She's still upset about last night, I can tell. She's pulling even further away from me emotionally. I really messed things up, but I don't know what to do to fix it. We can't just pretend her past didn't happen. We can't build anything new on a crumbling foundation. Tonight, I'll have to talk to her. Get her to open up to me. After the boat race, we walk a couple of blocks to the strip of food trucks. The sky darkens with clouds, and I hope it's not going to rain on us. All the smells from the food make my mouth water. My gaze skims over the barbecue, the roasted corn on the cob, and the fried chicken.
Can I have a corn dog?
Skylar asks.
Sure, little pup. Kiki, what do you want? She looks down the line of trucks.
Shrimp tacos, please, and a Diet Pepsi.
That sounds good for me, too. Grab a table with Skylar, I'll go get our food. I walk to the corn dog stand while Kiki takes Skylar's hand and leads her toward the seating area. I get all our food and join them at the plastic table. I pull out a chair and sit in it. It's the cheap outdoor kind they set up just for the festival.
Kiki, look!
Skylar points to a man walking down the street in stilts with long, striped pants.
Wow, he's tall. He must have gotten trapped in a taffy pulling machine,
Kiki says with a lopsided grin. Skylar giggles.
No, he didn't.
Oh, yes, I say, keeping a straight face. That can really happen. Skylar's eyes grow wide.
It can?
We laugh and Kiki shakes her head.
No, we're kidding. He's wearing stilts. They're long wooden sticks. You can see them at the bottom of his pants, look.
Skylar looks again and nods.
I see them.
You have to be very talented to walk on stilts. He probably practiced a long time.
Kiki takes a bite of her taco. We eat for a few minutes. Skylar dips her corn dog into her ketchup and takes a bite, but it gets all over her face. Kiki grins at me and nudges my arm.
Take a picture,
she whispers. I pull out my phone and snap a photo without Skylar seeing. I catch Kiki in the photo as well. She's smiling and she looks genuinely happy. Kiki grabs a napkin and wipes off Skylar's face.
What's going on after this?
Kiki asks. There's a parade down Main Street, I say. Then there's an ice sculpture carving contest. Skylar grabs Kiki's arm.
Will you watch the parade with us?
Sure,
Kiki says.
And tomorrow, can we go to the park?
Kiki swallows and doesn't meet Skylar's gaze, and the hairs raise on the back of my neck. I can't breathe as I stare at her, waiting for her to say something to Skylar. The seconds tick by and Kiki glances around the table.
Hey, you only have one bite of your corn dog left. Great job. Finish up so we can go to the parade.
A cold ball forms in my stomach. Is she planning on leaving tonight? That can't happen. I didn't mean to upset her so much. I have to talk things through with her. I need to let her know I don't care about her past. I catch sight of Levi walking down the street looking at the food trucks. I'll be right back, I say. I join Levi in the street. Hey, can you watch Skylar for a few minutes, maybe get her a treat? I'll pay for it. I need to talk to Kiki alone. He looks me up and down. What's wrong? Nothing, I just need to talk to Kiki. He squints at me. You're a bad liar. I exhale and run my hand through my hair. It's a long story. Levi shoves his hands in his pockets. Give me the short version. He's not budging, and desperation builds inside of me. I love her and I don't want her to leave, I blurt out. Levi grins. I knew it! He fake punches my shoulder. You love her! Yeah, I say, feeling the time slipping away. Can you watch Skylar? He narrows his eyes at me. What makes you think she'll leave? That's the long story part. What did you do? I rake my hand over my hair. I messed up last night. Said something I shouldn't have. I need to tell her I'm sorry. Levi shakes his head at me. Sure, I can watch her. Don't screw this up. You and Kiki are good together. Skylar tugs on my jeans.
I'm done eating.
I glance toward the table and Kiki's gone. My heart jumps into my throat. Where did Kiki go?
To the bathroom.
She points to a sign that says public restrooms and an arrow that points around to the back of a brick building. Levi's going to get you a treat, then take you to the parade. I'll meet you there, okay? Levi takes Skylar's hand. Do you want some cotton candy? Skylar grins up at him.
Sure, Uncle Levi.
Levi takes off with Skylar and I sit down at the table. I look down the street toward the restrooms. Can we talk? I turn around to see Noah, dressed in his uniform, a manila file folder under his arm. What's up? I ask. Where's Kiki? In the restroom? Why? He exhales and sits next to me. I'm afraid I have some bad news.
Chapter 34. Kiki Emerson. I leave the restroom and walk down the street toward the tables where Skylar is. Except, when I get past the large building, I see Skylar standing with Levi at a food truck. Tobias is at the table with Noah. Their backs are to me, and they don't see me, but I can hear them talking.
Someone called the station today,
Noah said.
They were looking for a woman matching Kiki's description.
I freeze. This can't be good. I slowly back up to hide behind the building. I peek around the corner, straining to hear them.
To make a long story short, I found out Kiki's got a record.
My heart stops. No one knows about my prison time. Sweat breaks out on my forehead and I can't breathe.
What kind of record?
Tobias's words rise in pitch.
She spent a year in prison.
Tobias leans back in his chair and groans.
I thought she might be hiding something like that. What does she do time for? Felony evading. But I don't think it was her fault. I read the police reports. She had a terrible attorney. She never should have done time.
Tears blur my vision. Noah's trying to defend me. That makes me choke up. Tobias huffs.
Why didn't she just tell me? Well, that's not all. There's more.
I hold my breath. Noah found out everything. He's going to tell Tobias. Fear snakes through me as I watch, helpless to stop him. Noah leans closer.
Her last name isn't Anderson. It's Emerson. She's Skylar's birth mother. What?
Tobias jumps up, his white plastic chair toppling backward. He spits out a curse and my heart shatters. He hates me, just as I knew he would. Tears stream down my face as I turn and head in the other direction. I don't want to see the hurt my betrayal has caused Tobias. I don't deserve his love. I never did.
Tobias Barrett. My heart pounds as I stare at Noah, shock and anger coursing through me. Are you serious? Noah stands and grabs my arm. Listen, I think there's some extenuating circumstances here. Don't overreact. Don't overreact? She's Skylar's birth mother. Are you certain of this? Yes. Is she here to take her? My heart pounds as my gaze swings to where Levi and Skylar are in line for the cotton candy. Levi's holding her hand and she grins up at him. She's safe. But what did I do? I let an ex-con into my home. I put my child in danger. How could I have done that? Noah gives me a flat look. She hasn't taken her. She's had many opportunities. I don't think she's here to do that. I think she just wanted to see her daughter. My thoughts race too fast for me to land on one. Who called the station looking for her? A relative. Noah presses the folder into my hand. Read through this. All of it. Please. I can barely breathe. The street spins around me. Skylar's birth mother. I can't wrap my brain around that. Kiki lied to me, and not some tiny white lies either. She came to Willow Shade Island under false pretenses. You look like you're going to faint. Why don't you sit down a minute? He sets my chair upright and gently guides me down. Anger sweeps through me. I look to where the bathrooms are, clenching the folder so tight it bends. Why isn't she coming back? I don't know. Let me go find her. I think you two need to talk things out. Noah takes off around the back of the building where the bathrooms are. I stare after him, my jaw tight. I don't even know who Kiki is anymore. I thought I was in love with her and that she had feelings for me. Was that all a lie, too? My head throbs as I think about all the things I shared with her, how I trusted her. How could she betray me like that? Noah comes back from the restroom area. I can't find her. I grind my teeth. Where is she? Noah sighs. I think she might have heard us talking. I'm guessing she's upset. Fury surges through me and I stand. I want you to find her and press charges. I want a restraining order. I don't want her anywhere near my daughter. Noah scrubs a hand over his face. Did you read those documents? I toss the folder onto the table. No. Noah narrows his eyes at me. She was 18 when she got pregnant. Her parents kicked her out, she had nowhere to go, so she left town with her scummy boyfriend. He robbed a convenience store, and when the police tried to pull him over, he put a gun to her head. She gave birth in prison and gave her baby up for adoption. So before you go pressing charges and slapping restraining orders on her, maybe take a minute to think about what you would have done in that situation. I stare at him, stunned. I'm so shocked I don't even know what to say. Her boyfriend put a gun to her head? That was Skylar's father? Noah picks up the folder and shoves it at me. Read it. And for heaven's sake, don't go off all half-cocked on the girl. I grab his arm. Do you have feelings for her? He shakes his head. No, I just know you. I know how you hate being lied to and how stubborn you can be. And I know you're in love with her. I can't argue with that. But I'm too upset to think clearly. If I see Kiki right now, I'll yell at her, and that doesn't feel like the right thing to do. I take a step back and let go of Noah's arm. I need to think about things. All right, go. I'll look for Kiki. If she overheard us, she's probably scared that you're going to, well, do all the things you just yelled at me you wanted to do. I cringe. Noah's right. I need to go cool down before I see her again, or I might say something I totally regret. I'll go watch the parade with Skylar. When you find Kiki, text me. I walk away from Noah before he has a chance to reply. I'm still struggling with my anger at her lies, but a part of me feels awful for it. She went through a lot of pain. As I walk to the street where the parade will take place, I remember her tattoo. It makes sense now. The crying phoenix for the daughter she gave up. The relative she said she was looking for. She told me her goal in life was to be a mother. And that was ripped from her when she went to prison. I take in a deep breath and let it out slowly. All her interactions with Skylar come to mind, and I see them in a new light. I see a woman, desperate to find her daughter, finally getting to hold her and care for her. Emotion surges in me as I think about how upset she was as we watched the ships race. It wasn't because I pressed her for details last night. It was because she was getting ready to leave the island. I had the feeling she was going to leave, and now I'm sure. She's leaving for good. I pull out my phone and text Noah. I think Kiki's trying to leave the island. He texts me right back. I'll head toward the shuttle and ask around. Do you have a picture of her? I scroll through my phone and send him the photo of her standing next to me in the basement of the church. The one where she's holding Skylar and it looks like we're a family. My throat grows tight and I have a hard time breathing. I join Levi and Skylar standing on the street corner, waiting for the parade to start. The clouds have thickened and it really looks like it's going to rain now. Skylar looks up at me.
Where's Kiki?
Guilt floods through me. Noah's trying to find her. Skylar's eyebrows pull together.
Is she lost?
My heart breaks as I stare at my daughter and realize she's asking for her mother. Yes, I say without thinking. Skylar bursts into tears and I pick her up to console her. Levi shakes his head at me. You screwed that up bad, huh? He whispers. Did she leave? I hope not, I answer. And I realize I mean it. I want to talk to Kiki and straighten things out. I'm still upset and trying to cool my anger, but I don't want her to leave. We need to talk through all of this.
Chapter 35. Kiki Emerson. My feet hurt, and I can't see clearly through my tears as I try to walk as fast as I can. My throat is too tight and it's hard to breathe. I should have left a long time ago. I can't believe I let myself get carried away. The guilt from what I've done chokes me. I thought I felt shame when I went to prison, but that was nothing compared to how I feel right now. I hurt the people I love the most. I head toward the shuttle bus that will take me off the island. I regret not being able to go home and change out of this dress. I should leave it behind with everything else Tobias gave me, but I'm sure he's out looking for me. He has to be livid. I feel terrible for lying to him and for everything I did. My heart squeezes. As I walk, the sky darkens, and I know it's going to rain. That's fitting. I haven't stopped crying since I left the food trucks. Since I left my daughter and the man I'm in love with. The man who now hates me. My chest aches. My life is so messed up, and it's all my fault. I never should have come looking for Skylar. I should have just moved on with my life. Now I've upset the space-time continuum. I've come in contact with people I never should have. My pace slows as I continue to walk. The shuttle bus station is farther than I thought. The parade must be almost over by now. I wonder if Skylar got upset that I wasn't there. I can see her little face peering up at me. Will she cry tonight when I'm not there to tuck her in? My arms ache to hold her once more, to tell her everything will be okay. The practical side of me knows she'll eventually forget me. She's young. I wonder how long it will take. A sob escapes my throat. Tobias enters my mind, and I think about how close we got, how kind he treated me, and how tender his kisses were. I'll never see him again, and that rips my heart into a million pieces. As I walk, I try to think of the good things to come, about what I can do with my life now. But as I try to think of the future, I can't visualize it. These past few years, I've lived with one goal: to find my daughter. Now that I've done that, I have no goals. I have nothing to look forward to. I have no family, My parents don't ever want to see me again. My sister's still at home, and I'd be too embarrassed to go find her anyway. I was a terrible role model. I don't want to see her disappointment in me. I have no job and barely any prospects. No one wants to hire an ex-con. I could probably get another cleaning job, but that's not high on my bucket list. I reach into my pocket and pull out the business card that Mackenzie gave me. The one that would get me free online lessons. But I have no home, and no computer, no internet. The card is worthless. I slip it back into my pocket, though, as a keepsake. A woman out in her yard pulls on a garden hose and wraps it around the holder. I'm sure she sees the gathering clouds. She won't need to water her lawn. She pauses and looks at me. "Are you okay, darling?" I wipe at my face. "I'm fine." It comes out all funny sounding and so obviously a lie it's ridiculous. I'm a snotty, sobby mess. "Do you need a ride somewhere?" she asks. "No, thanks. I'm okay walking." It feels like penance or something. Like I deserve the blisters I have forming on my heels and the horrible hole I have in my heart. I continue walking, weaving my way through the neighborhood blocks. The pain on the backs of my heels increases, and I take off my sandals and carry them. I don't know if that's any better. The sidewalk has tiny rocks that bite into my feet. I wonder how long I've been walking. I thought the island was small, but it's either much bigger than I thought, or I took a wrong turn and I've gone past the shuttle bus station. What time is it? I left my phone at the gallery and can't check, but it seems late. Looks like the sun will set soon. A police car pulls up alongside of me and stops. Noah hops out and my heart stutters. He walks to me, his handcuffs clinking together.
Are you leaving?
I swallow and steel myself for whatever is coming. Are you here to arrest me?
No.
He looks down.
Tobias wants to talk.
I bite my lower lip as emotions close off my throat. He means Tobias wants to yell at me. I'd rather not talk to Tobias, I say quietly. Noah sighs and shoves a hand through his hair. You don't have to go back with me. If you want to leave, I'll take you to the shuttle bus. Do you have money? I slip my hand inside my pocket to find the envelope Ellie gave me. I nod, feeling miserable. Yes?
Then I won't hold you hostage, but just listen to me for a minute. I told him everything, which I'm sure you overheard. Yes, he was angry at first, but I know my brother. He won't stay mad forever. He hates being lied to, but he'll get over it. I know he will. He's changed since meeting you.
Noah shifts his weight, his gaze boring into me.
He loves you.
More tears slide down my cheeks. I'm not who he thinks I am.
I know, but don't you think it's worth giving him a chance to get to know the real you? Don't you think you can move past this?
I'm a terrible person.
No, you're not.
Noah places his hands on his hips.
We all make bad choices. That's part of life. What matters is not dwelling on them and moving past them. You need to forgive yourself.
Tobias's words jump into my mind.
You seem to be really great at beating yourself up for your past mistakes. But I wonder if you've ever stopped to consider the value of forgiveness.
I don't deserve forgiveness. Noah stares at me, and I feel pinned to the cement.
I wonder who does then,
he says, his voice low. I look down at my bare feet. Thunder cracks overhead, and rain begins to fall. Noah raises his hand to shield his eyes from the drops.
Come on. Just go talk to him. Okay?
Chapter 36.
Tobias Barrett. The sound of rain pelts the windows, and I look outside again. No sign of Noah yet. Skylar comes into the living room.
Is Kiki home yet?
No, sweetheart. I pat her head. Go into the kitchen and help Uncle Levi make his biscuit muffins. It'll be bedtime soon.
Okay.
She leaves, and I stare out the window once again. My anger has subsided, and now I just feel empty. Abandoned. Kiki never planned to stay, and that hurts deeply. Was everything she told me a lie? I think back to all our conversations and shake my head. I know better than to think that. She shared a lot of herself with me. I remember the times she pulled away from me and I could see a war going on behind her eyes. All the times she got emotional and I didn't understand why. It all falls into place now. She felt guilty for lying, but she wanted to stay near Skylar. Her daughter. I know how deeply she wanted to be a mother. It makes sense why she didn't tell me the truth. She was afraid I would have sent her away. And she's right. I would have if she'd approached me and told me that first day. I clench my fists and close my eyes. I was not kind to her when she arrived. I probably would have had her arrested. I think about how she must have felt. Alone and pregnant, locked up in prison? It must have been awful. My heart rips in half thinking how terrifying that had to have been for her. If that had been me, I might have gone looking for my child just to know they were safe. To see how they were doing. Noah's squad car pulls up the driveway and my heart beats fast in my ears. He gets out and walks to the front door. I don't see anyone else in the car and disappointment settles in my gut. He opens the front door and wipes his feet on the carpet. He looks at me, then lowers his gaze, adjusting the belt on his uniform. I found her. Pain slices through me. He talked to her, but she didn't want to come home. Where is she? I took her to the shuttle bus. She insisted on leaving. He sighs, his shoulders slumping. I'm sorry. Pain wells up in me and I stare out the window. Was I that much of a monster? Is she scared of what I'll do to her? Did you tell her I wanted to talk? Noah nods. Yeah, she said there's nothing to talk about. I tried to convince her to come, but in the end she decided leaving was better. She promised she won't come back. A cold ball forms in my stomach. But that's not what I want. I know, but I couldn't force her here. That wouldn't have been good for either of you. Noah puts his hand on the doorknob. I've got to head to work. Will you be okay? I nod, feeling miserable. Yeah. Okay. See you later. He leaves and gets into his squad car. I watch as he pulls away. I walk into the kitchen. Skylar's sitting on a bar stool, stirring a mixture in a bowl. Levi sets down his phone and looks at me. He doesn't need to say anything. He knows what happened, and he's silently asking me if Kiki's back. I shake my head, and his expression sobers. Sorry, he says quietly. I walk to Skylar and help her finish making the dough for the biscuit rolls. They bake, and I let her eat one before I send her off to brush her teeth and get into her pajamas. After tucking in Skylar, I go into the kitchen. The lights are off, and I walk to the back door to look out at the ocean. The rain is still coming down, but I can see the moon peeking through the clouds. It reminds me of the night Kiki and I walked along the beach. The night we shared our first kiss. I pull my phone out and stare at it. Would she pick up if I call her? I swipe to unlock it and find her number. I press to call, my heart in my throat. What will I say if she answers?
Hello?
It's not Kiki's voice on the other end. Who is this?
Oh, Tobias, dear, this is Ellie. I found this phone at the gallery. I wasn't sure who it belonged to. Is it Miss Kiki's?
My heart sinks. Yes.
I'll give it to her tomorrow at church.
I don't have the heart to tell Ellie that Kiki won't be there. Okay. Thanks, Ellie.
Goodbye, dear.
I hang up with her, disappointment settling over me. I miss hearing Kiki's voice. I don't know how I'll go on without her. It hurt when Courtney left me, but this is different. It's a deeper pain. Kiki and I connected in a way I can't even describe. She breathed life into me. Part of my soul has been ripped out. I stare at the rain outside, feeling like a hollow shell of a person. She left, and she won't ever come back. The realization that I may never see her again settles over me, and tears prick at the backs of my eyes. I was just getting used to the idea that I was in love with her. And now she's gone. She lied to me, and it hurt me. But I finally understand why she did. She's never had a fair shake. I've come to terms with what she did. I've even forgiven her for it. Movement catches my eye, and I look over to the porch swing. It moves again. I squint, trying to see in the dark. I can just make out a shadowy figure, and I swear it's Kiki. I blink. Sure, I'm mistaken. No, I'm not mistaken. It's Kiki, sitting on the swing alone in the rain. I flick on the lights above her and step outside the door under the awning. She jerks her gaze to me, her eyes wide. She's drenched to the skin, her hair hanging limp. I look at her, somehow frightened that if I move or speak, she'll disappear into thin air. Is it really true she came back? Or do I want to see her so badly I'm imagining she's here? You didn't leave. The words come out without me thinking about them. Talk about stating the obvious, duh. She looks down at her lap.
I couldn't. I got on the shuttle, but it only went 2 blocks before I made them stop and let me off.
At least you didn't look like a crazy person. I clench my jaw. What's wrong with me? Her lips turn up in a small smile.
Yeah.
The rain continues to fall. Come inside. She shakes her head but doesn't speak. But it's wet.
I'm not made of sugar,
she mumbles. I stand there for a moment. Finally, I can't stand it anymore. Why did you come back? She blinks and tears form in her eyes. That's when I notice how puffy her eyes are. She's been crying.
I have something to say.
I wait for her. She blinks a few times before continuing.
I'm sorry I lied to you. I shouldn't have come here looking for her. It was wrong.
Kiki's voice breaks and it cuts a hole in my heart. I walk to the swing and sit next to her, the rain pelting me. You may have gone about things in a backwards way, but I understand why you did it. She stares at me, eyes wide.
You're not mad at me?
Her voice is small. I slowly reach for her hand, afraid that if I move too fast, she'll disappear. I slide my fingers through hers. Not anymore. It's true, I was shocked and angry when I first found out, but I understand now. I'm glad you came. She lowers her gaze.
You're glad?
Yes. You brought something into my life I haven't had in a long time. You brought laughter and fun. You awakened a part of me that I thought was dead. I swallow and lift her chin so I can stare into her deep blue eyes. I fell in love with you. She slowly shakes her head.
How do you not hate me?
My throat grows tight and I have a hard time breathing. I cup her face as her tears mix with the rain. Oh, Kat, I couldn't hate you. You spent so much time hating yourself, there's no hate left for me. She closes her eyes, a pained expression on her face.
You see me so well.
I kiss her forehead. Her skin is cold and wet, and it makes me ache for her to be in my arms. I kiss her nose, then each of her cheeks. I love you, Kat. I've loved you ever since you dragged that ragged suitcase into my home and shook up my life. I need you with me. Your daughter needs you. Will you please stay? She opens her eyes.
How could I leave? I'm so utterly in love with you, I couldn't even leave when I was sure you never wanted to see me again.
I take in a deep breath, hope filling my chest. I love you. More than words can express. You are my other half. When I'm not with you, my world falls apart. More tears slide down her cheeks and I wipe them away. Please stop hating yourself for what happened in the past. It's time to move beyond it. Kiki places her hand on my cheek and stares into my eyes.
I will try.
I tilt her chin with my finger and place a kiss on her lips. She wraps her arms around me and I hold her tightly. I was worried I'd never see her again, that I'd never get a chance to tell her I loved her. Pure joy fills my chest and I pull back from her. I'm so glad you came back to me. I'm a better person because of you, because you loved me. She pulls me close and kisses my lips as rain slides down my face.
I could say the same thing to you.
Come inside. You need to get changed. I stand and pull her up. She doesn't argue this time.
Kiki Emerson. I follow Tobias inside. He sends me up the stairs to change. My fingers shake as I put on dry clothes, a pair of capri jeans and a crop top. I can't believe Tobias knows everything and he hasn't sent me away. He didn't yell hateful things at me. Instead, he told me he loves me. My heart fills with emotion. I walk down the stairs. Tobias waits for me in the living room. He turns to look at me, but balks.
You're bleeding.
I am?
Your feet.
I look down to see several places where those sandals rubbed me raw. He's right, I'm bleeding.
Sit down,
he says softly. I sit on the sofa and Tobias leaves the room, coming back with a first aid kit.
I'm so sorry,
he says as he pulls out the ointment. Sorry for what? He sighs as he kneels before me. He gently picks up my foot, placing it on his lap.
I bought you sandals that hurt your feet.
I hold back a laugh.
That's not your fault. He bandages up the cuts and blisters on my feet and heels. A sense of love for him overwhelms me as he stands and takes the first aid kit back into the bathroom. Kiki? A small voice says from the stairs. My heart jumps. Skylar steps off the stairs and runs to me. I scoop her up onto my lap and she throws her arms around me. You're back! Tears well in my eyes as I hug her to me. Yes, sweetheart, I'm back. Tobias comes back into the room and sits next to us on the sofa. He puts his arms around us both.
Kiki's here to stay.
I'm so happy my heart could burst. I finally feel like I belong somewhere, like I have a family. I hug both of them close to me. This is the start of something beautiful. I can tell. Epilogue.
Noah Barrett. 3 weeks later. I pace the living room floor as I wait for my brothers and Kiki to arrive. Kiki insisted on throwing a housewarming party for me, even though I told her I didn't need one. She's something else. I'm glad she didn't leave Willow Shade Island. Tobias is so in love with her, my heart broke for him when I had to take her to the shuttle. I was scared she'd leave, and he would never be able to love again. It's good to see them happy together. My doorbell rings, and I walk to the door and open it. Kiki rushes in, a grocery bag in her arms.
Hey, Noah, this is such a cute place. I can't wait to see how you'll decorate it.
I smile. That's code for, why haven't you put anything up on the walls? I have no decorating skills at all, so the house is bare except for a few pieces of furniture and a bookshelf. I know it's lame, but I have no idea what else to do with the place. Tobias follows, carrying a tray of food. Skylar enters with Levi and Micah, who looks like he'd rather be in bed. I totally get it. Since I work the night shift, I'm usually asleep at this time of day. I'm okay right now, but I'll crash in a couple of hours, after my family leaves. Tobias hands me a tray of fruit cut into small pieces and arranged to look like a huge smiley face. Violet made this. She would have come, but she's got a granddaughter visiting. I set the tray down in the kitchen and take off the plastic wrap. Kiki takes a cucumber out of the sack and starts to peel it. She looks over at me.
Guess who I ran into outside?
My stomach knots. I know who she most likely ran into, but I played dumb. Who?
Savannah. Can you believe it? She lives in the house next door.
Kiki raises her eyebrows as she continues to peel the cucumber, and I can see the wheels turning in her head. Really? I say, but my acting skills stink. And Kiki gives me a look like she knows exactly what I've done. And she's right. I bought the house next door to my ex in the hopes that I can have an excuse to talk to her. And now that I've said it like that in my head, it sounds super creepy. Sheesh. I really need to get a life. Kiki grins at me.
I invited her to our party.
I choke on the air I'm breathing. You what?
She'll be here in a minute. She's putting a little something together. I told her it was just an informal housewarming for her new neighbor, but she insisted on bringing some food over.
Sweat beads up on my forehead. Does she know I'm her new neighbor? Kiki laughs.
Yes, I told her. She was quite surprised.
Skylar runs to Kiki.
Can I help? Sure.
Kiki pulls a chair over next to the sink.
You can wash the cucumbers when I'm done peeling them. It's a very important job.
Great.
Skylar climbs up on the chair.
I'll wash them good.
I'm having trouble with simple tasks like breathing, but I try to play it cool. So, she knows it's me who moved in here and she still wanted to come over?
Of course.
Kiki turns on the faucet and hands Skylar a peeled cucumber before glancing at me.
She asked about you, at one of our quilting meetings. I don't know what happened between you, but I don't think she harbors any hard feelings toward you.
My throat grows tight and I can't think straight. Savannah's coming over, and she doesn't hate me? I haven't talked to her in 7 years. Not really. Just pleasantries. I did move in here to try to rekindle something, but I wasn't planning on seeing her today. I'm not prepared. I was going to write down a list of topics we could talk about. I wanted to think of some smooth things to say. Tobias walks behind Kiki and puts his arms around her. He snuggles into her neck, and I remember why I decided to move into this house. I want that for myself. They're so happy together, and my own loneliness seeps down into my bones. I need to have that connection with someone, and I'd love to have it with Savannah. It's not like I haven't tried to move on. I've dated women over the years. But Savannah and I had something special. None of the other women I've dated have measured up. Since I can't get her out of my head, I've decided to actively try to get her back. My brother steps back from Kiki and pats me on the shoulder. Can I talk to you for a minute, in private? Sure. I follow him into the study and he shuts the door. I stare at him, unsure of what he's going to say that needs privacy. What's up? Tobias folds his arms across his chest. I need you to meet me at the bank on Monday. What time is good for you? The bank? I'm free around 4 o'clock. Why? We need to sign some papers. With you moving out, I feel like it's time for me to give you your inheritance. My throat grows tight. I knew my parents left all of us some money, but Tobias has been using that money to raise us. I didn't think there was much left. He's been tight-lipped about it. How much? 50 million. I gape at Tobias. What? Shh, don't yell. I hadn't realized I'd yelled. You mean to tell me Mom and Dad had that much money? That there's 50 million for each of us? Tobias shrugs. They didn't when they first passed. I've been investing your money over the years. It's grown quite a bit. I'm stunned. I knew Tobias made a lot while investing, in the millions, but I always thought that was his own money. Why didn't you tell me this? I would have moved out a long time ago. I wouldn't have busted my butt all these years. My mind races with all the things I would have done differently had I known I was a millionaire. Tobias frowns and rubs his forehead. That's why. You needed to go to college. You needed the academy. I'm not giving this to you so you can quit working. You expect me to work as a 2-bit cop when I have 50 million in the bank? I can't believe what Tobias is saying. He must be joking. He narrows his eyes at me. You love being a cop. Admit it. You like helping people and catching bad guys. I give it a second of consideration. You're right, I do love it. Don't quit. Just think about this for a second. If you flaunt your inheritance, your younger brothers will find out what they're worth. Levi will never finish college. Micah might not graduate. They'll live lavishly for a while and squander their money. Or worse, live like the celebrities on TV, in and out of rehab. I want them to get established and be responsible adults before I give them the money. I see his point. All right, what do you want me to do? I want you to sign the paperwork and act like nothing's happened. Maybe invest the money. I can help with that. You can quietly enhance your life with the money. Traveling or whatever you want to do. You'll be financially secure and you can retire early. I slowly nod. I can see the wisdom in what he's saying. All right. Tobias grabs my arm and claps my shoulder. Thanks. I knew you'd understand. We'll go to the bank on Monday. I walk back into the kitchen, my head in a daze. I'm a millionaire. Hot dang! Levi looks up from the couch. What's going on? Nothing, Tobias says. How are things going with Shelley? Levi grins and shakes his head. Try to keep up. I'm going out with Lisa now. Micah puts his phone down and rolls his eyes. This is a small island. You're leaving behind a long trail of broken hearts. You might want to go slower, or you'll run out of girls. I hide a smile. Levi's always been a heartbreaker. He hasn't learned what it's like to be in love yet. I know him. He's got a sweet and loyal side to him. Once he finds the one, he'll be a changed man. I'm sure of it. I walk over to the tray of vegetables Kiki's cutting up and grab a carrot. She playfully slaps my hand.
Stop that! The party hasn't started yet.
The doorbell rings and my heart jumps into my throat. That has to be Savannah. Everyone turns to look at me. I tug at the collar of my shirt as I walk toward the living room. I can do this. How awkward can it be? Savannah and I used to get along really well. I open the door, but it's not Savannah standing there. It's Courtney, Tobias's ex. She's wearing a blue frilly dress with white gloves, a wide smile on her face.
Noah, so good to see you.
She says in her sickly sweet southern drawl.
Is Tobias here?
Hello, this is Victorine, and thank you so much for listening to my book, Because You Loved Me. I am really excited to say I am working on Noah's story right now, so you will get Noah's story next. He and Savannah have this fantastic story that I'm writing right now, and since I left this off a little bit of a cliffhanger with Courtney showing up, if you want to read the next chapter, you can sign up for my newsletter. I will put the link below. This kind of shows how Noah and everybody deals with Courtney showing up. And if you want to read what I'm writing and working on right now, you can join my Patreon. Link below. It's only a few dollars a month, and you can read the chapters as I write them. I'm in the middle of Noah's story, and I must say, we just had a really great scene with everybody on a ship, and there may have been a proposal going on. So it's a really fun scene, and you want to read that as I write. So go ahead and join my Patreon. You also get all of my audiobooks without ads on my Patreon. So you can look at the links below for that. I have other fun links down there too. I have a link to my Facebook group where we chat about all kinds of fun things. So you can join me on my Facebook group. That's probably the place that I am the most social for interacting with fans. I do have like a Twitter account and other social media accounts, but I rarely post to them. So I'm much more active on Facebook. If you want to find me on Facebook, join my group. That'll be a lot of fun. And the best thing you can do to help me out is to share this video with other people. Because as an author posting my audiobooks for free on YouTube, I do get paid a few pennies per person that watches the entire video, because of the ads that show up, I get paid a little bit, but it's very small amount that I get paid. So if you can share this video with all of your friends and family and let them know that you enjoyed my story, that helps me out as an author and helps me earn enough money so that I can put these videos up on YouTube for free for you guys, because I pay a narrator to narrate my stuff. And so this narration cost me, probably about $800. So it's a lot of money for me to do this and put it out there for free. So if you can share my videos with other people, that helps me out and earn some money back in return. And it helps you get all this fun content for free. Thank you so much for spreading the word and helping me out. And I will see you in my next video.